हेलो कैसे हो चैट? भूल गया क्या? अरे मैं चेस देख के बैठा था, वैलेंट बाप की मैं चेस देख के बैठा था यार। यार एक पवन मूव यार, टफ है यार, टफ है गेम, टफ है। अच्छा फाइट दिया लेकिन एंटी था। कैसे इधर से बाय। कोई ना, वी फेस वर्ल्ड नंबर 1। अभी है ना, ये इवेंट को वो जीतेगा ना तो अपन बोलेंगे
double duelist Eurojet which Heretics played.
Straight towards
World number
Mets,
1
it's
से आ रहे हैं।
Apex who
समझ रहे हो?
start things off flying. It's Batu to pick up
है
the
बे
first.
लेकिन मैग्नस,
Party gone.
कुछ भी बोलो,
Those
है
flashes
बे।
as well.
Very quick duel in mid. Nats fighting this one forward, really pushing the
इसके वजह से
envelope.
आ रहे हम लोग, नैट्स के
He's
वजह
forced
से।
to drop back.
बोला था
While the
ब्रॉडकास्ट में, रुक
setup
जा
is
थोड़ी देर, रुक
currently
जा।
on B.
Yeah, that's a really big loss in the paranoia, considering you don't have a lot of utility. Kiko, though, goes
आज क्या मंगाया? आज
searching
कुछ नहीं,
and
कुछ
can't
नहीं।
quite find what he's looking for. Apex need to be careful in terms of the health count on all players.
And the question here is, do Apex think that they're walking into a site without Cypher utility
क्या लगता है? Is it
after
2-0
Nats
ना?
showing face on the other side of the map?
That's the question. Does Apex collect all 5 outside of B?
I mean, the placement of the trap as well isn't too close to the wall, so they might not hear it buzzing beyond.
बेस कैम राइट साइड पे
Utility
है।
now being shown, and back to doing a short TP on towards site. The players now trying to find Trex as the first
इधर
one
भी
caught
लिक्विड,
is
उधर भी
Emea.
लिक्विड।
All info dart to try and help, and now the players know exactly where the remaining Sova is, and still all 5 alive for the attack.
Bought a lot of time in the process though. Liquid queuing up for this retake
भाई अपन
now.
एपेक्स को सपोर्ट करेंगे इधर।
Not really getting much
समझ
for
रहे?
Camel, but it's the health that's probably the biggest
मेरा भी
advantage
दिमाग हट
for
गया।
Team Liquid here, and the fact that they have 3 sheriffs.
And 3 targets within striking distance
Apex
of
को
just
support
one
करेंगे।
bullet to the chest. Liquid may even look to try and wipe some off the board here.
It's all about how Apex play off of one another. As the players slowly make their way through, Team Liquid begin to dismember every
कोई
single
ना, कोई
player
ना।
on the site, dismantle the hold that Apex had. Only one player's remaining, and it is Ollie Zera, who will be caught, and Team Liquid with the pistol.
They
क्या है
walk
ये?
away. The cleanup crew arrives and it's instant, the retake. Really strong fundamentals, and that's something you have to be testing here, with it being another revision of this Apex lineup from year to year, the challenges that they've had.
यार भाई, I would like to
The player on your
apologize.
screens is at the forefront of it, Kiko. His role change coming out of being a duelist for Apex in 2023,
भाई,
signed
इतना
on to
clean
Liquid
retake
for
कैसे बे? 5
24,
बंदे साइड
and
में।
in 25 he looks like one of the best in this region.
And not only just this region, I'd go as far to say he's probably the most informed player in the world at the moment. The way that he's been able to switch roles, and every single time he doesn't look out of
अभी
place.
समझे चेस में ब्लंडर क्या हुआ? लैंग्वेज,
The
लैंग्वेज।
patch on his stats sheet would certainly suggest it to be the case. If there's any player that can torment Team Liquids the opposite way,
एंटी ध्यान भाई, yes, एंटी
gotta be looking
baby.
at this Yoru, like Billy said, that debut
Top
on
in
Pearl,
top 8 in the
it
world.
was an absolute masterclass, but it feels like we've been waiting so long to see it. In this round, they are being
Ascent भी आ
diligent.
सकता
It's
था,
another
मैग्नस नहीं
all
होता
picked
था।
up.
इसकी एंड की।
Starting to move closer to that dimensional drift.
बढ़िया खेला बे।
Now onto
Draw
the
60
A
था।
site. The spike is still sat on Molesy though, and he is quite a way away.
Yeah, he's taking his time. I thought for a minute Apex might try and do a 4-player fake towards A, the old classic, and get the spike onto the
Well,
side.
it's like, yeah, you rush B, I go A. The pistol around strat.
Nah, it's the classic. But
It is all classics.
Raw moment
yeah.
to that, raw moment
I
to
mean, with that being said, everyone on Apex is going to be heading in towards B, and you look towards Patty and the
Lotus
Spectre
नहीं है क्या?
hand
नहीं है
expect
अभी।
this to be a mow down.
Sure, it's
Apex
a
में
5
नहीं है।
versus 2
30
though,
seconds
and Trex playing from spawn.
But like,
Let's see how scary this can get.
I don't know if it'll be that scary as well. Patty's able to get one. It's all about Trex's
ए
share.
अच्छा तो खेल रहे हैं बे Apex।
And he is showing us some gold standard shooting right now as he continues to find more and more. That's probably as best we'll see from Apex on an eco round, getting rid of 2 of those buys. But remember, you've got to be thinking of the upgrades that are the remaining weapons.
You're very proud of him,
the individuals on Liquid. It's definitely something to think about, and one of them, of course, Kiko. We already highlighted it a little bit. If his career were to end, in the next few days, which God forbid we hope it doesn't, one of his biggest regrets would be that 2023 Ascension Grand Final. But the way that he so quickly found comfort on the stage after first year to really bed in with Liquid, and now kept on as someone who is always has such a strong mentality to really be learning and improving. That's why he's been able to pick up the role so successfully.
It's time to lock in because this will be Apex's first full buy to go up against what is Team Liquid's bonus round. With the buy that they have, and Team Liquid, they hold on to A main successfully. No contest there.
You would have seen the stat flown as well just before the round started. Liquid win today, and it's a playoffs lock. So
it's a playoff, and 3 wins in a row.
Strong start on Ascent is just as imperative for them as it is Apex. Their VCT lives. Camo finding the first engagement short. Batu is gone. And Penny, while he tried to follow the play up behind, tagged by the cam and pushed out behind the smoke, hasn't gained any ground.
Look at Molsey, he has, and top back to that, Olizera has B main. That's a big 1 versus 1. Molsey's going to win it out. That creates a real problem for Team Liquid here.
They lose all of the pressure in B main in the process. Hasn't stopped. Second for the captain now. And Apex starting to shift their focus. It's back to the A site, actually.
I wonder that's massive. And it's even better as Apex get the next couple. And it's up to Partytech, who is already making his way to the B site. He's here early.
And now revealed by the drone. All chances starting to fade. Penny on the spam. And Apex on the board. It got a little bit messy, but Molsey ever consistent. This has been one of the best stages that we've seen from him in VCT so far, and it's coming at just the right time.
We saw Apex coming into VCT this year. There was a big question mark on firepower and what they were going to be able to bring into this stage. I mean, obviously, the results haven't come, but some of the individual performances have.
They reshaped together during the downtime. Like you say, it was not just the players that come in, but the players that they lost. Now on Fnatic looking world class, and Sulcus, someone who I think Batu has done a good job at filling in the shoes of. But here, it is all about Molsey's drone, and Camo pushed off the angle. A stalemate in B main.
Handshake, but Team Liquid will be the ones to hold on to that space and have re-cleared it at the same time. Apex to clear through mid. Chip damage towards Partytech.
And that's also calling for the rotation as well. Apex constantly have that threat that they can burst into a site, especially with Batu and Penny both having full utility belts. As soon as I say that,
Camo has no dash. He has no way of getting out.
Batu's TP'd back here. He wants that orb really for the ult to enter sight, but Camo is diligent on the line, and Batu first to be shown the door. Apex accelerating towards B.
Yeah, but Trex looking to try and challenge the push. The execute doesn't work out. Olizera gets that. Look at Nats trying to escape to side.
But they have heard the steps. The paranoia certainly caught him. Just being cautious. Penny, nowhere for caution. Into CT. Collecting two.
It's not triad.
So Apex will scurry from his side.
It's not triad.
And just swinging at it. He can't quite land the shots. I mean, it's a late
one,
but a secure one.
Does he even want to go for this? No. We've got to be thinking about the next round and how this game develops.
10 seconds left.
And Apex go 2 for 2.
APK को जीतने वाला एक बार भी नहीं जीते APK. Excuse me.
Want to mention Apex?
APK for hiding.
Draw that golden thread of Heretics through the two teams again. Not only did Liquid lose to the same composition they're facing here, albeit an entirely different roster, Apex beat that same Heretics team in their first outing on Ascent. It was a Waylay experiment gone wrong, I think, if you want to, really correct it and add the caveat. But
I think in terms of the entries,
Penny has looked a lot better. I think that's something that was missing.
I think next
from
game
this
थोड़ा
team
close
before,
जाएगा.
maybe,
ये थोड़ा
where
2-0-ish
Tico
type
and
लग रहा है
Kayak in
Liquid
terms
के
of
लिए.
player profiles, when they spent their time in
लेकिन next
challenges,
game मेरे
they
हिसाब
felt
से बहुत
very
close होएगा.
autonomous, that they could lead the line and be very instinctive with their entries, whereas Penny felt like he was kind of leaning on the setup a lot of the time from the players around him in the first couple of weeks, but this is already looking a lot better.
बस बस Ascent का मैच क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? पता नहीं वो लोग क्यों नहीं आ रहे ये में में.
Face up against Team Liquid have played against and Prax.
रात को था उनका मैच.
Interestingly, coming out of that last round is
मैं hide की हूँ.
Team Liquid Timeout.
Yeah, like, I mean, he played for Team Liquid as well, right? And these two organizations
इधर भी Liquid
share
जीत
an
रहे हैं.
offense.
आज Liquid पे Liquid
This
day
is
है.
the Atlas off derby, I suppose. I don't really know how else to
Look
paint
at
it,
that
but
मैं तो जो जींस करना था but एंटी यार बजा love it है बे.
understand
क्या
why,
जींस करो
because
उसको number 1
people
है
rounds like
मैं.
this where Liquid sort of trying to react with the rotations. Apex have been able to manipulate them fairly well, but it's also a little bit chaotic on their own behalf.
Yeah, I think like that's the big thing. Just not getting the full grasp of how Apex are moving, right? Like 2 players caught in CT in that last round, a little bit disconnected maybe with the comms. Maybe just a little bit complacent.
क्या update आया YouTube का?
But for Danny, face won't maybe reflect it in the 60-second break, but he's in high spirits today. We sort of managed to catch him around the arena.
मैं खुद को क्या बोल रहा हूँ?
9 straight losses in a row, 11 in all competitions.
Chat ads off किए, like कर दो stream at least.
That first win, and looking at it here, yeah, it wasn't that long ago that we saw Penny.
Neil भाई का loss थोड़ा दिमाग पे लग गया मेरे.
Another fun stat about that as well, he is the player with the longest vacancy in between 2 international appearances as he debuted with V1 back in Reykjavik 2021.
Back to mid we go, back to mid we look once again. Apex being given this for completely free. Team Liquid not really challenging this, more playing for the extremities, and look at Carol and how far he's
And I think it's rounds like this as well, which were the undoing of Apex at times, the ones that you expect to win, especially when you're coming into this fresh off of a timeout. You can see they're giving a lot of respect to Liquid, but
और main attacking पर रहता ना तब भी तुम लोग दोनों timeout बंद कर सकते हो.
Not leaving it too
तुम लोग
late,
पता है तुम्हारा defense
how they were in the last
strong है अगर.
And this is where last week would have been the learning experience that we saw Danny speaking about in that interview early on with Billy. Just the fact that, listen, we should have won certain rounds, we should have won that series, but
क्यों डरा रहा है? Thursday ना भाई, Saturday को है.
We've had our learning experiences, we've made our adjustments, and that's where the scrims would have been focused.
Sheer paranoia just to clear short there as Olazera has to be careful, has broken the cam in B main, keeping the attention of Team Liquid as it's a slight
sexy timing है AP के पास.
Distribution of the players, Patty
Bro, sexy timing है.
Should have flashed up on the radar here.
दिखा कैसे नहीं?
Look like he's been spotted. The sheriff gets to work, but only round 1.
Still Nats close by, he was playing around the smoke, and that is the one rifle that Team Liquid have.
Phantom here could cause a problem. It's the shock dart from Trex, and now there's only 15 seconds. Apex running out of time, and with the ult in, Batu forced to commit to it. Plant does go in, but there's problems on site. It's Camo's blades which have finally been sheathed. Nats has already found his way out into the open. Try into the crossfire. Ollie has the first, Nats will be looking to dice up the angles with the cage in
7 bullets.
This is his chance. Found the first, but Ollie is there. Safe pair of hands to keep Apex back in this game.
कोई keyboard suggest करना भाई 70% वाला keyboard.
For the Hunter's Fury to be used from Team Liquid.
70% मतलब? तुम्हें exam में 70% मिलेगा तो keyboard लेना.
Party Tech taking that early gamble of walking into the smoke, the timing not walking out.
यार Jet के साथ अगर Nats लड़ता तो शायद
the gunfights didn't go their way.
Roles a conversation on both sides really to be had, and one of them is Olazera. We only saw the Cypher for the first time. The final match the other day. He looked so much better on it, and already you can see here 3K under his belt, continuing to build stage confidence.
Hey Jet, how are you?
House of ult. Look to make a combo play of their own with the Hunter's Fury. Camo's lived it, but only momentarily. Penny hitting the scene with a burst of flame, and the B side carved open, but just for a moment, not Nats has anything to say about it.
Still spot on, Nats can't quite get the spam, but that's now 3 ults
मालूम है क्या
invested
है
by
उधर?
Apex in this round. As the spike goes down, Team Liquid are close by to flood back in.
It's 4. Penny has the blades as well. There's barely
yeah.
going to be anything left for it. And it's a huge swing round in terms of finance as well. You can see Apex do want to double down. Olazera on the prowl again, the aggressive Sentinel. Trying to set up Penny for some kind of a fight or vice versa. It's a 1-2 punch. Looking for a duel. Judge in his hands, but it's Olazera with the first. Penny following up as Molesy digs the grave of Patty. The fellow countryman falling. And Kiko with little left to do against his former side. He's going to have to walk away from this. Head bowed low as Penny nails the final shot. 4 for Apex.
You can hear the energy in the roster as well.
चैट को क्या हो गया? ये इतने सारे पिकाचूस कहाँ से आ गया? हाँ? इतने सारे पिकाचूस कहाँ से आ गए भाई? ये कौन सा रेड है बे? ओए
This side of the stage with an Apex jersey on. Liquid have their support and the Apex fans need to create that environment for themselves in the server.
अचानक से 3-4 लोग ने सेम चीज खेलने
Penny
लगा.
wins it again on rails right now. Huge double up against this half investment.
Oh, Pokeball वालों. कौन है तुम्हारा ऐश केचप?
Space. It's their choosing where they want to go.
I agree, right? They do have time and space, Apex, to go and do what they want, but that time and space will allow the rifles on the floor to get picked up, like Nats has just done through mid. Now, Team Liquid, they're starting to lean heavier towards the A side, and I'm wondering, is it going to be, hey guys, let's try and keep the rifles, or do they actually attempt a 3 versus 5? There is Cypher utility on the site.
Yeah, and Nats has now just got the notification that it is the B site hit from Apex again. They've been moving steady through this left-hand side so far. Liquid made the gamble.
लेकिन तुम्हारा कौन है? ऐश केचप कौन है?
We have our site breached on A. We have half a chance to fight them with the guns. But because they've chosen the opposite side of the map, it is going to be the save call with Patty sent to half.
अरे एक दूसरे को भरना बंद करो भाई. क्या मैच चल रहा है इधर? क्या हो रहा है? किसका वॉच पार्टी है? जरा देखो ना भाई. भरे जा रहे हो. इधर से रेड आया, उधर से आया.
It's also Penny leading the way with opening picks yet again, because another thing that I noticed about him from that speech,
Apex जीत रहा है इधर, पता नहीं कैसे.
From Nats, that
ये देखो.
being such a quick fix, a stand-in for Toronto, the main point being made to his duelist at the time was, look Penny, just keep doing your thing, play it loose,
बीजे में नहीं है, वरने डेली होता है. डेली होता है, डेली ऐड करते लोग.
He's being fixed into a much more
इतना काम धंधे वो लोग नया आईडी
pre-existing
बना के
system, I
आने का तो फिर.
suppose. Like they've had time to actually work him into the side, whereas it had only been a week, if not a few days, when he arrived on the scene in Toronto. But it feels like we're kind of seeing them take it a step back here, and now Penny's actually being let off the lead to sort of play how he wants, especially with how he was taking those mid-duels.
But we're back to another important round, and in terms of discrepancies in the buys, we're looking at 3 light shields for Team Liquid here.
XP बढ़ सकता है free में.
Going to be nowhere near it.
Membership में ज़्यादा मिलता है यार.
Electric at the moment, 10-3. And if you look towards
I will give hate now, you embarrassing.
They are going to lean Apex more heavily towards the A main, where we haven't really seen them start just yet.
Patty can immediately collate some information. 3 players hit by the 0 point. Apex still looking fairly direct. The dash has been denied, no tailwind. Taken offline, big kill from Patty. Still has the null command up, of course, as well. And that just becomes even more potent.
break पे हो अभी.
With the numbers, if they want to posture for a retake. But looking at the positioning of Nats on backside B in the boathouse, you're playing to defend and flood.
Nats कितने चल रहा है देख.
Nats is
चल भी रहा है और कूद भी रहा है.
देख. Camo's coming over to try and help him. If there is going to be a hit, but at the same time, there's a drone moving through.
भाई लोग का attack अच्छा है लेकिन.
Pressure on other parts of the map.
Liquid haven't really buckled.
हाँ, Apex का attack अच्छा है. ये round भी जीत गए Apex.
They know that the setup should be good for it. TP finally taken by Batu. He's in the backlights now.
Yeah, and Nats is under pressure. You can see the panic as he tries to get into the cages, playing through lane, but nobody else is here. Batu finally cleared by Nats. Nats cleared himself, but look at Kiko.
Nats पे कूद के चले गए.
Still denying Apex.
उसने
And,
किसी और
well,
को मार
this is
दिया.
a late play to get back towards A.
And I tell you what, I think they've gotten away with it. There's just about enough time to sneak their way through tree and plant the spike at the base of generator.
And look at the part.
Sova ko de, Sova ko de, Sova ko de, Sova ko de na.
Still got paranoia, still got a trap, and still got a cam.
But you have to again be thinking about Patty's null command. That can be the ever equalizing factor here. It's a retake in from short. You've got Kiko starting to gut out mid. Mulsi needs this dart timing.
I mean, for Team Liquid, trying to get a clearer idea
सारा angles
of the
खाली करके,
picture,
shot खाली
just
करके
moving
retake
into
कर रहे
this
हैं.
retake, and they are taking their time, waiting for utility to come online, and Apex just managing to sneak a couple in before the null command.
यही मैं बोल रहा था, null command का कुछ
It's
जरूरत
all
नहीं
coming
था.
down to gunfights for Apex. Trex up high, his packing's perfect, and Team Liquid's retake is as well, as they'll immediately bounce back and make it 2 between the teams.
Yeah, I was a bit interested to see the timing on the dart there from Mulsi. That was the one piece of utility that missed. There was a good timing on the paranoia.
I started playing this game recently. Which agent or beginner race?
So it couldn't be broken, but
Best
the retake from Liquid
आज
was
मैं उड़ा दे
excellent.
उसकी
Both
तो.
of the initiators jumping up on the boxes on
वो ये
site.
क्या मस्त मारा ना?
Smoke dropped in from Kiko to give maximum coverage.
क्या retake था बे?
Well, we're back to another rifle versus rifle round. Liquid managing to somewhat settle the economy on their team by keeping 3 alive.
And the rounds that
भाई
Apex
रेगा
have
के
found so
साथ
far
खेलो.
is that streak of 5. So now
आपकी
met
और
with
रेगा भाई की
resistance.
जोड़ी ओपी है.
Are they able to give an immediate reply? Camo
मेरा
right
जोड़ी
in the
किसी
middle
और
of
के
things.
साथ है भाई.
GT
डांडिया नहीं
pairs
खेलना
active,
मेरे को रेगा भाई के
flashes
साथ.
available, but a drone into counter.
Yeah, you know Camel was immediately calling for something
यार,
to help
1.5
out, but
साल
Apex
तक blind है
went out in
Camo.
the duels, and Camel with no way out, no dash, no possibility. I mean, has to try and shift walk his way out, and that's a dangerous game. Looks like it's going to be successful though.
भाई लोग का अटैक अच्छा है
Supportive
भाई.
utility from
लोग
Penny
का
is
अटैक
great. The
अच्छा है
smoke
भाई.
to just perhaps
मजाक
sell.
से हटकर.
Player crossing towards short. That's what Liquid
ये
think
लोग
might
5-3
be
है और ये
happening
लोग
right now.
दो वो रिटेक वाला हारे.
And that's where Apex was.
Yeah, the
तो अगर
Apex players look like
टेक्निकली
they're
अगर
gonna
तुम
go
लोग
deep
देखा
in,
जाओगे
but they are regrouping
तो पहला
to
राउंड भी ये लोग का था.
4 strong,
That's
and
2
it's
more
the
rounds.
correct read yet
और
again.
वो 3v3 भी ये लोग जीत
really
इस्लाम
good.
का
And
8-0 भाई.
He's going to have to hold this
भाई
by
अच्छी खेल
himself.
रही है Apex.
No way out, stuck behind generator, and well, did have 2 traps. That's gone now. The
गलत साइड
captain's
पे जा रहे हैं.
contact.
गलत साइड पे जा रहे हैं. गलत
Finally,
साइड
the
पे जा
call
रहे
will
हैं.
be made for players
गलत
to
साइड
start
पे जा
to
रहे
make their way over.
गलत साइड पे जा
That's
रहे हैं.
still not found.
नाट
Apex
बोलते.
walking out slowly, hiding their position and playing it perfect. The spike can go down.
ऐसे होना
that's
चाहिए.
Apex,
हाँ,
two
नियल भाई को
players.
हराया था ना.
How many times historically have
I
we
see on
called
that.
Apex a mini fanatic? These late executions
Yeah.
on Ascent are looking
So
really
Meji,
nice.
thank you for the
And
40.
for Liquid, it's got to be frustrating. You could see the ideas in trying to set up the mid-duel. We've
Thank
seen
you
a
for
few
the
teams
Zinks.
before
Love you,
try and
chat.
go for
I
that
got your
collapse
back.
from both short and arch, but there wasn't really a second layer. It kind of fell flat.
I think as well, like to bring it back to like
Hashtag के
historic
साथ बदला
Apex,
ले रहे हैं
right, what
अपन.
we know they were good for, like way back in the day when me and you first got to see their journey
मासूम
start.
फैम का दिल
was
दुखाया.
that It was your
शर्म
essence,
करो
it was your
मासूम फैम
fundamental
बुलाते हो.
heavy
सारे
dance.
मासूम फैम
It's
ले
nice to see that kind of
मैं बात क्यों नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ आज?
They're playing the way that they're default.
सारे मासूम फैम वाले यहाँ पे मेंबर्स हैं.
I think that's the best way to describe them right now.
मेंटोस का है क्या मैं
Big
ऐसी
talking
जीप लप
point for
लपाई
the
हो रही है.
promoted sides in the last 24 hours. The experience gap between some of the younger
आह
players
वैलो होगा आह
and
वैलो
the
नहीं होएगा.
VCT level. Although
Ah,
I don't
Watchparty
think
होएगा.
that's entirely fair when you
कल
have
वैलो हो
veterans
सकता है.
like
Yeah.
Avova and Mulsi on either side of the coin in terms of their own individual performance.
मत
But
कलाला मैं क्या क्या.
you need to be able to
Which
close
team you are
out.
supporting?
That's going to be on the back of their minds after the KC game. It's
इसको
another
सपोर्ट करके
rifle
उसको
round.
हारेगा. मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा
With
कौन से टीम को
huge
सपोर्ट करूंगा.
permutations. Liquid still
लेकिन आज तो
not
एक
have too
टीम तो
much
हारने
money
वाली
beneath
है.
them.
आज तेरा
They
भाई
need to
मैटर
group up.
अपने
This is
हाथ
the
में
full
लिया है.
box.
Betrix का पोजी देखो, Betrix का पोजी देखो.
Apex just being direct, straight onto the side. Nats has well and truly adjusted for what was happening before in terms of the over and straight onto site. Still a duel to be happening in mid as well between Olizera and Camel, but it's a stall out at the minute. Apex still trying to slow roll their way onto site, and it's not worked out for them at all. Team Liquid looking to deal with the newest promoted side in VCT. Olizera left it.
वहाँ पे फेक टिपी मार के घुस जाते हैं लोग.
I don't think there's a lot of chance here.
I don't think Apex were gonna get away
Once
with
by
the quick
KG
pop after the amount of rounds.
कम हो
where
गया
they
Ascent
have
पे. Why
created
not
pressure
Vice?
here and
Vice से you cannot
feigned
have
it a
two
little bit,
infos.
rotated off.
And
So
KJ
Liquid starts
इसलिए
strong
नहीं उठाते
side.
क्योंकि the setup
Olizera
is
gets
usually
one
the
on the
same.
way out, but that's all. Gap
और A पे
closed down
setup
for
कर रहे
two, and like
turret
I
का
said,
जगह भी
you
एक
just gotta
रहता
have that
है. B पे
anti-rush
setup कर रहे
set
turret का
up.
जगह भी एक या
Nats
दो ही
with
रहता है.
traps, really, really good, and he's like the most difficult player to
तो
dig out
Cypher
of the
इसमें अच्छा है
opponent,
कि
obviously.
And I think the
10
biggest
type
thing
का
about
setup
Nats
लगा
for
सकते
me
हैं
is
and
not
Cam
only
is
how
also
good he is
extra
at
info.
rifle, how good his setups are, but it's how good he is at adjusting round to round and realising where the problems are. I mean, this guy has been around
You see how
for
easy
the,
it is? Keep playing like this.
for the longest time.
Easy है Liquid के लिए. Easy है. ये round देखना क्या खेलता है Liquid. 100% मिस कौन किया?
Hunter's Fury.
Ellen bhai, thank you
upgrade
for that.
bets
This was
in
a very
this one.
jungle ray.
Another default round. They go back to what was working. It's mid and a fake TP for Batu.
हाँ, Watchparty के बाद थोड़ा
Again, the Cypher setup has changed.
वाले
Deep trap market
हो
just
सकता है.
past pizza. Same cam which was being used
यार मैं
before.
तुम्हारे
The
जैसे
one way
क्यों
it
पढ़ रहा
spots
हूँ
the
यार?
legs of the attackers
हो
as they
सकता है
move
अगर दोनों
into
मैच
B main.
2-0 हो गया तो अपन खेल सकते हैं वाले.
But Apex have a lot of ground to just free roam, and I think this suits
Any
their
other
slow
reason
play
was
style
better
quite
today? आज से
nicely.
भी Emea.
100% agree. I mean, not a lot of teams have been allowing them this space. They've been trying to challenge. You think of how KC
हाँ,
played
डेटा हो
last
सकता है.
week.
वो रात को members only.
It feels as if Liquid, maybe their game plan
कुछ
is
टाइम
to
बाद members
allow
भी गाली
Apex
देंगे
to make
कि
the
गेम
mistakes,
के
but
अंदर सिर्फ
with
chance
Apex
तक
being
भाई
allowed
उसके
time
बाद
to
variety
think,
दिखने मिलेगा
they're
तुमको
making the
members
right
only.
choices.
तब तक गाली बचा करो.
Picking out the trap as well there. Maybe some mental warfare. Paranoia into short.
Bro,
Brilliant
bro,
setup for
free
Penny.
kill.
Can he claim the kill? Patty finds it on the fadeaway. And now at the 40-second mark, Apex start to shift their focus back to B.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure towards A now.
Kano bhai,
because
thank you
Steve
for
Bauer
the
gets so
membership,
deep
मेरे जान के
space.
रोटे.
It's up to Trix to hold on towards B with Nats back
Big fan.
side.
Finds Batu jumping the gun ahead of the curve, and the recon is still there to fall back on. Malzi's gotten past it, but Avoma certainly hasn't. That's removed from the site though, and that brings them to
Crucial
post.
kill.
Hunter's Fury still available, immediately used.
Trex is within range, but Malzi needs to hit that shot if Olizera can't do it for him.
3 badam 3.
Cuts in the queue with the site fortified.
Wow.
He's not going
Do
to
badam
settle
do.
unless he has 3 kills.
कमों का round है.
Still might not be enough. 2 on 2, and that's where they fall. With over in a clutch. A story as old as time itself.
बोला ना
And
अब
the
वो
day
का round है.
has
बोला था कि
started.
नहीं?
Advantage secured.
हाँ, बोला था कि
Apex
नहीं?
up to 7.
The players look as if they're rolling back the years. Avova with a prime time clutch, and honestly, how they've moved.
G का मैच कब है? इसके बाद कोई का मैच है, उसके बाद G का मैच है.
Are looking really good, and I really like that.
Emea
that
चल
shot
रही है,
straight
Emea.
out towards the B pivot because of the space that Batu had got.
Feel good for a
Tinta
as well,
request.
the player who clutched it out on the exact same site to push them over the threshold against Pacific.
भाई ट्रक्स के पास अल्टी है भाई.
Final round of the
इधर
half,
भी
and
रीटेक खेलने के
Liquid
लिए
with
ट्रक्स
another
मिड में
mixed
खेल रहा है.
investment.
A आएगा A पेल्ट, B जाएगा
But
B
I come
पेल्ट.
back to what we were saying before. This is not a guarantee. They didn't deal with Camo when he had that deep lying
Simmer मैंने
bucket
क्या
in
किया?
B main before. This time it's the same close corner. Nats was playing Patty on short.
Short repeat.
Penny's won it out. To the Apex, I think, are ready to just go to
भाई उसका पोजी देखो, बेकीको का पोजी देखो.
Euroclone instead.
Good
And
for
there's
one
plenty
पोजी
of
बोलते हैं
utility
इसे.
being expended from both sides. Finally, we're going to see that hit come through.
पोजी चेंज किया, 2 मार सकता है.
Pico, the one to stop them. A long-time servant of the side. And it's very nearly gifted one back to Apex there. The TP just on the corner, but it will go to
Bro,
post 5v5.
भाई दोनों ने बाप खेला.
Patty's dead
Yeah.
with his.
He is. Although the
Penny
Hunter's
bye.
Fury hasn't found what Team Liquid were looking for. And well, Kiko, actually with a spam finding
Spam
Batu.
fill this.
will be excellent, and also a
आवाज आ गया? ट्रिप का आवाज आया?
It interrupted that plant as well though, so Liquid are here and ready to fight. Lots of damage on the spam. Ollie's got it.
Yeah, he's perfect. And there's more coming through.
He's chewing through them.
Liquid, yeah, I'm just taking so much damage trying to just get back into sight. And that's just on 15 HP. Team Liquid have not really got a one-on-one engagement there.
Olizera can see through walls, it feels, and he'll put Apex up onto A. A turn
और
of
से तुम
four
बोलते
from the transfer
मत
targets.
करो TRX का बात कर रहा था मैं
Give them a little bit of propulsion here. Liquid, lots of work to do to turn this one on its head, but it isn't out of their court
TRX का
just
बात
yet.
कर रहा था
We'll see if they can after this.
Excuse me? अरे TRX वाले भी ऐसे मारते हैं ना यार क्या 8-4 हारना चाहिए यार अपने को हरा है ना हारना चाहिए ऐसा स्पैम कोई मुंबई सर्वर में कर दे तो ऐसा स्पैम नहीं सोचो इमेजिन करो सेम जगह लेकिन ओडिन सेम जगह प्लस ओडिन प्लस मुंबई सर्वर इज इक्वल टू एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा ओहो हो उसके बाद मेरे को सिर्फ पॉपकॉर्न चाहिए और ऑल चैट ऑन सिंपल अरे ये पूछ रहा हूँ नेक्स्ट कौन सी डेट को चुरमुरे रे हाँ 4 दिन तक गाली पड़ेगी रेखा भाई ये क्या नोटिफिकेशन आ रहा है डेट 13 ऑफ रैंक पुश टू कॉन्करर 2 दिन में किया था मैंने 2 दिन में If you need any help from the greatest IGL of backseating of all time, please. Na time. 13 दिन.
Everybody getting to chime in. Danny being the head for Apex was interestingly enough. It's
next match casual है Valo के लो. ये match casual है भाई. Next match easy है. ये match 2-0 वो है Liquid.
Spoke a lot of his fade in the previous weeks.
Next
and
match
how much
अच्छा है
we want to
उल्टा.
see him on scan. But with this being his second most played agent behind Raze of all things, it's looking good so far. His drone checks Batu, and Liquid very quickly look to increase the speed of this speed push.
Don't they do?
Oi!
The entries looking great. Any at least
ये क्या entry था?
Equalizer, but it's not completely equal as Liquid are one player to the good, and Apex taking their time to come back in.
See from CT breaks the trap, but the position of Nats here is huge in main. If they fail to clear him, it's a huge contact point.
100%, and I mean the delay from Liquid again. We speak of utility and how good it's been. Managing to get out a little gap.
Hey, Valorant is a nice game, huh?
The guns, the concentration, and well, Team Liquid are dismantling Apex now.
Comeback मार लिया बे
A 1 versus 2. It's over. Thrive
8-6.
But won't this time. It is another pistol round to Team Liquid.
अगर ऐसा एंट्री मारेगा कमो मैं तो लग गए
Stat coming into the round as well about both Camo and Olizera on GTZ. Fuck yeah. You've got to of course remember the coaching staff that's come from there as well on Liquid's side. So there is plenty of history between both of these teams.
और मैं कभी बीजेएमआई के लॉन्च में मजा आएगा
खेलूंगा. Straightforward from Liquid. They're gonna have to be searching out Batu's position a lot of the time.
अभी next month देखो तुम लोगों को क्या मजा आएगा.
And give info to Apex.
Very
so
excited.
afford heavier rotations.
I remember last time when the Antico came through when Apex were on the attack, there was only what 2 picks found realistically. I mean, there's only one.
मैं bronze 2 में हूँ. Push करवा दो थोड़ा. ऐसा खेलो एकदम मस्त.
Apex are trying to find him, identifying this is a potential pickup, and it has been caught.
Uh-oh.
Camel will find the lone A site anchor as they're trying to get the spike. Team Liquid onto site to get that planted.
इधर बैठा है देख
Very
बिकी को वीसीटी खेल रहा
nasty
है
position to try and root out here. Finds yet another kill. Just adding to his KD. Whilst he's trying to chip one away, Nico having the best KD differential, a 1.75 coming into this week in Emea, and that's a 23%
1.75
increase
KD?
on second, which is
सिर्फ
Durkin.
2
So
KD कम है उससे मेरे से
just so rigid.
not bad
The stalwart at times, and here it's a very simple pickup for Liquid.
वेलो मोबाइल नेक्स्ट मंथ तुम लोग अभी देख सकते हो
The
वेलो
last
मोबाइल
remaining players of Apex want to deny
देखो
ultimate
मेरा
odds. I mean,
मोबाइल
you
पे
think to how many times we saw Trex actually able to get the Hunter's Fury up in that last half. I think it was about 3, considering how many ultimate orbs it is. That's impressive.
Every
आज
single
मेंबर्स
one of
ओनली
them
वैलो
seem to
रैंक
find
पुश हो जाता
value
तो
as
अरे
well.
इतना रात को वैलो रैंक पुश मत बोलो बे आंखें धुंधली हो जाती है
We
कहाँ
are
से वैलो रैंक
done
पुश
with
करूं
formalities as we can go back to
इसके
a
बाद
full
नॉर्मल
5
स्ट्रीम
versus
पे अपन
full
वैलो
5.
खेलेंगे एक दो गेम
Actually, we're
उसके
going to
बाद रात
see
को
Nats
झेल्टा
picking for Sheriff instead.
Just
मत कर लाला
flicking through the captains and the coaches there, I was wondering if there's anything to pick up on. You can
क्या
never be
किया?
too sure after seeing that spider land on Rians the other week. I'm constantly preparing myself for something to come
उम्र हो
up
गई है फिर भी इमोटू
here for
ए तेरी
Apex.
सस्ती
They
यूपीआई
made
एक बार तेरा रैंक बता बे
Nico,
Huh?
but Batu seemed to have caught it. No,
ओए मासूम फैम
trading out in
तेरा
effect
रैंक बता
and getting away with his
ओ
life.
लाल यूपीआई
Well, it will be 4-4. That rifle one to be back in the hands of Nats, but looks like Liquid are playing with the idea of just hitting straight into this. Penny though will just be allowed to
लाला
escape
तेरी
out the
फील्डिंग
corner.
सेट हो गई है
Look at Nats' position.
क्या बात कर रहे
Solo
हो
player
कैच
shot though, and
पकड़ने
with
का
only
मेरा
a pistol, it's so much control
लव यू
removed
यार
from the Liquid hands with Avova finding that one.
दोनों हाथ से
The
पकड़ना ठीक है
remaining 3 sat behind the smoke, but that's where Kiko looks to make the difference.
दो बादाम
Flashed
दो
onto
हो
the angle
सकते
by Patty. Olizera playing anti, quick trade out of the numbers.
69
Trent
shout out बोलते हैं
His clutches on Ascent have been famed before, but not this time.
Listen, that was Team Liquid's bonus round. That's the one thing, not to get too excited for Apex just yet. But they are knocking on the door of double digits.
And a point that I want to hit here is that we have to see Batu get a little bit
गेमिंग
more
चेयर
value
पे
from
नहीं
his
खेल
progression.
रहे
I
वो
think
लोग
The trades have been decent
कौन
as
से
long
चेयर
as
पे
there's
खेल
a
रहे
player
थे
with him. And as long as he can keep the vibes up, something else which was required of him, then it's going to be huge for their chances. 3 rounds to
Technically,
gap,
Liquid
first
जीत तो
rifle between
सकता
the
है
2 teams, and Liquid looking for another A pop.
Well, nothing in terms of picks straight away. Nothing in terms of engagements. Look at how Penny is thinking about looking to hold on through short. Remember, Nats last time played through this position. This is just a little bit of information
Fight
extra
drop का
that
आवाज
Apex are
दिया
looking
है
to deal with. And the difference in this round compared to last is the fact that Nats has support through Trex.
Yeah, he was solo at the start of the round, but Trex has now arrived. And between the two of them should be the drone investment for B main, and that's what we're going to get.
लेकिन वो लोग रोटेट नहीं करेंगे
Outlaw in his hands.
I wonder if Team Liquid
वो लोग
have
rotate
posted
नहीं
3
करेंगे
players up in main, just aiming to be specific, just in case there's going to be a re-clear, but instead Apex re-clear through mid. And this is where the Outlaw is, and it's going to get the first pick once again.
वो लोग को पता है ये हो रहा है
But very quickly, Penny refilling that space back towards mid, trying to fight Nats Khan onto the site. Camo taking
यार
down the
मारना था
boat with the
ओमेन को
soul site anchor, the rest playing off. And without the mid control, this is hugely problematic. Olizera even
यार
jumping
ओमेन को
the
एक
gun
मारना था
and losing his life.
2 versus 5.
रीड अच्छा था रे एपेक्स
Have
का
a little bit of cash,
कट
but,
हो मिड फाइट हो गया
actually catching Olizera and Avova. This will be a complete save, but Nats will be
Are you
hitting
playing
these
today after,
footsteps and looking to
visiting?
call for a hunt.
He will be hunting through spawn very quickly, and it's actually Market where he goes instead with the Outlaw. Trying to remove these last few weapons as Apex will be on an eco in the next.
गाइस मेरा मेंबरशिप 3
Good as
साल
Penny's
का
been,
नहीं
Camo
दिख रहा
has
है
him beat. It's an in-zone flawless, the first that we've seen on the
अगर
opening
टीम
map, and Liquid the
अगर
ones to
टीएस
pick it up.
जीती तो तेरे
Yeah, I mean,
गिरबान में
Nats
जागूगा
really well
मैं
in terms of like keeping those players in A main.
पाफा को बोलूं मैं मासूम फैम का एक बंदा यहाँ पे खो गया है करके टीएल का मैच चल रहा है अगर टीएस जीती तो हाँ ओए अंशुल तेरे भाई को लेके जा यहाँ से
It's going to get worrying, but this is what Apex do when they start to go on the lesser buys. Be aggressive, and they're pushing the extremities right now, giving up towards mid. The engagement's taken, and well,
how to apply for job in Ascent, bro?
Well, Camo, Lotax, Batu once again an entry pick. It's not looking great for him.
I think 2 crore देगा मेरे को.
It's not going to look great either.
तो मैं वो कर सकता हूँ. Vouch.
It's brilliant entry work from Camo.
Simple है मेरे को 2 crore दे.
Dash across
उसके बाद ट्वीट कर looking for job at Ascent. तो मैं ट्विटर पर रिप्लाई करूँगा. Vouch +1.
For those who don't know, you can just use it to collect information as you're flying across the screen. He has the safety of the smoke, and then they can just double swing it together, and it's really, really effective.
Referral code दूंगा मैं. Referral code.
Play
fake trigger. God game है. कद्दू का valorant best game है भाई. कद्दू का. Love you Binks. रुक जा देखने दो.
The economy obviously helping Liquid here.
मैं मेरे scientific reasons के लिए search कर रहा हूँ.
For the first time, we are going to get Apex timing out after that Liquid back-to-back flawless runs.
Like I said, look, for all the Jets in my rank games, that's how you enter the site, okay? Make sure there isn't a cypher.
तू चाहता है कि मैं stream पे करूँ?
Apex timeout, which we're going to get here. They've got a couple of ults, but nothing that you can really build around. I think one thing with
तू चाहता है मैं करूँ?
and knowing that Batu will also have his TP, maybe there is a possibility to start a little bit stronger on one side of the map. Probably A, if we're being realistic right now, because that's where the hits are coming in, but with an IGL as good as Nats on the other side, an IGL who also has only just picked up the mantle this year. You look on the flip side, Mulsi only just became
अगर Radiant है, Ascent में एंट्री मिलेगा. हर तू Radiant हर सीजन है और तो सिंगापुर खेल रहा है, तो Ascent वाले जरूर तेरे पे नजर रखेंगे.
Yeah, and I think the step up into VCT has obviously been the real test of Metal. Looked great last year, being able to go up against what is a lot of people making their debut in IGL. This year, you're going up against the true tried and tested.
Chat एक सेकंड है. बंदे ने बड़ी स्मार्ट चीज कही है. भाई मैं देता हूँ 2 करोड़. मेरे साथ वैल्यू क्यों करो. Ascent 3 में 6-7 मैच खेलते, उसमें 2 करोड़ तो आ ही जाएगा.
In a lot of important stat lines themselves,
कभी-कभी लगता है मेरे ही चैट है
which we can get to in due course, but right now it's Penny's op timing, which just doesn't land.
This is the first off in this entire map so far, which is most interesting. And that is just going to be a pace change from Liquid and ultimates invested from them. That's 2 from both initiators. And in terms of value, it's not really got a lot because all these errors kept in spawn and all those traps are still online.
Overplaying around the smoke to set up. No one's looking. He should have had 2. But it's Batu that will find it instead.
रुका के रखा. भाई वो smoke बाप था. Smoke बाप था.
Apex so quick to respond to that A pressure.
Main problem हो गया कि जो space वाला dash था ना, वो trip के वजह से zupak करके झूल के return गया वो बेचारा.
Penny on the line. That's walking into trouble. Moment of time.
मैंने एक चीज notice की है. तेरे अंदर के तू बहुत बढ़िया कोच है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है तो एफोर्डेबल नहीं है यार. सच में वरना 10-15 चैंपियनशिप ट्रॉफी आ जाती इंटरनेशनल और के पास. लव यू यार जनेजा प्लीज. लव यू यार.
Thinking about how they wanted to set up the round, the fact that all these errors stayed so far away to keep the cypher traps on
कोई देने को रेडी नहीं है. अगर कोई मेरे को every month
how far back they were.
एक 5 BHK अंटिल आके बाजू में कोई देगा.
They need to find a way to create consistent success to move the needle. It's an attack side op from Camo. A big exchange about to go down.
अरे ओए
does not punish.
ऐसे
First shot accuracy right now is betraying him.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be counting his lucky chickens here. And he doesn't even realize the danger he could potentially be in as a pack of Team Liquid players are moving through B.
मारा बे योरू ने. पेट चैट करना बंक्स करो बंक्स भाई.
Ready to receive Liquid. An interesting one against his former team. Liquid lost against Kamik earlier in the year, of course, and in 2025 they're currently 4-2 against their former players. 2 of those against
सफाई के लिए मिल जाएगा
Solstice
अंटिला
Mkoi.
में the language.
Hoping that it's not going to be another one here. As Penny's moved even closer towards B main now. And he is the
इतना
player
उसका
of
क्या करूं
highlight in
फिर
this
एक
round.
गिवअवे भी करूंगा
Because
भाई
you look on the Liquid side, I mean, Trex is elsewhere, that's the dart. How are you
एक
going to
giveaway
clear him?
करूंगा.
It's the market pressure.
Yeah, well, Camo
giving away 5
was
BHK
going to go
house
for the nice, but instead it looked to go for an off
और पूरा
instead.
सिटी में
Still
एक
making
वो
up their mind here, but Liquid finally
पहला
commit
stage
all
एक
the
marathon
utility.
run.
Penny still not cleared, but the
दूसरा
ult's
stage
not
मेरे
hit.
सामने
And
एक
it's most
Tumbles
important, the flashes. Oh,
सब
looked
करके.
as if it was going to set up Penny for perfection,
तो
but
अगर
he's
हम-
only able to get one.
भाई free fire मारा
Going
उसने,
on
hello.
for Team Liquid. Abova a bit too aggressive with his TP. And will leave all his hair in a 1 versus 3 to
भाई
come
मार लिया
back
भाई कमबैक
into.
सेव ही करना पड़ेगा इसको.
It doesn't seem to think it feasible for all of the times he
ये तो
pulled it off
comeback
for
है.
Koi Phoenix.
नेक्स्ट राउंड
Just a
at
very
least ये लोग
quick
retake के लिए क्योंकि ये लोग
realization,
पास
and
यूरो
Apex
अल्ट
are
है.
grounded here by Liquid in the next. Such a diligent clear from
भाई
Camo.
तो
I'm
चले
not
जाना
sure if he
Esports
had
उधर
the
बक्सरी
info
देखने का
from
मजा ही अलग
Trex
है.
there
वो तो मैं ऐसे कर रहा
whatsoever.
हूँ.
But the site set up from
क्या आप
Apex
देखोगे
forwards.
एक चीज chat I noticed I want to share about the videos you
If you
post.
look at it, it's just
अगर आप
on
ये
the
वाला
right side of the
changes
door.
लेके आओ तो you might get
But
more
with that
viewership
being said,
on your
yeah, Ollie
videos.
Zed is such an
email में
interesting
भेज
player for
सकता
me.
हूँ.
Like in terms of
वास्तविक भाई आपके पास इतना आइडिया है, समझ रहे हो ना कि व्यूअरशिप इंक्रीज कैसे किया जाता है, और आपने कोड को क्रैक कर दिया है. समझ रहे हो ना मैं आगे क्या बोलने वाला हूँ. लाइक आई डोंट वांट टू बी लाइक अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ लाइक एम्बरेसिंग यू, बट अगर आपको पता है कि कैसे आइडिया से व्यूअरशिप इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं, तो समझ रहे हो ना मैं आगे क्या बोलना चाहता हूँ.
Player, as he was called by his former teammates, has what it takes to step up to the plate and hit Liquid for 6.
Dude,
As
Simmer,
4
मैं
of those
बोला ही नहीं
players are
कुछ.
grouped up and ready to go.
I mean, the one
आइडिया
thing
नहीं
that's
है,
worrying here is
एनालिसिस
if we
है.
see
Since I'm not a
KO9
YouTuber.
hit all his
Free है
errors,
YouTube
it's is
खोलना.
all going to go down.
फ्री है.
You ever seen a player pull out their phone in the middle of a
और
match
एक और
before?
चीज पता है क्या फ्री
Playing
है?
games on your phone.
किधर गया? बस मत रुक.
Flappy Bird, mate.
ये स्कैन करना एकदम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, और तुम लोग पैसे भी जीत सकते हो अगर तुम्हारा प्रेडिक्शंस राइट है तो.
Through the
समझ
channel.
रहे हो?
It's a short. Trex with the drone. Going through the gears. It's Camo he's trying to
Lala.
set up here. And Avova does not go cleared in the corner, but they have to be aware of this potential.
देखा देखा टांग
Yeah, well,
देखा.
the Cam's just seen the barrel,
Dang
sets
dekha,
up
dang
a
dekha.
over, dips off.
Dang
And
dekha.
the knife hasn't hit, so all of this utility is going to stay up, but they know exactly where the
दिखा नहीं दे रहा
cypher
माँ.
is sitting and should know where the Omen is as well.
And he still has his paranoia to play with and all the Cypher util.
Yeah, and it's looking brilliant so far as Apex still keep themselves an advantage and know where Nats has managed to move to. The flash
भाई,
doesn't hit.
क्या
Nats
खेला
fighting
बे
does.
ऑयल
We're
ज़ीरा
still within
लेकिन.
one between two.
हाँ?
Information gained for the
ये ले.
attack. And well, for
ये
defense
ले.
as well, through the dimensional time, and that's what's getting low.
तीन
Still not
अलग
blocked.
अलग जगह
No,
से
can't
तीन
quite
1v1.
get it. Penny gets the spike on the ground, and the players just need to run for the hills. And Apex will go to 11.
क्या ले भाई, बंग में चढ़ी को लव इनविंसिबल भाई.
Between Avova and Olazera, who Apex were joking is, you know, Avova with glasses and Avova without glasses, holding down the site brilliantly. That's something that I questioned with Avova in previous weeks, as he has had a very difficult season so far this year. Is you know, his
बड़ा है यार,
utility usage
AWC
and timings. A lot
Yeah.
of you know,
Players
rounds
to
against
players
KZ,
depend करते हैं
he was
यार.
getting caught out with a smoke or a
AWC ऐसा चीज
paranoia.
है जो तुम्हारा
Here he has the cam from Olazera
brand
to
value,
set him
तुम्हारा
up,
इज्जत
and it just looked really good.
एकदम ओपी 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 करेगा क्योंकि
Australia, we're
एकदम
gonna
नया
get
नया
Lohan back on
AWC
the
में
mic
डाला है.
for Team Liquid.
समझ रहे हो?
It's always between him and
Camps
Nats
तो अभी
about
चल रहा है
what's
भाई,
going on.
3-4
Nats being
साल
that
से.
leadership, but it's Lohan probably
I think for
speaking
some
about
people
how
it
to
might be
move through the map. 'Cause
Champs,
we've
for
been
some
seeing it a
people
lot.
it's AWC.
Liquid
दोनों
playing with
एकदम
lulls,
topest
that
पे.
silence, violence, silence that you were speaking about.
Like
in,
बहुत सारा
other
criteria रहता है ये
casts as
दोनों
well,
में
and how
वो
they,
करने का, qualify
they
होने का.
go and hit their sights, right?
Yeah, looking like Danny's message is quite clear, one of confidence but composure.
Yeah.
as I'm just sort of making it up as I go along, but you can sort of infer it as much from the body language. And on the other side, Liquid looking a little bit shaken. Ascent as a map is always one which they've been really good on throughout their history. 69% win rate with every version of the team that we've ever seen. It was the double sentinel that looked good. This is the slight change for them.
तुम लोग स्कोर देख के वही सोच रहे जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ.
Problem. In fact, everyone is fragging fairly equally. Huge round coming up, Patu bringing out the op for the first time.
Yeah, it was Penny who was using it last. That knife, it's going to get big information in terms of knowing where the Euro and the Omen are, but they don't know that the Jet is also there.
Patu does have his TP. Oh, he did have his TP for Boathouse. And it's gone. So Apex are going to be careful in how they respond to this B pressure from Liquid, which will be scaling into an execute. And Olazera's sight again.
Yeah, he's trying to take a time, and the cage was good, but walks into Camel's smoke, into his domain, and that's not where you want to go. Is the spamming towards CT.
Once मैं काश दोस्त के लिए पैसे सेव करूँ या
आपको सुपर चैट करूँ. Liquid getting that sight and post plan.
A difficult retake, but you can see Avova starting to make his way through mid. If they can take main control and remove Nats from position, that might just be exactly what they need.
But time starts to become of the essence. The sixth man for Liquid, and that's being in mid.
कभी-कभी लाइफ में टेंशन आता है.
Is Batu going to join up with him, or is he saving the op? What exactly? They're playing for exits. They're playing for exits. Avova sat at the ticket booth. Liquid looking to punch theirs for playoffs and moving to double digits themselves.
लेकिन exit लेना पड़ेगा, exit लेना पड़ेगा.
When you look at what is left in the back pockets of Liquid, this will be good damage, but it's an interesting choice.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be huge too, because it's the contact from that op on Catwalk with the paranoia.
Oh, the op has missed the first one. Avova hasn't missed his first target. It's the Apex tried to do damage, but ends up being a hit and a miss.
दिया damage दिया.
Thanos snapped.
W, man!
Reduced to atoms.
Too busy playing games.
On their phone. But in terms of money, it's all right, because you had those back-to-back forces towards the start of the half. The money hasn't really been an issue for Liquid,
but it could be.
But it could.
जितना भी leaks नहीं चाहिए बोलता Twitter पे सब आ जाता है.
It can indeed. It's the null command that we've got here as well from Patty. So heading into the next gun round, we've seen a bit of a checkerboard
I am a strategist बोल सकते हैं
between the two, as Apex are on 11. Fully bought into this around the weapons that they had. The Cypher setup was A, Olazera's towards B. They get a free pass.
Yeah. Nice
maybe
shots,
not.
though.
Oh, he's still standing.
Yeah, I mean, Nats has been able to bring Patty up.
Oh!
Tricks down instead. Okay, Spike goes down, and Neural Theft invested as well. This is doable for Apex.
Liquid going on the offensive, and Olazera's number is up. Camo flashed in.
क्या blind दिया बे लेकिन.
Penny at the door.
क्या blind दिया बे. उसने dodge किया लेकिन sexy उसका पूरा aim मिल गया बे.
Beneath them, do you save
भाई
again,
ये
or do they
round
really
क्या
want this?
निकाला
Seems
बे.
that they do. They're still playing with the idea as the players try to get in. It's Nats who's next in the kill feed, as well as Kiko, and Avova now needs to throw in the white till, but will he be even allowed the chance as the hunt is on? The players want that last rifle, and they're hot on the heels of Avova.
Avova can't go anywhere he wants with the ult
to just try and save the gun, because there's barely any money for Apex here, and that becomes such an issue now. We didn't address it too heavily. Looks like he's going to get away with it here. But they went all in on Guardians, a Judge.
देखना 3-5 यार.
The thing for me though, it's the call from Liquid. They know that they have the null command. Last time that happened, Olazera set up on A and then play towards B. So like, listen guys, let's just hit B.
Flip it around.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happened.
Stick it in reverse.
Back it up too.
गणेश जिस दिन अपना वैलो का टेक विजिट गया उस दिन तेरी वॉचपार्टी यूट्यूब का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगा. लिख के ले ले मजाक से हट के.
Too much coming into this round. Essentially, Apex have a choice, right? Do we send it in this round and play for the win, or do we wait for the next round and play for OT?
लेकिन मैं सच्ची चाहता हूँ कि ऐसे तो जाए वहाँ पर.
Blades, Hunter's Fury, TP. Liquid on the other side, Camo one off, but feel surplus to requirements. You can even see Nats with the Outlaw. He's getting ready to punish.
देखो बे
from a much more broader perspective, the reason why the Liquid attack side is
लड़का
working
होके लड़का पे
comes back
सिम
to a
करना पड़ रहा है,
conversation
इतना
that
स्मार्ट
Nats was
दिखता है वो
having
बंदा.
on the desk the other day,
Same,
was that
लेकिन
they've
मेरे
got
जितना
so
ही
many
दिखता है
vocal pieces in the mid round.
हाँ?
Sometimes he's micromanaging, sometimes he doesn't need to say a word.
Same नहीं हो
because
क्या यार?
everyone can contribute. And looking here, the win rate, it backs it up. 4v5s, if you can still create plans and find value, it's a very promising one to hold on to.
Defensive
there
map
is
में कैसे
4
आ रहे
players
हैं?
within
Liquid पे.
striking distance of Nats' outlaw, and it will begin through mid for Team Liquid.
APK में अभी
And
changes
Apex
भी
once
हुआ है
again
ना रे
being
team में.
aggressive on an
Liquid तो
extremity
बहुत strong
as they
है.
go right over the top of
As a
Nats' trap and trying to push Liquid into making a decision.
There's no second layer from short, but Liquid don't want to touch that with a 10-foot barge pole because they would then be fighting back in without main.
खींच दे.
They look towards Market. Marcy gets a double
ओए!
tag with the drone.
अरे.
And
अरे.
nearly the second bolt of the Fury as well.
I mean, only one player tagged up and taking real damage there, so should that be kept into the next round? I don't know.
It's also 2 ultimates now on the eco.
मारता तो
Apex
सेक्सी होता
pulling
लेकिन
the plug
I
on
feel
themselves
किसी के साथ फाइट करते
in terms
करते
of what
अल्टी
they are
मारेगा ना
willing to bring
डिफेंस
to
में.
the table against Liquid. Penny has been revealed, but the Bucky hasn't.
थोड़ा
I
मस्त.
mean, they don't know about what weapon he has in hands. He takes his chance, but up close and personal.
बेचारा.
It's almost like watching an arena shooter the way the players
Mammo
are
ko
jumping
dekho.
at one another. Only
What?
several though, making it look back like a tactical one with that sheriff shot, and then Team Liquid making it look like the range after how easy some of these kills have come through. It's a 2 versus 4.
भाई आगे सब.
Batu catches Kiko off guard, and
Oliver,
Oliver
what was
backs
it?
it. He's not been caught, and Batu takes a chance.
Bro,
There's no
bro,
way
bro,
it
bro,
comes down
bro.
like this. No way, Team Liquid get caught off guard by Apex in a round that they should have had no chance in.
वो
And
क्या
Batu
खेला?
from the high heavens has finally reached the heights. The Sheriff is sublime, and with a supportive flash here,
भाई
he doesn't stop until
वो
the
गन
job
लेने
is
भी नहीं
done.
गया क्योंकि वहां से ओपन रहता था करके.
You can see what it means. This isn't a group game. This is everything.
ओ भाई क्या गलत लेवल डिसीजन मेकिंग था उसका.
Missed that one.
हम लोग को दिखा रहा है कि वो फ्री गन था.
Listen,
लेकिन वो गन नहीं उठाया और उसने ब्लाइंड करके टीम के साथ फाइट
It
किया
just
बे.
might be.
yeah. This site as well. There's no utility realistically. It's just 2 players holding it down. Penny and Mosey. Batu getting close. And Team Liquid's just going straight into it.
उसका लिक्विड.
Penny denies though at the first time of asking. Oh, it's plucked out of the sky by Trex.
Guys,
The ult gets so much value, but
कैसे
Mulsi's still here, yet to be rooted.
कैसे
Finally dug up by none other than Kiko. 3 on 3. It's overtime or bust for Liquid on the B site.
And there's absolutely no utility
कैसे मिला रहा
to
है?
keep Apex out,
Retake
but there is
तो अलग से एक
rifles.
भी राउंड
And
नहीं
there's
हुआ है वैसे.
Kiko, once again, looking to rip Apex apart. Avova has all the utils to just bridge that gap
OT?
from the spawn
Retake
side.
action
The
में नहीं हुआ है
Packtex there
लोग
to
से.
greet, and it looks like we might need an extension in
ये
play. Trex ends it.
ओटी बोलते.
All
यार,
24
वादर जेट
rounds
कैसे
of regulation
मारा
needed
यार.
between these two on map number 1. And every time you get a little bit excited about Apex, Team Liquid are right there to pull the players back down to earth. That's why everyone's been saying Team Liquid are champions contenders, never mind just EMEA.
But that also comes through building out their map pool, showing that this
आता रहा है
Ascent
तेरे
can
पे
be
पता
better,
नहीं लेकिन
and
इतने सालों
it
से
will
देख
take
रहा हूँ
time for
जब
them
गेम
to
नहीं खेलता था
get
तभी
it up
देखता
to
था.
scratch the level that they want
अब
it.
इंग्लिश
We
खत्म
spoke a little bit
होने
about the
के
meta.
बाद
We've got Corrode coming
job
up
की
next.
सैलरी से
For
दूंगा.
Apex, they've pushed every series
एकदम
so
अपनी
far
टॉप
to
वाली
3
मेंबरशिप
maps. But
डांस
closing it has
डांस
been a
डांस.
difficulty. They've already lost a couple of maps by a
Let's
margin
go
of 2
Liquid.
rounds.
Hater
But
है
yet
क्या
to
तू?
play an overtime in this
एपिक को सपोर्ट
stage.
करो ना.
They started
अभी
on
तो आ
the
रहा है
attack.
लिक्विड ने हम लोग को यार.
Folks need to remember that it was the attack that was the better of the two sides for both people.
They're looking inclined
ये
towards
fake कैसे
this
होएगा
B
जब
finish after
Cam ही
faking
नहीं
A
तोड़ा?
pressure, and Batu has his entry.
Yeah, Camo trying to be a player on an aggressive line. Remember, there's still two more players. They can try and get the trades, and they go one better. They get the advantage. Trying to pivot through A, make a quick response, but this is Nats' site, and that's not where you want to be going into. His lair, as he spins the webs, spins it in his favour, and brings it back. All his error. 2-on-2. Oh, it's going to be a quick swing out. 1 versus 1 against Batu.
भाई सारे क्लचेस आ रहे हैं लोग सारे.
It felt far too close for the situation. Nats giving us a champagne performance on the Cypher, opening cage after cage. We saw the initial aggression. Malsi, unfortunate not to land any shots there, really. He had to cover Penny's back. Olazera doing great work to keep it close, keep it competitive, but not quite enough right at the death.
And with that, we will head into
Chat, आज
another
shawarma
timeout.
खाने का
This
मूड हो
time
रहा है.
called by Apex.
I feel like, you know, we've gone through all of the timeouts in regulation.
It's been a
They
long
used both,
time.
Apex used
Healthy
both.
kake.
They've got another one in OT here.
Yeah, do you know what it feels like? You know the little meme where it's like the formations moving back and forth. Last week was like the baby version where they're like hitting each other with whatever it was.
Hammers?
Yeah, hammers. And then this week it's like the formations moving, really tactical between the two teams.
Apex
Veg
has
Sharma नहीं
always
मिलता.
been a very fundamental side, 4-4-2 for the football fans. And in terms of how they play, yeah, it does look like the tried and tested. They weren't always ones to innovate with composition. I think Desmo, the current Leviathan head coach, was a key component in helping cook up a lot of how they were playing. So Ito go off as well. So it's pretty much just been Danny. And obviously Odorous there as well, right? Sorry to disrespect him right now. Try and bring something to the table here. Jet Yoru continuing to find success, but maybe not to beat for Apex.
Most interesting is we're getting an attack side Odin. It feels like a long time away that we saw this on the attack side. Especially we know how old Apex used to be, or Ascent used to be, in terms of how paper thin it was.
Oh, still is.
Still not hitting though, and that's the most important part. Apex still stand 3 strong on the site.
Here. They're at a bit of a stalemate as the Cypher setup guards the movement to market. Recon still not scanning camo.
Yeah, this is really big.
He's the only player detached from the rest right now. I mean, Trex is trying to bail him out. Nats has advanced on A, and that's the opening.
Yeah, that's the insert that Team Liquid were looking to use to get onto the A site. The only thing is once again, you look at Apex, they're very quick on the site, and it's Batu up against 2 players. Playing from the lone corner, under Hell. There is a player above him to help out. But realistically, no engagement's coming. Finally it does. Penny's the one that gets the kill, but Batu still not cleared out. But Apex are on their own map pick. Finally, Team Liquid win it out.
Difficulty there for Liquid, made to sweat.
Beef shawarma खा ले. Predator भाई तू टट्टी खा ले टट्टी. हाँ टट्टी खा ले. Beef shawarma खा ले. टट्टी खा ले.
Upcoming to see if they can claim playoffs.
किसी दिन वेज का उस दिन नॉनवेज भूल जाऊंगा. सिर्फ ये महीने के लिए मैं भूल गया. अगला महीना जो मैं खाऊंगा ना.
Kamil, like last time, be mature, take responsibility, and give direction
बीजीएमआई
for
नहीं
the team.
खेलूंगा तो भी मैं चिकन डिनर करूंगा.
Gio, play your feelings.
How did I lose that?
Make it the same for you as Gio. But for now, for start of the game, let's play as a team.
Falafel is kind of veg shawarma हाँ क्या? ऐसे लोग पहले मैचेस कब होंगे? टाइम है तुम लोग भाई. Love you, Binks. Oh! भाई मेरे माइंड में 5-6 ऐसी चीजें चली गई बे. हाँ, मैक एंड चीज, पनीर पास्ता, पनीर बोल रहा हूँ, पेनी पास्ता, बताशी पास्ता, Ah! Huh? Panesh Sharma is very good. Hey, Bangadev!
Gives you wings.
Hey, Bangadev! Hey, LOL blocks! LOL blocks! Hey, LOL blocks! Hey, LOL blocks! Hello, LOL blocks! Oi, LOL blocks! मैं भी गेम के अंदर बिजी हूँ. प्रीमियर सैटरडे को मैकडी का पनीर फ्राई अच्छा है. मैं व्रैप नहीं खाया कभी. मैंने आज तक व्रैप नहीं खाया वहां का. मैंने आज तक टिल डेट नहीं खाया. चिकन क्रिस्पी खाया आज. भाई देखो, जिसको जो खाना है, जिसको जो मनाना है वो मनाओ. लेकिन अगर कोई श्रावण मना रहा है तो बकचोदी नहीं करने का. समझ रहे हो? किसने मना किया है कुछ खाने से? कहो भाई, एक ही जिंदगी है. लेकिन जो मना रहा है ना, उसको डिसरिस्पेक्ट नहीं करने का. सिंपल बात है. सिंपल बात है. जैसे ओनली वेज रहते हैं वैसे ओनली नॉन वेज लोग भी रहते हैं. रहते क्या इससे चैट? ओनली नॉन वेज. It's Anirudh bhai, thank you for the membership. Food vlog, let's go. मैं तो वेज नॉन वेज दोनों. मैं भी नॉन वेज हूँ भाई. मेरे को तो पसंद है. लेकिन जब एक टेक्स्ट आता है ना, हे ये महीना मत खाओ नॉन वेज, तो मैं बोलता हूँ ठीक है, नहीं खाऊंगा. समझ रहे हो? बग्स भाई, आपने अल्बेक कहा है क्या? रियाद में नहीं मिला भाई हम लोग को अल्बेक. अल्बेक मिला ही नहीं हम लोग को. कल के स्ट्रीम से कितने शॉट्स आएंगे? एक्सक्यूज मी. पर रोज रोज नॉनवेज खाएगा, डाइजेशन हो जाएगा. डाइजेशन अच्छी बात है ना. अनम्यूट कर. वाह,
Attack, of course, being able to get back into it. Both teams looking great on their attack, but I think in particular Team Liquid, the way that they were able to pace change constantly, I think it was a little bit overwhelming for Apex in the end.
There was definitely a world where Apex won that, and I definitely think it's important to mention the double duelist as their sort of rifle win rate, you know, it was shown on the screen, was so incredible. So it's such a shame they maybe didn't bring in the double duelist sooner, so they had a bit more experience on it, but yeah.
Yeah, but I was gassing up Tregs, you know, oh my goodness, love that L3. Gassing up Tregs, coming back from 10, it's been a year, an entire year since we saw him on the map, but it's almost like yesterday, you know, he was on Guild, Vitality, Mkoi, doing things like this, and he definitely had a lot of impact with his util, and even in that last round before overtime, Billy watching out too. Yeah, for sure. I think as well, like, you can see the impact that he brings to this team with the experience, like you say, on that Sova, especially on a map like this. The amount of
starts that he was able to get, where he's being able to isolate players as well, where other players on the defense can't even break the dart, for example. So yeah, I think like you can see that coming through from Trex, the experience that he adds to this team.
Yeah, he's so incredibly precise with his utility. It almost feels like nothing ever goes to waste, and he's always finding that value. And the amount of times we mentioned that he was just blindly, like he had his drone or his recon, and he was just blindly darting people because he clearly has the knowledge of where they're going to be and how to use his utility to be effective.
Just up here, right? In there.
All in the noggin.
Yeah, you got to line up. You got a line-up Discord server? I feel like every player has a line-up Discord server.
I've never heard of one.
You don't have one?
I do not.
Oh, do you have one?
I do not.
Really?
No.
It's me. I don't even play the game that much. Yeah, I've got a Viper lineup Discord from over the years.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Trex is just all in his brain, you know.
I don't play an agent enough, like that much, to be like that geeked out over lineups, but obviously Trex is going to be, so.
Definitely. I mean, he's been doing that for so long, but it does feel like, though, the two halves, you know, were kind of, Billy, the battle of certainly one of the duelists, on each side. I know Batu took a while to warm into it, and that Sheriff round was crazy. But the Jet, it felt like we're watching 2021 Valorant with the Jet on Ascent.
Yeah, it felt very explosive from both sides, right? I think that Cairo and Havoc kind of hinted at it in the cast as well. You know, Penny being told to just go and kill people when he was playing for Liquid at Toronto. So really, like, being able to bring that to fruition here on Apex, like they said, now that he's had a bit more time to kind of settle into the team. And we did see that kind of explosivity coming out from him, but it was actually Camo. Again, we highlighted it in the pre-show. He really like shines when he has Patty, when he has Trex alongside him, being able to set him up for these fights. And I think all in all, when it comes to the first kills, first death situation, it was indeed Camo that was finding more of those first engagements and winning them out.
He knows how to take the timing off the utility, doesn't he? And the thing is, it didn't feel like it was constant multi-frags, but with Camo, he was finding that impactful kill, and it was always being traded if he was taken down. So I just think he found so much value on those site executes and getting his team onto those sites.
I mean, it was a masterclass in the end from Team Liquid. Could they do it again? Looking at what's coming up next, you have to say yes.
Yeah.
Right? You're expecting Liquid to win this map.
I think Corrode is definitely going to be difficult for Apex when we think back to when they played it against Navi. Of course, it was a 3-13. It didn't look particularly great for them, which is a little disappointing because we had these kind of thoughts yesterday with the teams that have had longer to prepare, with the new maps coming in. Like, you would expect them to show us something juicy, show us something interesting on Corrode. And I think that that's something that Team Liquid have done time and time again. So for Apex, it's going to be difficult to get back into this one.
I was going to say, do they change something up? And they're like, yeah, we're going to change things up. And you guys asked for double duelists. This is what you wanted.
I don't know if this is where I wanted it, maybe, especially with them starting off on that defensive side, which we know Corrode favors. And a lot of teams have been leaning towards that double initiator. So I do fear they're maybe going to lose out on what may be sort of...
No, I'm okay with this. No? I'm okay with Batu playing Yoru instead of Sova any day of the week. I'm 100% okay with that. Because the Sova on Batu, we've been saying it for a while. It doesn't always look particularly great. And I think that 3K Sheriff round that he got towards the end on Ascent, his confidence is going to be there. He's going to be feeling absolutely fine. It's Nats that I'm looking at. Is he going to lock in the Viper? Is he playing with us?
He's probably buying time to just speech a bit more, you know what I mean? Yeah, because we saw a very, very animated Nats at that halftime, which is pretty normal these days. But I think that's probably one of the reasons they were able to be so explosive instantaneously coming out the gate in the second half, ended up with a win. So if he wants to yap, you know, he can yap away.
Yeah, we know how incredible he is, and he definitely does love a good chat. I think as well, looking back to Ascent, he probably made some of those sort of mid-round calls that completely changed the tide and turned that around for Liquid to bring that back. So I'm excited to see him again on the Viper and see what Liquid do this time, especially on the attack.
And Apex, not particularly the most proactive team on the defense, but locking in this comp, I am expecting them to start pushing down mid a little bit more, use the mobility, use the flexibility they decided here, because if they don't, then I don't know why they chosen this comp and picked defense.
Yeah, it's difficult, and of course this is a map that we've kind of discovered over the more teams that we've seen play it. That fight for mid is crucial. So yeah, I think Penny, Batu, we saw Batu being a kind of human drone for Penny in a couple of those rounds on Ascent. I need him to stop giving away that first pick though, because that's what we saw throughout Ascent. He was constantly the first one to die.
Well, Team Liquid are one map away from playoffs, but more importantly, Cairo, you made someone in the audience laugh earlier. Let's see if you can make it too.
Go on then.
Hey, listen, I'm a funny guy when I want to be.
Yeah? How often is that?
Sir, mushroom kali mirchi tikka kaisa rahega? Mushroom kali mirchi tikka.
Okay, look, we're heading into Corrode, and there's no funny business for this one if you're Apex. Liquid's pick, they were able to overturn the deficit in the starting half on Ascent.
या फिर तंदूरी ब्रोकली, भाई तंदूरी ब्रोकली तो अच्छी होनी चाहिए. हाँ? मशरूम पराठा खा ले. मैच चल रहा है इधर.
The way the season has been going, and it seems as if they're going to be looking to control
भाई ये मैप में
mid here,
डिफॉल्ट है
watching
लेकिन
Liquid
मिड
work
लो.
on the extremities.
डिफेंस में मिड लो.
We're also getting that fan
Big goal for a
service
mid-low.
in some ways. The solution, the double duelist, but Zavova met first, and Penny trying to follow it up
भाई कोई बताएगा
against
ये
his
क्या
former
smoke
in-game
है?
leader. The shots not quite connecting though, and Liquid already out on the A site, no trouble.
भाई क्या मस्त स्मोक किया ना नाट्स ने.
Mosey towards the CT of A. You can see Apex playing with the
Is it
idea of
2-0?
clearing mid. They keep going back and forth, and well, as they move through, it's just Patek lying in way. And well, he'll clean that up.
जीत गया है भाई.
Ollie's error with a 1 versus 5. He's been good for a clutch here and there, but this on a pistol round would be something special. That'll spam on the body, and that's all it'll be.
Technically mushroom
That's all it'll
is
be
a
indeed.
fungi.
And while we're opening up this
non-veg
game with
technically.
Liquid winning the pistol round, we have to start
Technically
talking
लोग
about
egg
their
को
run
भी veg में
towards
गिनते
champs
हैं.
as
तो
well.
तेरा
And how
technicality
Corrode
से ना
factors into it as
U
being
turn
such an
करके
important pressure point.
Yeah.
For all of the teams
एक तो
attending,
options कम है.
if they can make this their home turf after the 13-7 against Na'Vi, which was picked into them last week, it's going to be very effective. We've got a nice Haunt lineup coming in here.
I think this is the one that we saw.
ज़्यादा
The
दिमाग
second
हटाएगा ना मैं
one.
टमाटर धनिया शोरबा मांगने वाला.
Trex. And good info in middle to start.
100%. I think that's the big thing for me as well, is right now Team Liquid and EMEA have solidified themselves as the road team. Obviously we've not seen it from
भाई
Fnatic,
upset कर सकते हैं ये
but
round.
this is nice to continue up that form, continue up that, and they are absolutely
ना
flawless so
APK
far
को
in this round.
Just
upset
running
कर दिया ये
through
लोग ने
Apex as
जीत
if they
के.
weren't there
Now they are very sad.
very soon. They might not be, unfortunately.
तीन बंदे
Something has to
crossfire
change,
पे
and you'll expect that in the next round. But as we do carry on the Liquid conversation, yeah, and it's those teams, you know, the Sentinels of the
भाई
world,
सड़क
the
का
G2s,
मैच
the
कब है?
Gen Gs in Pacific.
ना पता है कि सड़क का मैच
That
घर पे
that
नहीं
you've got to
है.
be thinking about. I'm trying to think of a CN team we've seen
W
that was
jokes. W
exceptional on
jokes.
Corrode so far. I mean, EDG showed a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, but it's what you said, it's that key word, it's like the word of exceptional, right? And
Yeah.
I'm proven to be that
Like,
cut
यार
above.
क्या
Obviously,
tomato
we're still
soup
to
में
see
वो लोग वो
the
देखेंगे?
best of the best go
Bread
against
crumb.
one another. That will be at champs. But again, I want to hold out on best at Corrode and EMEA.
Manchao
Just yet, a
soup.
little asterisk on
ए
it.
चाय के
because
बाद
we've
मंचाओ
yet to
सूप
see
पी सकते हैं क्या?
This isn't happening. This isn't happening. It's like Romeo and Juliet. They'll both go down on the spike. Unfortunately, the
You
love
ordered
story
almost. I'm confused.
ends with a big
Pakko you want manchao soup?
And Liquid just making
Language
things look
Nikhil.
really, really comfortable. Keeping 5 alive as well. Outlaw and Nuts again. And in terms of how they want to play
नहीं ना
this,
नहीं ना.
it's the Viper Wall through mid. Trying to create a lot of that pressure. When we saw Batu playing on the Sova, he was mid-wall pretty much every single round. Apex still sort of a lot heavier towards
Yaar.
B in terms of how they were playing it. A did get left open a lot of times late rounds.
Just to note, maybe one for the second half is that it's been
चार
three
बंदे
pistol
mid
rounds
में
in a
गए
row.
बे,
Team Liquid
Omen
have been
गया.
able to win against Apex.
Oh,
And
नहीं
well,
mid पे
for
fight
here,
करना मतलब
it was
दोष
the
है.
first one on the board in terms of the kills. Team Liquid trying to poke and
Bro
prod
क्या
towards B, but
मार
they've
रहा है
been
बे.
close
भाई
out
आज अच्छा
without
खेल रहा है
any
ऑलिव
react.
जीरा.
Brilliant from Olizera to just profit from his own setup. Camo is still fighting the front line though.
भैया क्या
Point man of the
सेंसी
push,
है?
making a damn good
Exclamation
go.
mark
As
सेंसी
long as Terra
mods.
drops, there seems to be an issue.
Mods इसका क्या सेंसी है?
Just a man down and in a decent position to maybe get the plant in here. Patty doesn't have to
Try
win,
to
and he's
come back.
relying on Camo to keep cutting them loose. And Apex continue to draw blood. They look scared of him here. Nobody wants to face him. When they do, it's finally Penny. The resistance is met with 3 kills and Apex on the board in round 3.
लेकिन मेरा थोड़ा family and friends सर्कल थोड़ा बड़ा है.
Close it out.
इसलिए मेरे से play with
It
नहीं
is an
होता.
expensive round overall as most of the buys have been lost for Apex.
Thank you so much for the gifted membership. You are welcome यार. सिमरन जी, you are absolutely welcome. पैसे इंद्रजीत भाई और देवर्ष भाई ने दिए थे, लेकिन गिफ्ट करने का दिल मेरा था. हाँ, गिफ्ट करने का दिल मेरा था. जस्ट सही. गेम साउंड कम करो. कम क्या बंदी कर दे तो भाई गेम साउंड. हाँ, चैटिंग्स करते भाई.
Expecting to see hit the stage soon.
एक राउंड ये लोग ने मिड ने लिया, ये लोग हार गए. लिख के
Back to
रखो.
the B main aggression we saw from them before. They never really held on to this space previously. It was
हार
just
गए,
a
APK
one
हार
and
गए.
done, and Penny left astute.
Yeah,
एपी का हार गया. उन लोग का रोटेशन देखो, बेस से ऐसा घूम के जाना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि मिड का इन्फो नहीं है.
The TPs from Batu as well, because it was Penny on the Yoru before. Now he's on the Neon. They're going to continue with this partnership, as you can see the A-hold is incredibly lax from Apex. You've got a Vova right the way at the back
हार गए. एपी
towards
के हार गए.
spawn.
देखो लिख के रखो
I
बे.
mean, the general line from Apex is pretty reserved
मिड
overall.
लेना is must.
But they were so hesitant to be proactive in mid-round when they were playing against Na'Vi, and that's what sold them short. They couldn't make the correct decisions because they didn't have the right info. The macro was off. This time, it looks to be about right.
Well, in the back of your head, though, just watch Kiko through mid and where he goes on the map while this hit comes through.
Mossy missed the horn didn't scan anyone, so that's why they rotated off. It has given the sight up in the 4v4.
भाई नियॉन का
Will be
पोजीशन
Penny
देखो.
to deny Kiko his
Sexy
lock
Penny.
through, and that's going to be big for Apex as they can focus all their attention towards this site. It's Nats looking for extra space and knows exactly where that neon is. That's going to be a big distraction, one less body to hold on to the site, as that's an advantage on the main push back in, the retake.
Timing.
And the time in
अरे क्या
general is just going to be
बंदा यार ये nuts.
because it's been bumped
Irritating.
through nicely. Nice marked, and well, one bullet is all he needed to get rid of the Yoru. Apex starting to work on the spike, and well, they have full control.
Oh my God!
The captain.
कैसे?
Team Liquid
Nice win,
kept
Liquid
moving
यार.
forward by
Nice
the
win.
Commander-in-Chief Nats.
W
He
Liquid.
knows the
Liquid OP
timing
in the chat.
so well. Incredibly reserved,
Liquid OP.
just waiting for Penny to show
That's
face
my
in link.
goats.
Once he dropped, he cut off the cross. Should find the
Thanks
span
for the
smoke
gift,
at the
Bye.
end as well. It was quite
को देख
close
के याद आया.
on Apex
मैंने
behalf,
पिंकी
but
दी,
that's
चैट
the
पे
difference when you don't
रखी
have the
गई
Gecko. You commit bodies to defuse that spike.
Well, it's going to be an equal round for Apex. This cycle will not be complimentary. Although, nice little cam. Gets a little bit of early information.
Nice.
Thank you, Reshmi ji. Thank
With a little
you.
bit of pressure. His TP will send him A-wards. And for that reason, as the sole B holds, he's going to have to give it up. And with the forfeiture of orb control as well, it means that Camo is the Yoru who finds success here. One closer to yet another ultimate. They're starting to build up a serious bank.
Mid being cleared through the utility, the cycle of it. Coming through from Liquid.
For Apex here as well, that's what I was saying earlier. That A-Link position getting very weak later into the round. They have taken main control to help support themselves though. And obviously playing for info gets caught on the face check.
Well, Team Liquid will have that A site for the most part. I mean, you've really got Batu to hold on to that, but it's most important is the main space that Liquid really haven't interacted with at all, and that's worrisome.
Kiko is aware of this though. He's not overcommitted in position, but it's the Batu Sheriff that gets to show what it can do. Penny with the ult. Apex feeling like they have a chance here. A chance which is very quickly stripped away.
भाई सच्ची ये देख के किसकी याद आई पता है? ये देख के
I always feel as if I've got a chance, but I'm in goals for a reason.
एक legendary esports player है.
Liquid right now.
एक बंदा दिखा नहीं.
Makes it interesting.
क्या उसके
Yeah,
पीछे?
lose control of that site.
क्या हो रहा है?
And
कौन
with
बाकी लोग
Avova
किधर
still
है?
alive, you're just waiting for that dark cover to come back up and help aid this defuse. It's the cage instead.
Yeah, but it's the spam and the rifles in Team Liquid's hands as they are looking to send this wayward straight into a 4th round. And right now, I mean, Apex have no way of responding to this whatsoever. That should hopefully be the round that they do it. To stop the Liquid domination.
ये क्या कैमरा है?
Yeah, we weren't looking for Apex to be utterly transformed this stage, but we needed an improvement, especially on this map. I mean, 13-3, one of
Hey,
the
MG coin by lol dude,
lol
dude.
we've seen
Lol
so
dude,
far against Na'Vi, and it was few and far between on the defender's side, which they've chosen to start here again.
भाई वो क्या कैमरा है बे?
Camel did get legged by the operator. He's down to 5 HP because of that. But gaining the information, that's what's most important. Used the TP to get ahead and didn't have a chance to replace it. But players trying to force the way through the pit from the Viper. It's not working out. Mosey holding on. It's down to Spike and Liquid will need to come out of it.
Bro, एक सेकंड तुम लोग ये अल्टी देखो, ये अल्टी अंदर जा रहा है साइड पे, वो लोग को कुछ नहीं कर देंगे, साइड क्लियर करके उधर प्लांट कर देंगे और पोस्ट प्लांट विन.
And Liquid looking to come up with a plan on how to get that spike back.
Scrutiny placed
Hello?
on this Viper's pit as the Prowler's just flown past Camo.
The timing's insane. Oh, the players have just walked into him. There's no way that he comes away with that. They're gifting the round to Team Liquid Apex. And shooting themselves in the foot.
Oh
Come
my
on,
God,
5
Pat.
HP. That's ridiculous. The pit will drop it, so will the spike onto the ground. And Penny has to clutch up here.
Against 3. Has the fast lane to divide the angles. Camo's on 5 HP, but he's got a quad kill. And moved the gap up to 4. It's just an oversight heading into the retake. The same kind of mistakes we saw made by them last time. Apex on this map.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking. The fact that they do so well to get themselves an advantage, or more so Mosey does, and then like just not checking that potentially where players could be. Yeah, the timing's insane.
Huh?
There's a creep up and
Camo
the rounds
no.
continuing to build for Liquid. Apex started Ascent strongly, but this has been
Gorilla बुला दिया बे.
anything but one to remember. Olizera, nice first shot, but he wants the gun so badly he's willing to give up his own life for it. The space backfill by Apex, 2 kills out of thin air. It's a 4v2.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's insane. At the same time, got to be worried about Avova in that backline, as you said. There's still ultimates to maybe be the difference maker in this round.
Thursday कितना easily निकालते हैं बे सारी टीम.
The struggle to retrieve too much weaponry so far.
भाई smoke में दिया headshot उसने पता है.
It's going to have a look, but we know how Corrode plays. There's 101 different angles to consider.
Yep.
Prowler through B reconfirms at least one of the players is there, and Avova will have heard the steps traversing spawn. Is Trex going to take the same path?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he is. And now Avova knows where both are, so he can start to move himself in the right direction with the rest of Apex.
And that's the big part here, right? You spoke about it earlier. When does Avova take his timing in terms of moving Apex in the right direction? Remember, those rifles will still have the advantage on the heads-up gunfight. And there's some players, I see one player that is low.
And it's just Penny that fights from Ling. This could be problematic. Batu's still on the Sheriff. Those rifles yet to hit the hand.
By blind OP, bro.
He's got a
bro,
right
blind
OP,
by.
Liquid draw blood against the eco. It's a pace safeguard thrifty from Apex.
That could be the lifeline that the defense needs here. But still reserved in favor of this attack.
Yes, smoke में पड़ा.
Just to note, remember, we know how the bias side, the side biases have been going on Corrode.
On the Sheriff on this game.
No, Batu, you're locked in Yoru jail now.
Thirsty.
That is very true. And it's the reason why we've seen a lot of teams gravitate towards the meta read of double duelist. I think we had a big conversation about double initiator on this map. That's where
E5 पे खेल रहे हैं क्या? मेरे को नहीं लगता ये लोग E5 पे खेल रहे हैं.
Smokes as well, not playing.
ये लोग
with the
हमेशा एक
Sentinel,
अपडेट पीछे खेलते हैं.
See it in that
Mid
round.
tournament
Just
कोई
pushing
अपडेट
the
आएगा तो
backline
कुछ
as
changes
much
नहीं
as
करते
possible, staying proactive in the mid round. And back to the double duelist thing for Apex, we'd wanted this from them for so long. We saw a couple of trials in the break between stages where we did get some Yoru and some Rays. It was Simon Dark instead of Penny, but now
cam
they
setup
found
is the
their man.
best
This is
in
what they want
Corrode.
to go
I am
for.
Cypher main. पता है how team can retake after that.
To this
Cam
next
तो
one.
अच्छे हो, Cam.
It's an important one. We're back to rifle versus rifle, but
Emea Watchparty
potential
आज
for
है
the
ने?
economy to swing either way. More so the fact that Liquid,
Bro,
if you
मत
look at the
बोलो
buy,
यार.
or what's left from the buy, doesn't look too great.
गांड फट गई थी.
Apex.
कौन
They
से
got
आज
money
नहीं
to
है
go
भाई
around.
इन्हें? कल पैसिफिक है.
Easy to think at a 2-5 score.
चैट मेरी गांड ली है चैट. कल पैसिफिक है, उसके बाद एमिया है, उसके बाद एडे है.
Just chipping away at the rock face. Another orb picked up by Camo, creeping ever closer to yet another Yoru ult. In the meantime, Batu is the deep deposit in middle. Has the TP to get out, and should have first contact here from Mossy as well.
Destroy the horn, but the utility.
lineup
I mean, it's easy enough for the attack to clear out.
Corrode lineup's crazy
It's the
है.
investment of utility as well in this
Reveal
first
lineup's
cycle.
crazy है.
Yep.
Seen the horn already go.
I mean, that's signature abilities, that stuff will come back up, but these players fighting through main.
Spike down A.
Oh,
बेचारा
they
कैसे
won't.
मरा?
And he manages to dodge the paranoia.
And Batu's in two minds. He's not supporting his teammate, but the Prowler clears out Penny. That's really well worked from Trex.
एक जगह पे क्यों फाइट नहीं ले रहे? दो जगह क्यों फाइट ले रहे एक साथ?
Needed to commit to one idea. Apex. Now, look at the player position, and this is very weird because the spike needs to make its way across. At least Kiko has the TP to do it. Olizera showing his hand, and now Mosey with 7 points of health needs to either try and escape and save the gun, or Liquid need to try and get that spike down.
Okay, no, this should be okay. And I say it should, because I don't think Mossy is going to be able to get anywhere near
10
this.
seconds left.
There are a couple players on Apex who are probably going to need a drop in the next round, where just as soon as we were singing their praises in terms of money, blown it all.
But I think as well, just to bring it back to the side bias conversation that we were speaking about earlier, Liquid now have 6 on the attack.
Yeah.
And before, when we see teams move on towards the defense, we have seen them manage to grow extraordinary leads. So I am really worried about Apex.
Another reason why Apex have gone for double duelist though, because they are intentionally
Solid
loading their comp for the attack side to try and maximize the amount of rounds that they've got. And that's sounding pretty much verbatim what Power was saying the other day. That seems to be one of the ways to approach the situation. For Liquid, they're playing quite a steady default. They're finding the gaps, and when they go onto defense with double controller, especially with the Viper, I think for me, I'm enjoying this agent the most on Corrode right now.
Watchparty नहीं करने वाले थे आप. मैं करने वाला था एक मैप बाद. मेरे को लगा था कि 500 मैप जाएगा यार विशाल भाई का.
That's to be on his #1 agent as well. It just looks excellent.
Wow, we're doing confidence these days now. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to pay attention.
Liquid locked in and getting ready to secure playoffs as well. Once more, it's another round where A-Link is looking weak for Apex. Need to find what their strengths are. It's another orb into the pockets of Liquid.
Still waiting.
Money bag, Mr. Nats. Picking up another towards the pit, but it's the drift.
Excuse me, तो Liquid को support कर रहा हूँ.
The B site.
If you can beat them, join them.
Everybody's here though, on both sides, and Olizera's the one that comes out on top, as well as Batu getting one from his operator. Okay, this is something
Never mind.
A Liquid
Just
might
beat them.
actually find themselves at a disadvantage, especially
Never mind.
with the wingman not able to get that spike down. Liquid need to move themselves onto the side, and when they do, they get cut down.
W trip.
Last player standing.
Oh, it still had the thrash Patty, but there's literally nothing left to fight here now. Left to his own devices. 1 versus 4. Apex have a response.
Guns गिराने का try कर रहा हूँ.
The sight hold was really great, and something to note as well.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, पार्टी के अगर guns गिराने का try कर रहा है,
I did the
तो
math.
जी दबा
He was
सकता
100
ना?
credits off
Gun गिर
having a
जाएगा.
rifle and all his util, so he decided, okay, I'm just going to buy a Spectre, do a drive-by.
Brain rot at its
Camo's
max.
so good at being the gap close for Liquid, and he has the double initiation to set him up as well. But if you can just isolate him in a position like that,
10
then
seconds left.
what difference does it make when the rest of your team can't get past the traps?
I'm glad that we know that you can count.
गाली देने के लिए chat बराबर भागती है.
I can't
शर्म
wait
आता
for
है?
someone on Reddit to just go back and be like, oh, actually...
Please, man, please. I beg.
अब पता चल रहा है 1 million क्यों नहीं हो रहे. बस
Comfortability
करो यार.
with numbers expected from you, Mr. Cast. But this was nice from Batu. Good supportive utility. Olizera with the setup. And very quick to respond to B. Rotations,
good,
macro
bro.
looking
Come on,
better
guys.
for
So good.
Apex as well.
सारे youngsters बे. सारे youngsters.
I mean, there's a little bit of
और
hope
अपने
here,
आके
but it
youngsters
is
देखो.
the-
Sons of Forest 2.
Let's hope that Apex can keep this going. Batu with that op still in
Lord
hand.
goes, अभी तो Zelta भी download
That's
किया है.
positioned just towards the A side, and he's got a deep line all the way to spawn.
Yeah, Liquid hadn't been playing through here all too heavy-handedly. It's middle instead where Penny will get dropped solo. Of over to support the B play, but a complete concession of A means that now Apex are strong in number.
उसने देखा.
Oh, see that? I think he did.
No, I don't think he has.
Oh,
He's gone for the other corner, he's guessed it wrong.
नहीं,
Kiko
देखा
blindsides
नहीं.
him. Supported with a smoke at his back. Continues to sell the idea that this is a B play.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid looking to
भाई ओमेन को clear
clear
करना
out the
पड़ेगा.
smaller corners, you know, make sure to dot your I's, cross your T's, all that nonsense as they get that spike down towards that A site. Kiko still in spawn as Apex look
Clear
to
किया.
deal with him finally.
Possible है क्या तेरे 4 off के साथ?
Mid, he's going to be a late joker, a
Yoru
late
ult
win
है,
condition
लेकिन-
for this attack if it ever gets close.
Possible है
Neural
क्या?
theft
नहीं
is
ना.
in, so the position is made redundant. There's an ult here for Batu if he wants it. Apex fancy their chances.
Yeah, they're trying to send it in, although they are not doing what Liquid were doing. They're not paying
Really?
attention to the
क्या
smaller
break बनता है?
details, and they'll get caught off guard from one corner.
It feels so lazy when you make that kind of an
मत कर
investment
जोश का
as
quality
well.
गिरते जा रहा है. Lack of sleep.
You're
baby,
seeing
lack
the
of sleep.
value from the Gecko utility from Patatek as well, being able to constantly pick it back up and re-clear space, those close corners with the Thrash. The Wingman's been going for the open plant, and it's just simple stuff at the end of the day. Kind of decisions that you expect to make, but for both of the promoted teams, we have seen difficulty in getting the basics right in terms of, yeah, where are you investing your ults? How are you looking to
अच्छा है
end
तुम लोग ध्यान
maps
से देख रहे हो
and
मैच.
convert the
सीखने
advantages
मिल रहा है
that
कि
you
नहीं
have?
कुछ? Mid लिया.
Oh, this Sheriff, man.
भाई ये बंदा क्या
I've not
one
seen it
taps
on
मार
screen,
रहा
but
है बे?
it's certainly what is
1,
needed
2,
for
3.
Apex. They need a Hail Mary, they need divine intervention, they need Mosey, apparently, with a 3 kill in this round. And that spikes in Apex's hands.
ऐसा spam मार के उसने
I
blind
was
ले लिया.
mentioning it earlier. Last
इतना
year,
अच्छा read
only
था.
his first as an in-game leader. We'd seen him play
Shot.
Duelist before. But ultimately, hitting the reset button on his career, going back
क्या लग रहा है?
home
7-5 लग रहा है मेरे को.
to play from Poland. And now, propping Apex
Your
up
dream
with a
team in
4th.
Valorant? मेरे को dream आते ही नहीं है भाई.
We
2-3
know he can do
घंटा
it
सोता हूँ दिन में.
1v5,
कहाँ से dream आएगा?
1v4 against Volsi. No chance at all. Apex continuing to go
Get
against
it
the
right,
grain, but
same
they
tracks,
really
same
need
tracks.
that final round to give themselves the best possible
इसके
opportunity.
बाद Valo होगा. Next match भी 2-0 होगा तो Valo कर सकते थे.
Point, right, isn't it?
The second
मस्त मारा ना
one.
उसने. मस्त
really
मारा
nice.
Oh,
भाई.
that's gross.
But this round, most important, just to make sure that that gap's not any bigger than what it should be.
Very quickly, looking at the ults, you've got a Nightfall and a Dimensional Drift for Apex that can afford to play a little heavier on the retake if they like. It's Batu's op in front of the Cypher setup on B to start.
I mean, look at Kiko, he's confident again, he's just sent it and towards the spawn. And it's so big that Apex need to take their time clearing it. Kiko, first engagement, and it is against what has been the superstar on Apex. Camo gets rid of the Cypher, and well, finally Batu gets rid of Kiko. So we're back to 4v4, the site taken for Liquid.
Oh, and Mulsi tries to rush affairs. Penny in here as well, denies the plant and finds the kill. The Yoruot still collecting information. On the ground.
Yeah, Batu needs to try and get out of this corner. He's in a difficult spot. Liquid were caught trying to take more space than what was necessarily needed.
भाई ये लोग एक इक्वल फाइट कैसे नहीं जीत पा रहे हैं साइड पे?
Got the kills, and if over in a 1 versus 3, he'll catch the
ball. से ना सारे young versus old guy Binks हो जाए language.
Make the peak, spamming down to 6. He will take it off the contact of his teammate, and that makes it 4-8.
Yeah, it's another 8-4 half. Of the last map. Can Apex actually bring it back on the attack? That's the question. We'll need to see if this double duelist works.
Remember the same Ratko.
Oh, after space.
One enemy remaining. Did I get inside your head?
तू 7-5 बोला था 8-4 बोला था भाई Binks by asking for the 100th time नया PC build कर कितना झट जाता है जो तुमने लिखा है ना वो अलग है वो गाली वाला है वो अलग है कितना जाएगा अगर तू अच्छा पीसी बिल्ड करेगा तो 1.5 2 अच्छा काफी अच्छा पीसी बिल्ड करेगा तो और सिर्फ नाम के लिए बिल्ड कर देंगे तो एक के अंदर हो जाएगा नेक्स्ट मैच कौन सा है कोई तो मैच है नेक्स्ट टेन फैन से पूछो टीम लिक्विड कितना क्लीन खेलता है टेन अपना टीम नहीं है जो मैं टेन फैन से पूछूं कितना क्लीन खेलता है
Time is running out for Apex with losses to both
खुद भी तो
Navi
fan हूं
and
लेकिन
KC at the start of the
मैं
group
हूं ना
stage. The head-to-heads do not favour them, and this could be a third
आपका पीसी कितनी है
successive
पता
loss
नहीं
if they
गिफ्टेड है
can't push it to a decider. For the new look,
मैं
Liquid.
मजाक से हटकर बोल रहा हूँ भाई मेरे पास गिफ्टेड पीसी है मेरे पास गिफ्टेड मोबाइल फोन है मेरे पास गिफ्टेड जूते हैं मेरे पास गिफ्टेड कपड़ा है कच्चा बस मैं अपना पहनता हूँ समझ रहे हो क्योंकि उधर कंफर्ट है वो मेरा अपना है बाकी घड़ी भी मेरी गिफ्टेड है मेंबरशिप्स की PS5 भी गिफ्टेड है किधर है पता नहीं लेकिन अभी सब कुछ गिफ्टेड है
Once more, as 4 players from Liquid look to challenge Apex.
Already down to 13, and between Camo and
भाई
Patty,
दूसरा बंदा
do seem
स्मोक
to
थ्रू
have the
मरा है
answers. Batu still trailblazing
वो
his
सिर्फ
way
एम लगा
through
के
the middle
बेटा
of the map,
जैसे नियॉन
and
लड़ा
can
उसने
leave
गोली
the
चलाया
rest of
भाई
Liquid for dust. There's only Kiko on the A site.
तो
Apex a
बस
little bit hesitant on their
वो
uptake,
गिफ्टेड
and
पंको
Kiko acutely aware, repositioning himself.
अरे
Able to
10
hold on
ब्रश
to
खरीद
extra
कर गया
space as he
पंको
waits for his team to crunch in is going to be massive for the players for Apex. Are just caught off
He's
guard,
gay,
unaware.
बट्टू का
of the
लेकिन
Liquid are
अच्छा
coming
पिस्तौल
from.
एक्चुअल में अच्छा बट्टू का
And that pistol round will be a 4th
हो
in
गया ना
a
जी
row
जी जी
for
जी
Team Liquid.
Yeah, Apex find
Should
the
I watch
space
the
for
previous match
themselves.
for
They get
Nats
onto the A
plays?
site,
Nats
but
का
then they
तुम
just
लोग का
don't
montage
set up the
दिखाई
post
देगा
plant
YouTube
at
पे
all.
Nats
They're caught
montage
in
डालो
transition fully. When they see that it's as empty as it
गलत
was, you
बंदा
should be
Nats
expecting
ये
the
देखो
push to come
मैं
in
बोला ना
the flank perhaps.
सिर्फ उस वो जब फाइट कर रहा था
But
तब
Liquid
इसने
are
रैंडमली
looking
गोली चलाई
incredibly efficient right now. Coming back to what we were saying about well, Trex 2, we can hold on to that thought actually because Apex have gone straight for the 4 spy here.
Listen, sometimes needs must in this game, and that's what Apex feel right now.
तेरे पास गॉड
5
गिफ्टेड बीबी
stingers
है भूल
outside
गया
of B.
लव यू
That
यार
spike plant would have helped there. This is going to be a fast one.
Akash bhai, thank you for the re-membership of Cast. Those membership मेरी जान करोड़े. W, ये तीसरा member था मेरे इसमें.
And Apex are in.
W baby.
And here come the stingers and players tagged up here. Penny's the first one on the board, and Bova as well.
Hey, Liquid, camera में देखो आपके साथ G2 हुआ है.
Because we know Team Liquid have failed here before.
And the B site is where you can get away with going for these
G2
pacey
हो गया बे.
executions. So Apex making the absolute most out of this comp.
ये इसलिए हुआ
Both
कि वो
of
लोग
those
Sentinel नहीं
duelists
है.
that can close the gap so quickly.
It's all about clearing in towards CT first, right? The Guardian, yeah, sure it can spam through
Love
walls,
you,
but
Akash bhai,
maybe
love
we see
you.
the players first, and somehow it works out. But still, 3 more players to find for Trex here.
Oh, and it's gotten spotted ahead of time by Mulsi. Even more damage.
Find you.
Round escaping them. Apex make the force by stick.
Yeah, they do. This is what was needed to rescue them.
क्या try करना बनता था? Next round वैसे
What
भी
could
को
have been
था.
an easy home straight for Liquid right now, right?
I was not the last match.
The
Should I
B
go
side,
back and watch
like I was
last
saying,
match
is
for
the one
naturally?
where
Yes,
can be a
yes.
little bit more vulnerable.
Oh!
Just gets caught with his
Please
hands
बोल
on his
मेरा वाला
pockets,
चालू
don't
है.
know what was going
मेरा
on.
चालू है. मेरा चालू है. मेरा
Snake
चालू है.
bite, but when you can
मेरा
sort of
चालू है.
weave your way past it as the Neon, and Batu can just TP across.
क्यों नहीं आया? क्यों नहीं आया? क्यों नहीं आया? आशीष, ये रॉकेट क्यों नहीं आया?
Beneath them as Trax has taken away 3 bodies already.
आकाश
Once
में
he
देखो
gets
तो
up by
20
Liquid,
मेरी
and
जान
position
करोड़े.
taken from Apex. B site
Pampo
is
rocket is
open.
Yeah, the most
missing.
worrisome aspect of it was a Phantom and a Vandal that was going to get picked up.
चैट जीजी को भी मिल रहा है. टैग करके थैंक्स बोलना. W और छुपा देना. ठीक है.
CT, and it will be the spammable.
Thank you so
plan
much,
that Apex
Akash
go
bhai.
for.
Thank you.
The open plant for Olazera's positioning, most importantly, is the space is re-cleared. There's a trap for the flank. Most importantly for Apex, Olazera not getting caught and being able to find his man here. As now Liquid have given up their positioning.
कौन सी स्ट्रीम पे वो मेंबरशिप
Apex
गिफ्टेड
should
वाला
know.
नहीं आ रहा है यार.
It's even the Nightfall, just to make damn certain this one doesn't slip the net.
Yeah, this is an important round indeed. Well, still don't think Apex are out of the woods just yet, but with that kill, you would expect now Apex can easily trade down. And with
हर
time
मैप
so
पे शॉट
long,
देते हैं
this
ये लोग.
will be
शॉट
six.
भाई.
But it's about how much guns or
भाई
how many
कितना
guns can
प्यारा
actually
शॉट
get
मारा
out of
दोस्त
this.
ने.
And unfortunately, that ace will be denied.
But there's absolutely nothing to go with it. The slate is
आके
white
गया? आके
clean.
गया क्या? मेरे को साउंड नहीं आया अब करके. आके गया क्या? चैट जब भी गिफ्टेड दिया आके गया स्क्रीन पे. Akash Sharma, you are one letter away from becoming my finance.
Towards the important part, a big swing round between these two, and
Akansha
once again, just to highlight.
तेरी फाइनेंस का
And
नाम
while
आकांक्षा है क्या रे?
Mulsi doesn't have his Nightfall, Trex most
नहीं आया.
certainly will.
ठीक है.
Liquid layering the smokes towards bottom middle. This is the main functionality of the composition. It's very difficult to get past until the later round if you can't bleed that utility from the defenders.
Bring them down.
But Apex looking to give a go of it here.
एक सेकंड पॉज करने का मन
Really
कर
need
रहा है मेरे
Batu
को.
to be flashing out of this smoke. if
एक
you wanna
सेकंड. ये
take
लिक्विड
the
ये
space.
बोल रहा हूँ. ये राउंड
I
एपी
think
के जीता.
Apex are happy.
लेकिन ये मेरे को एड्रेस करना ज्यादा जरूरी है. टीम लिक्विड नहीं जीतनी चाहिए. कुछ भी हो जाए. उन्होंने इंडिया को बाहर किया है चेस से. एनी ऑफ सपोर्ट ओपोनेंट टीम. बाय द वे नियल बाय प्लेड द बेस्ट चेस प्रो इंडिया और पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पाती जब करती है तब. एमजी कौन भाई पहली बात नियल बाय को बाहर मैग्नस बाय ने किया है. तो जब नेक्स्ट मैच मैग्नस बाय करेगा ना हम मैग्नस बाय को नहीं सपोर्ट करेंगे. लेकिन वो गोट है तो सपोर्ट वैसे भी करना पड़ेगा अपने को. ऑप्शन नहीं है.
It will be ever
दूसरी
the
बात
equalizer,
valorant चल रहा है इधर.
all by himself. It's a lost cause. in the retake.
Yeah, that's a disaster. CHUMMI trying to be a little bit cheeky, play in front of the retake, but Patitech once again, that's another 1 versus 1 that didn't need to be given away. Apex now will be within 2 if Nats doesn't clutch up.
Back on their feet in this map. The series to follow it, perhaps. Nats that they're up against. Aussie spots him. The plant is cutely in the corner, so the molly means that they'll have to try and rush around. There's nobody elbow side. He has the full range of the team, the target-rich environment in his crosshair. But Penny wins the fight, and it will be just the 2.
Yeah, and how important does that close by look like in the antique round as well now? Is Apex have got a little bit of momentum at their backs.
And Apex also pressuring bottom mid there and making sure that the Viper wall is cycled out, phased out, is really, really huge, because when we speak so much about taking mid control being important, to then simplify that, if Nats is using his toxins there to keep that wall active, he's not going to be able to use them to defend the B site. It means that he needs to have a player rotate over and help him, takes the pressure off, makes the A site easier to take for Apex. It's a very well set up round from them.
Yeah, and Team Liquid now wanting to speak about, well, I'd imagine everything you've just mentioned, right? Especially mid. And I feel as if, like we said it in the round, or I said it in the round, so apologies, was that Liquid haven't had the information that they needed to go and maybe lean a little bit more heavier towards A, but they just didn't make the decision quickly.
They have both initiators to collect that info. Trex, we've been ranting and raving about him so far, but Patitech hasn't had the best of showings up until this point. On the attack side, he was instrumental to how they were playing and setting up those rounds. But now, yeah, I want to see a little bit more, you know, of the Dizzy going up over the wall, trying to collect some info. Is there a player B, the proactivity that we know Apex can give to us? And in the main, you are seeing that. Eco laying up the paranoia. Trex the only rifle, he'll be away from this. Push coming in.
Yeah, playing safe. And well, with
He's out on delivery.
Held and the trap also being destroyed. You'll know that there's at least 2 players towards A, B main at the moment.
And it's a small win for Liquid because they've got the orb, of course, and they've broken the trap as well. So Apex have to be a little more concerned with the backline. Olazera is still holding on to 1 in his pocket.
I don't know about this cam. Is that just to hold on for a little gap through mid?
Yeah, I think so. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Kiko's been spotted, his calf has stretched around the corner. Batu's trying to create pressure on A. This is a fake from Apex. Looking to see if they can catch Camo.
Yeah.
In the meantime, but the rotation through spawn is a late one, and there's a fight about to go down.
Yeah, but does Camo get cleared in this corner? It doesn't look likely, as Kiko's distracted with a sheriff shot through mid. Onto the side plant they try and go, and Camo still keeps Liquid ahead. It has been equalised at the moment, and the late push back through the retake from main. It's been notified by Apex.
It's a full distraction for Nats to take his timing here. Batu got a body shot on one player, but Liquid still think there's another flank coming in.
Well, he's going to be played in by the Dizzy, and when he does, he gets one. But Kiko is the one who takes the advantage. Do the players know it seems to be the case as Patty tries to clear it? He gets met with lead in the face. Kiko is low, but his first bullet accuracy has been unbelievable through this stage. Onto the spike. Using his own smoke. Yeah, but it's the fight that Kiko wins out. It's that first bullet accuracy I spoke about, and he wins out, making it double digits for Liquid.
It's so well played by Kiko, but for Penny, he almost has to have that mental timing and know that rushing things wasn't the way to play it with the plant set up for him.
नहीं बे वो क्या काम है वो सिर्फ रोटेशंस मार करने के लिए कैम था बे
The B main space.
रोटेशन के लिए कैम था वो जाते जाते बिंक्स से खोल के साउंड आएगा उसको मिड से कौन रोटेट कर रहा है और बेस से कौन कर रहा है
Next level.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Danny with his head in his hands, knowing that a player which he helped scout and bring into the VCT ecosystem could now be the one to kick them over the ledge. huge gun round between both teams, but Apex have a stockpile of ults that they want to try and let rip. Liquid closing in on 3 of their own. Again, this mid-warfare taking place as Penny does spot camo.
Yeah, and the timing's insane. Avova still not caught though, and Camo will get a glimpse before he's taken out, and Avova able to escape.
Who's next? Having a little look around the B side. Apex can't execute off this just yet, hasn't spotted Nats in the tower. This timing's about to get weird, and Nats will remove Avova from the situation. It's another Apex oversight.
Yeah, but look at Batu, he's taking extra space.
I mean, he's been there the whole damn time, but so has Nats. And with Tatatech in support, it's Apex's worst nightmare. Big investments made to a round which doesn't now best suit them. No player to escape, no surrender. Liquid with 11 and closing in on their playoff spot.
And that's the big part, right? It is really that home run now. A little blip in terms of proceedings. That's ridiculous.
How has he got away with that?
But how is Avova not just moved this move? That has to be extremely frustrating.
He's behind you. Yeah, it's another one of those situations.
didn't clear. अरे वहाँ पे थोड़ा ही जगह उसने छोड़ा था रे, जहाँ पे उसने एड किया है, ओमेन का गलती था वो.
Usage of these pauses, breaks in play has been incredibly proactive. They do still have Penny's overdrive, and that's about it right now. The money just isn't there. This is to deny map point. And this is one of the situations I think where you're happy to just use that one ultimate.
Thanks for free
membership.
Akash bhai ko
we did see them on the previous map try and rush things when they were in front. This time they're behind.
खा रहा है
They have a few liquid ults to try and get
मम्मी ने
past as
पनीर
well.
गुलाब जामुन वेज बिरयानी नान रोटी चिकन दाल सैलेड
Penny right in the overdrive probably.
छाछ
That's
और काजू कल्टी अब
what's the
आइसक्रीम
set
खा रहा हूँ.
piece that Apex are going to use
अच्छा
to try
डाइट है, अच्छा
and
डाइट.
put that into position.
Do you fancy pronouncing that for us?
Nope.
On ne passe pas. Is that en français?
I believe so, mate. I believe so. Je ne sais pas.
बंदा स्टेज रेस ट्राई किया है? ना.
A little bit. I don't know. Anyway,
Liquid
yeah, it's a weird one too because it says he was
now he
released from
stands in
Apex,
Apex
but
part
just
to
the length
remain
of the
in this
contract
city.
per year.
Throw कर दे यार.
How challengers can be. It's making them pay for it right now. Penny will be looking to do the same. Patty mid-reload. It's a horror show and a gun given back to the rest of the
Love
team.
your part.
If Penny
हमारे
doesn't
साथ
want to
rank
just
में
expire
रोज
this ult, which it looks like he might be.
Yeah, Liquid is going to be really
Oh.
late, and look at this. Apex trying to take no space.
A brilliant job at it. Looking through the warehouse at the back of B.
But look at where Liquid are trying to make their approach from.
एक और thirsty.
Ball and link, and there's 2 traps set up. So clear the first, okay, that's fine. But are they gonna expect the second? Managed to break through it now already as Nats is still biding his time on the other side, knowing that he's shouldering a lot of the weight of this attack side. Reveal comes in and Liquid full. It's only Nats now.
एक
He
और
did the best
thirsty.
job that he could to just play the patient game.
Next match
But
किसका है?
the
कोई
rest
तो
of
match
Liquid
है
couldn't
next.
hold up their end of the bargain, and it's a pay safe card, Thrifty. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Apex.
Repeat काजू
Yeah,
कल्टी
and
के
this
लिए
is
गुडेश
another
क्या
round
बोलता
where
है?
they've tried to
काजू
create
कल्टी.
something from nothing, right? For instance, the full spy, they bought the stingers through, they end up
यार भूख
working
लगा यार,
out.
chat
Right
यार.
now, a quick pace change, catch Liquid off guard.
And this is the Penny that we were seeing at Toronto. This is the Penny that was promised to us. You talk of players from Challengers, and the
Yes,
time
Penny.
that he'd spent in NA as well with G2 and the like.
That's another, I can't believe it's another swing round for Liquid.
It is. And so they will not shy away from putting their money where their mouth is.
Well, they need to. Because if they lose this, we're within
We are
one.
Demon 1. We want Demon 1.
They are indeed.
खरीद ले.
That's what you would expect
Yeah,
in
that-
terms of the round
कौन
count. We
मना कर
have
रहा है?
seen a few eco thrifty rounds already.
पहले ना कास्ट दोस्त membership खरीद ले.
The way that this game's been going.
उसके बाद Demon 1 का सोचना.
Batu is cognizant of it. You can see he
Ignore
has
करता
the
है, मैं ignore
outlaw,
नहीं करता.
and
Shubham bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के रोटे.
Noise as possible. Camo still fighting through mid, but we've already crossed the minute mark, and we've hit a watershed moment for Apex. They have a decision to make. It looks like this A side double down.
They want to go and re-clear mid, though. That cam getting shot out is a little bit worrying. And it seems if they're going to commit to this re-clear mid,
you've still got to take a sight. Are they seriously heading towards B here? The mid-brawl breaks out. Avova gets a couple, 30 seconds now. And Rossi with another. It's back to where they go.
Yeah, and this is Kiko's site as well. We
Are you bacha karing me?
Can he hold the test of the execution coming through?
Has 2 TPs and his opponent smoked to play around but can't find the shots. Liquid, the round. Apex will scoop up a 9th now.
हमारा FNC और PRX के मैचेस कब होने वाले हैं? टाइम है अभी तो चालू हो जाएंगे मैचेस. चालू क्या खत्म होने वाले हैं?
Was trying to create
the correct membership का फायदा क्या है? मेरा पर्सनल प्यार
and how exactly it was
और
that
एक
they were set
प्रीमियम
up.
क्वालिटी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप that is very active जिसमें हम बातचीत करते हैं.
Well versed in
समझ रहे हो?
what it is
तो आप
that
ग्रुप
they
में
had to
आके
do,
बोल
and this is
सकते हो
extra
दोस्तों
time
की
for
बड़ी
both
बातचीत
sides to
इंडस्ट्री के लोगों से.
consider what the next move is. We have to be thinking about the following round already.
मालिक कैसे है? सब बढ़िया.
Or the round thereafter, because Liquid still
Can
have
APK
ult.
come back?
That
No,
was the
because
pick
next
which was
round
just used by Nats.
Next round Liquid will win.
This is the last of the rifles. No problem.
Your ult.
Yeah, no problem at all. And that's going to give Liquid something to work with in this next one. Still Thrash and Dimensional Drift as well, so there is some really good eases up the sleeve should the defense decide on it.
Liquid के पास buy नहीं है लेकिन फिर भी लोग जीतेंगे. Simple है. Nats एक को मारेगा 485. Gecko ult मारेगा, Euro ult मारेगा, 2 बंदे और down.
A little bit further, converse with the coaching staff. That we have to commend here. I think that both Yao and Lohan have been.
क्या उस ग्रुप में silver gold player के साथ
the roster
में
rebuild
मिलते हैं खेलने को नहीं यार.
The planning that they've brought to, you know, even just the little.
निकालो क्या ऐसा एक system chat?
Liquid always.
Chat एक और एक membership level एक ऐसा निकालो क्या एक 10,000 का उसका नाम रहेगा बिकाउ स्ट्रीमर. समझ रहे हो? जो भी वो मेंबरशिप लेगा वीकली एक गेम उसके साथ मैं खेलूंगा वैलोरेंट. बिकाउ स्ट्रीमर ग्रुप. क्या बोलते हो? कैसा लगा आइडिया? कोई है ऐसा वाला इमोजी तो जो लोग लेना चाहते हैं ये बिकाउ स्ट्रीमर मेंबरशिप? मेरे को मैच करना पड़ेगा.
2 coaches. Who do you think won?
Please don't tell me.
It was Sliggy and Bacon with the AI against Lohan and Yao. So just as soon as we're singing their praises, they've been bested by the computer.
To be fair, I saw Bacon's reactions on the Northeast stream the other day.
एक गेम
the guy was gulping the energy drinks. 19
एक गेम वो भी गो करने के बाद सरेंडर F5.
Liquid need
बिकाउ स्ट्रीमर है ना इसलिए.
Here. It's just Nats' Phantom to make things spooky.
एक गेम वो भी पूरा नहीं खेलेंगे, समझ रहे हो?
Batu. We saw how many times he was playing that wall with the Odin, but the Outlaw wallbang's just as good.
Yes बोलने वाला पहला normal membership लो.
Warned by the Dizzy coming through, and Camel trying to explore B is punished for it.
मार सकते.
That's also Nat spotted. They know it's the rifle.
And now Kiko potentially to be reprimanded for his aggression, but it's up against Ollie Zera.
Nice.
There's 2 players here. The Dizzy goes out, and Patty gets his. So
10
we
level.
get a rifle as well. A 4 versus 2 with 2 rifles that Liquid can use. It's just how quickly they can get towards A, and how many 1 versus 1s they'll be gifted.
There's a wall for Nats to walk out here. He's effectively up against it.
मारता ही है लेकिन.
Fight. He's denied the spike.
मारता ही है.
Patty into a 3 versus 1.
And now Apex, do they doubt where Patty comes from? Definitely not, because they know exactly where he's coming from now.
And he doesn't have the wingman either to get the defuse, so it's a tenuous situation.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ.
Rigged against him.
Yeah.
Apex at
ये
double
Gecko
digits and
कभी सब्जी लेने क्यों नहीं जा
bear
सकता?
on down.
If you're Liquid right now, you would rather take
पता
the
है
small
क्यों?
wins for the economy.
क्योंकि अगर ये आलू लेने जाएगा तो लोग इसको आलू की जगह पे आलू पैटी ना दे दे.
We'll get at least 1. There's so much money in the back pocket that realistically won't matter.
भाई मेरे को नींद की भाई मेरे को वेकेशन की सच्ची जरूरत है यार चैट.
just before the round expires. That'll sweeten the deal for Apex. He's heard the steps.
Chat.
But he's there. Oh, but he's quick to it.
पे डाल दो sticker
Nice
view.
trigger finger.
क्या shot मारा वो दिखाओ ना.
Overall, probably won't matter because we're at that latest stage of the game, right? And Ultimate Orbs, Patty already had the thrash ready.
I like even there that we saw Liquid then go for the double up in B main and get ready to.
Chat, तुम लोग को पता है ये जो साइफर है, साइफर, हाँ, ये कभी भी तेल पूरा नहीं खरीदता. पता है क्यों?
No, it is a default. It is a default.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
जेरा सा खरीदता है ना वो, oil जेरा.
As we call it, spread out and look for clues.
Makes you wonder if the Apex players could hear the coaches, how much better would they be? I don't know. Sorry, no. I'm doing conspiracies again. No,
if I had someone else playing on my account, I'd be a higher rank.
Fine, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
लेकिन best part chat, best part ये लोग mid ले रहे, mid to B का split है, A का नहीं है. लेकिन best part तुम लोग को पता है क्या है? जब भी ये oil जेरा लेने जाता है, तब सामने वाला क्या बोलता है पता है? काइक को पूरा लेना, समझ रहे हो? काइक को, ओमेन है ना सामने, काइक को.
Apex, knowing how quickly they can dive into a site. Eco also just giving the little heads up here.
Camo has no TP out of this. He has to play for the
गलत जा रहा है. मैं call दिया था mid to B जाओ.
Looked decent.
क्या call दिया था उन्होंने? Mid to B ने.
The fake out that heads through the smoke as Apex are prioritizing this open yard side plant again.
A retake करने से यार क्या नहीं लोग?
Liquid haven't challenged it, so straight into a 5v5.
But in this retake, it's skewed to Liquid's favor. Two really important ults. First dimensional drift. Spots both duelists. Trex right behind it. Thrash goes into supplement, but there is no support. No hope right now. As Liquid look for that second wave of engage. The wingman goes out. Time is starting to wear thin. Liquid needing the jewels out in the open space, the open air to win it.
यही बात plant है भाई. ना elbow control है वो लोग पास ना कुछ.
by himself.
एक ही जगह से लड़ रहे वो लोग.
To rest. 11-all. We've reached the tie
game. आप बकलोली ना करे, आप एक टॉक्सिक नहीं होता. Language. गली तो क्या था मैंने? खाना किधर है? किचन में है खाना. मुझे नहीं मालूम किधर है. भूख लगा मेरे को भी.
Cold round. And a brilliant post plant as well by Apex. How they were able to buy that space, I don't know.
नीचे बिल्डिंग के नीचे बंको.
I thought we would have seen Camo disrespect and try and go for an upplay, but having no TPs is what's ended up costing them there.
Yeah, and look, we're into another half buy from Liquid. Rogue rifle in the mix in the hands. Was in the hands of Patitek. But I'm sorry, I'm just giving you a quick warning before I say this, Apex fans. It is 11-11.
12-11.
A number which has been a pretty scary one for them so far.
ये भी OT जाके
We've still got to see them close. This attack side is already looking like one of the better ones on Corrode. No, and we're down to the 9! Batu getting his hands dirty. But Apex have rolled up their sleeves and found the necessary rounds to bring this back from the brink. 12 is just waiting for them now.
Oh, that will give this a go with the Sheriff in hand.
I mean, percentage chance, Cairo. Just throw me a number right now.
20.
20. I feel like even then, the odds are pretty high. Penny closing. Apex with one chance to finish this map in regulation, as was the case on Ascent. Can they learn from their mistakes? Couple weeks in a row.
I think like the one thing that we need to know here is that for what people are saying, like, for what I thought is like one of the best Corrodes in EMEA.
Why does he do that with one shotgun?
Yeah, I thought he still had one shot left on the shorty.
But the point I was making is, yeah, this is like one of the best Corrodes in EMEA, if not the best, and Apex are doing decent against it.
And for attack, I thought you were going to say this is one of the better sides that we've seen up until this point, spared for Liquid themselves.
Crazy attack किया है Liquid यार, मानना तो पड़ेगा भाई.
The A hits have been
कौन बोल रहा
working,
था डिफेंसिव मैप है?
but not without
कौन बोल रहा था? कौन मेरे को
something
ज्ञान
thrown
मिल रहा था जब
in
ये
the
मैप आया था?
direction of mid.
Yeah, Liquid.
नहीं,
being
Bunks
really
भाई,
aggressive.
defensive
Well, not
map है.
aggressive, but proactive.
दुनिया
right?
से
They've
लड़ा
taken
था
that
मैं बोलने को
mid-space
ये
away from
attacking map पे
Apex.
करके.
This is going to allow them mid-rounding to be so much easier for them.
Looks like this might be the round where Apex decide to change things up though and go for the B play.
The only thing is though, there's going to be an option for Liquid now to be
भाई एक मूवी बता
come
दे
right
देखने के लिए
round on
तारे
the
जमीन
flank,
पर.
right? So Apex need to be quick here.
एक्चुअल में बाप मूवी था.
Yeah, they're just outside of the audible range of Patatek, so he's not given the info for Camo. In the corner, has the gate crash, but the time on it should be running out. Calls it early, out in the open, stunned. He will not survive.
He will
Bro,
not.
we are
And well,
going
there's
third
people here
map.
as well, but he's the one to shut down
you're
Penny.
right.
And Apex now trying to get the last
Neon
remaining player
वैसे one
there.
tap मार
Now
देगा.
Liquid going to be late back into the site.
Yeah, and they have all of the space to play towards Elbow if they want to. Liquid are fully coming in from Link, and there's a crossfire.
There is. But it's how does
Blind
Liquid
भी नहीं है.
dismantle that, right? They've not got flashes. There's going to have to be a wingman to clear close. And Batu gets
chat.
to the party.
Lotus जाने वाले हम लोग.
This is looking like Apex can send us to map 3 on Lotus. But not if Trex can clutch up 9 bullets in the chamber. And they got far too close.
भाई. हार गया?
To send us to map 3.
Apex have their map and a decider 3 weeks running. The question
पहला
now
मैप
is, can
OT
they
जा
take
के आ रहे,
it one
दूसरा
step
मैप
further
13-11
and find
जीते.
their first win in VCT EMEA? That's what we're here to find out on the other side of this.
Yeah.
So after we win the pistol, let's fight for the mains, okay?
Yeah.
We decide, we fight together on the mains. On the B, you put insta shock dart and you fight together, okay? You don't give them anything to teach noobs, okay? Keep composure, guys. Guys, take a deep breath. Calm, be calm, and let's go, guys. You're amazing. Let's go, guys. It starts with a pistol.
Keep it calm, keep it calm. Get the
Let's go. Face bumps. Let's go, guys. Close this map.
भाई इसने नूब बोला कि नूड्स बोला, मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. हाँ? Let's fucking नूड्स बोला उसने, क्या उसने? W coach. नूड्स हो गया वो शायद से. नूड्स. हाँ? अरे तो भूख मेरे को भी लगी है ना मैडम. नीचे पंको. ओए लोलब्लॉक्स. इसे बुलाते पे लोलब्लॉक्स को. अच्छा खेल रहे हैं लेकिन पॉइंट्स दो. कितना पॉइंट्स हो गए? 2700. ये गाना भी अच्छा है. भाई मेरे को लगा नहीं था भाई मैच ऐसे जाएगा. रैक अनलॉक हो गया. रात को खेलेगा 2 बजे रात को. मैं हूँ सदक. रात को 2 बजे लेकिन. और तेरे को कल स्क्रिम्स नहीं है तो. अच्छा प्लेइंग 5 में नहीं है. रात को 2 बजे आ जा. स्लिकी खुद बोल रहा था डिफेंस मैप है. ठीक है. हाँ शो रहा था डन सिन. स्पैम ना करे मेंबर्स. नए मेंबर्स स्पैम ना करे. भाई पिंकी हंसते रहती है गोपी.
What a fantastic response from Apex on Corrode. We will be going to a map 3. I'm your host, and I'm joined once again by Meg and Billy. Honestly, I was ready to talk about the next game. I was so Mkoi-pilled. I cannot believe we're going to a map 3. What a performance from Apex.
I guess it's what everybody's been begging for, right? Seeing these teams who have had a bit of an extra time and not going into Masters Toronto and EWC, bringing that Corrode and double duelist out, and they did just that, and it definitely paid off for them.
I was very down on them going into that map because of the recent result that they had against Na'Vi, right? They lost 3-13, so for them to be able to bring it back as well and continue to have the confidence, we hear some shouting across the stage as well, like the players are super fired up. I think for Apex, you know, they've finally been able to win a map other than Sunset, which is so great for them.
The map pool's getting better, you know? That's all we want, just improvement. And I think a lot of that sort of was the reason because they could win in a massive eco round in their second half. Because at that point, it just felt like all but over. You know, Liquid should have 2-0. They'd be in playoffs by now. Billy, talk me through what happened here.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that kind of pivotal moment for Apex, right? You look at the buy that they come into with this round. Of course, they invest that overdrive as well. And Penny, he's just going crazy as he had been throughout that whole map. But like I say, for me, it was the pivotal round. They were able to convert rounds so well whenever they shouldn't be allowed to kind of win the rounds that they were converting. And I think as well, it's great when Apex decides to get proactive like this. It's something that you were saying before we went into this map, Sue, especially on that defense, is Apex being proactive is going to be crucial to them being able to close it out. They forced the site hit. They were able to utilize the double duelist specifically in this round to be able to gather extra space for themselves, set themselves up in these great post-plant positions as well, and it just didn't allow Team Liquid to get back in whatsoever.
And as you mentioned, rounds like these are huge momentum shifters, right? And this is definitely where everything changed in terms of also us thinking that, you know, Apex could come back and win this. And big props to Penny, of course, using that neon so well and utilizing those stuns to help those site executes. Of course, it was a team effort, but I do think Penny is a massive standout here. And it was the Penny that we expected to see today, right? He really popped off.
Yeah, Meg and I wrote a jingle for him. Maybe we'll bring it out. If they win, we'll bring it out.
Okay.
We can't bring it out after one match.
Not yet.
We gotta bring it out when they won the actual match. Yeah. And we have to address the Batu knife. Kiko got sat down, I feel like. I mean, I want to see that clip on socials. I want to see that clip on TikTok. I want to see that clip forever ingrained in the Hall of Fame in VCT Emea history because, Billy, you just don't see this very often.
It was iconic. Like, the way he was able to use his ult, jump towards Kiko, fired one shot out of his shorty, and then knifes him in the face. I mean, yeah, Batu's turnaround from map 1 to map 2 was night and day for me. I think that was something that I had highlighted before we went into this map as well, is that I need to see a turnaround from him and to stop giving away those first picks. But it's actually him utilizing.
Oh, they got it in!
I'm begging for somebody to put that into like an MLG style compilation. Please,
God,
like the ones
so
back in 2013. Like, it's too good.
I already know the song in my head exactly what you mean. Yeah. I mean, I think after that, you know, the confidence sky high, you snowball that. I mean, I don't think we even need to talk about the stats here. I think the performance, he just needed to warm up, you know, into it. But my question is, as we head to the next map, Meg, do we just double down, triple down, quadruple down on the double duelist? Is this somewhere that you think has legs?
It's working, and I guess going into a map like Lotus, they are starting on that attack side, so I do think it could really benefit them. Of course, looking at Corrode, they definitely played the long game with picking into that double duelist, but starting on defense. But I feel like off the back of this win, to build that momentum, I think making a statement and coming into the attack side of duelist with the of Lotus with the double duelist is definitely a play.
We'll definitely see the double duelist, that's for sure. It is just the question, are we going to see Apex continue to play into this, or are they going to opt for what they usually do play on the Lotus, which is, of course, that double senti that we were expecting to see them play on Ascent. I would like to see a little bit of creativity. I would like to see them just throw them all themselves fully into the rest of the match and
homemade green chutney
up their sleeve.
The last time we did see Apex play Lotus, it was against Carmine Corp. They unfortunately lost, but we did see Batu on that deadlock. It's like, here you could play him almost as that aggressive sentinel that we know he's so good at. So is it actually less beneficial to pull him off a role like deadlock in a 3-map site map?
Yeah,
I don't know.
We will see the Aiden select now, and all of our questions will be answered here. And it looks like they're not going to carry this on. It's okay. We had 2 maps. We had the maximum amount of rounds over 2 maps for it as well. But yeah, this is where I give Batu a lot of praise. I love his deadlock. I love how reactive it is. I'm very, very actually.
Yeah, I think to be fair to them, like they did, although they lost against KC, they did manage to bring it very, very close. It did end 11-13 after all. I think for Team Liquid as well, this was a map that they kind of at the very start of the year were struggling to find an identity on, right? We saw them pull out Arena in a race. Of course, a different roster at the very start of the year. But more recently, they have been moving towards this Vise, towards this double duelist on Lotus, which I think is nice for them. I want to see how Apex approach this though, considering that they will have their own double Sentinel on their side.
I think a big focus for Apex here is going to be using up as much Team Liquid utility as they can before they potentially get into those post-plant situations. I do think as well Liquid are going to be looking at that kind of traditional style Lotus play of to deny them of that information as they can. So I do think we're maybe going to see a bit of a slower play here from Liquid.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just laughing because other players hover for like bans, memes, you know, whatever.
Not Nats.
I know him like that. Nats is hovering because he wants to buy time. Just yap. Because you know what he's like? He's going to be very unhappy at the fact that they were 11-7 up and didn't take this 2-0. And there's only one thing scarier than Team Liquid, which is when they are back into corner and Nats are shouting at you.
I would not want Nats to shout at me. I
would you rather Nats shouting at you or Danito calling you a noob?
I would rather Danito calling me a noob. I'm used to it anyway, you know, in my win games, so I don't mind.
I think I'd rather Danito call me a noob as well.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie. But would you rather shout at Nats or call Danito a noob to his face?
I'd call Danito a noob to his face.
Really? I don't want to mess with Nats. No.
He's not that scary to me. Yeah.
No. He has 2 sides. He has like a good cop, bad cop. I do think he looks like a cuddly teddy bear, but I also think that that man could say the worst things to you that completely break you down.
Or Danito? Nats is not going to say anything to you, Meg. Come on.
Not to me, but if I was on his team, you know. Obviously, he's never going to say anything.
I think we should experiment and see who out of us could get the biggest reaction out of them. I think Danito would just laugh if you walked up and was like, you're a noob.
We should play a game of rage baiting as many players as we can to see how they react.
I am a non-rage baiter. I think I have a pretty good CV, I think, in terms of people I've successfully rage baited.
I think you could scroll through Reddit, VLR, whatever, and it's like, why is Sue rage baiting people in their Twitch chat again?
Yeah,
it's constant.
Yeah. I'm pretty good at that. So we'll make that happen. But I mean, look at Naz. He's still yapping away. He's still talking. Would love to know what he's saying right now. But from the snippets in the past that we have seen, it is very. He kind of goes teammate by teammate, right? He'll say. There's actually a really funny meme where he basically said something to every teammate, and then when it went to Kiko, he was like, "Keep doing what you're doing." Yeah, you just be you.
I like that he gives them all their moment. You know, that's a good IGL, right? Focusing on every single player.
because he was like, "You're a noob, you're a noob, you're a noob, Kiko, you're perfect."
But if Kiko was doing well, what can you say?
I don't even remember if he was doing. I mean, he must have been. It's Cass.
I don't blame him for taking it this seriously, though, right? Because you have to remember what's on the line for them today, right? Wanting to be that first team to get through to playoffs. I said it at the start of the day. If Apex was to stop it just feels like not something that we would have said.
I've also just remembered that if Team Liquid lose, obviously that's better for Fnatic.
Yeah, so whose side are you on?
Fnatic.
I mean, it would be kind of, you know, poetic in some ways, I guess, the little circle of permutation that we do have. But also the last time these two played against each other, I believe it also went to map 3. Kiko literally had the performance of his life, you know, carrying Liquid back then. Probably not wanting to lose against his former team as well. A little bit of that element. And the stakes for Apex is very, very high too. If they lose here, they have to make the finals of stage 2 if they want to go to champs. They literally physically cannot make it on champs points. And Liquid can still make playoffs.
Yeah.
No, they could do it next week as well. So
I have an idea as to maybe why they're taking this, you know, the long way. They're going for the 3-map series, and I think because maybe we spoke a little bit earlier about their performance last year. Team Liquid fans. This year they're potentially going to make their national event of the year. So they just want to give the Team Liquid fans who have come out to the arena today a good showing.
We are currently experiencing a very, very short delay. I heard Pansy try to get in the studio for some reason. Don't worry, we're not letting her in. It's fine. She's stuck outside. We're just going to remake the lobby and jump into the map in a moment. So now, enjoy the podcast.
mushroom hai.
Meg, you've chosen your alliance. Billy,
Damn it, girl. Mushroom hai.
You're asking the tier 2 defender.
भाई Apex actual में जीत सकता है लेकिन दो मैप अच्छा खेला.
You've changed, you know. Now you're in tier 1.
तुमने नॉनवेज बोल के बैग मंगाया है. जा रे तू.
To be honest with you, I mean, when have you seen them on a Challengers North broadcast since?
You tell them.
Nah, all jokes aside, of course I got to back up Apex here. It would be rude of me to not do that. We followed their journey last year at Ascension. I've wanted to see them do something in VCT EMEA, and this for me, this would be a
mushroom very yummy.
Yeah, and if you guys remember last year, Liquid had like a 1% chance to make playoffs. It was the miracle journey. Was it last year? Maybe it was the year before. One of the years is almost
10% liquid
and they did it. There was literally one scenario for them to make playoffs, and they ended up achieving it. So they know how it feels, you know, being in a situation where everything seems very impossible. But I just think that the reason I'm personally leaning towards Apex is that I'm really enjoying the Valorant they're playing today. I'm really enjoying it.
1000 रुपए में तुम लोग को ये खाना मिलेगा. जो भी बाहर गांव में रहते हैं वो लोग को ये इतना अच्छा खाना मिल रहा है. तुम लोग को ये खाना मिलेगा.
Come on guys, believe in the underdog.
No, I have to agree with you though, Sue. I think like watching Ascent in particular as well, it looked so nice from Mozzie.
So me, sorry.
like Mozzie's calling on the attack on Ascent. We've been talking about how, you know, teams have been struggling on the attack side and being able to call them more recently, but it just felt as though he always had not only the right reads but also the right reactions. So I'm looking to see if that travels through into this third map as well.
Well, we are back into the lobby, so it's time to jump
into
the game. I'd love to know the win rate of Hazard and Kairo's cast when they have been casting Apex. Over to you.
Well, Sue, this would be the 19th time that either of us have casted an Apex match. And Cairo, I believe, you've only casted one loss?
Net Viper now, Abish?
Back in, 2023? So, yeah, it's looking pretty good. And I have to say, looking at both IGLs on the stage there, Nat saying he's unimpressed with what he's seen on their road to champs. And Molsey up against the stoic leader on the other side, knowing the task that is at hand to keep their chances of survival afloat. The attack side begins with a knife searing through the center of the map. Two players revealed, one B from the Liquid side. Two still hanging around sand. Taking the team, Apex. Always.
This is what has always been the good look for them on Ascent, remember?
Viper अच्छा है इसमें.
When they got to default,
double controller अच्छा है इसमें. Slow खेलने के लिए.
Information from Camo as his TP was about to expire.
It's like Peter Parker getting a good photo of Spider-Man swinging through the air, snaps 3 players they know. Mesh goes up
क्या दिखता है रे एकदम
very well coordinated one from
वैसे डिले करने का प्लान है 22 भी अच्छा है डबल कंट्रोलर भी अच्छा है 22 भी अच्छा है लेकिन ये जो मेरे को एक एजेंट दिख रहा है ना वो एकदम संडास है बाकी सब अच्छे हैं.
Hobbit control is what they've got, the cam towards grass as well, both of the sentinel bits of util. The one gap that they have to account for is towards Waterfall and Main.
Seemed like we'd have done well to hold on to that, and Batu stuck between no man's land.
भाई इसको पता है चैट देखो.
Waiting to activate. I mean, Nat's just holding
on. Nats को पता था यार भाई. Nats को पता था भाई.
Is fleeting. That's down 5 pistols.
भाई Nats को पता था भाई.
Team Liquid. And Liquid.
थोड़ा जल्दी मारता उसका टीममेट बच जाता है वैसे.
As much as possible. It's something that we've got to talk about, especially now that we've hit crunch time and reached Lotus. This was the acrobatic camo who did really well to pressure the extremity as you're expecting from the Yoru. And this was the last
time एकदम प्यारा रिटेक करता ना दरवाजा खोल के 2 इधर से 2 बंदे सिटी से 1 बंदा ऊपर से.
Nice patience boys, nice retake. Nice
बाप रिटेक बाप रिटेक.
As much as I said before that anyone on Liquid can come up with something, the plan has worked this time.
Yeah. Team Liquid, all their forces on the other side of the map from Apex at the moment.
While Penny gets an orb here, Trex also went and picked up the A orb, so he's already within 3 of the Nightfall. When you head into that bonus round then for Liquid, they want to try and keep it as clean as possible.
Eyes well activated, and so is all the utility that was
on
the side.
This is the one opportunity
मेरा वाला
that Apex
combo है,
are
पता है
going
ना?
to get to do any kind of free damage through the nade and the net.
मेरा वाला combo है
It's
वो.
been enough to fully flush Liquid off site. A plant now.
वो बात अलग है, ज़ेरेफ के ब्रीच के साथ नहीं हो रहा था.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be happy with this. Liquid look to
चल मैं जिम जा रहा हूँ, बांग स्विमिंग करने.
players. And it seems if this is looking to be a flawless round at the moment.
Oh, Multi is going to get his one though. You can't ever speak too soon.
भाई मोमेंटम में अभी मोमेंटम में क्या लगता है?
Securing the objective, and in the diffuser
जीत सकता है क्या Apex?
means that the Nightfall will be available heading into that next round.
That's it. Hey, listen, now you set up your plans, and as Nats was saying earlier, the plans look to be finally coming to fruition.
One enemy remaining.
And for Liquid on this defender side, I'm always going to be looking towards the A site and the rubble control, which they very often opt to set up. This is an incredibly late call in terms of what they do end up opting for, though, as Nats will play a lot deeper on this right-hand side.
Apex का पोस्ट प्लांट अच्छा है यार, लेकिन चैट यार. कौन थोड़ा बड़ा तो बड़ा रहा.
Yeah.
3 players strong.
Apex का पोस्ट प्लांट अच्छा है.
On the door if they want to go for it.
इसमें.
Kiko shot it.
Plus KO का suppress timing भी है ना.
Great paranoia to set up the
एकदम
horn, but
off-guard
just
पकड़ा
can't bend the
सकता
bullets
है.
around the corner, can Patatech. Apex now heading towards A, but this is the reaction that Liquid want. It's straight into their Sentinel.
Yeah, straight into the setup, but all is there is ahead. Well, Nats actually gets caught by the paranoia, but nobody through tree. Still a little bit of delay, and not checking for Nats. The smoke actually had a gap in it, and Team Liquid are able to capitalise to the max.
Spike already on B though. Apex can take this
There
one
is
step
a reason
further,
सब लोग इसको गाली क्यों
reach the
देते
C
हैं.
site if they want. Avova is late to leave A, and that looks like what it's going to be. A waterfall walk, but Kiko can maybe catch Molsey. It's just damage for now. But so much pressure put on Apex needlessly.
Quick and go down.
That's Corrode.
Doesn't
इतना
matter that he's
difficult
there.
कर देता
Team
ना वो
Liquid
मारना,
taking their
इतना
time
difficult
again,
कर देता ना यार वो.
Looking to create a plan and be patient.
That's what
दर्द
Nats
बंदा है
is
to
talking
play
about.
against वे.
Here, Trex has the horn, last Prowler used towards Waterfall. Huge 1v1 in sand. If Molsey can ease up the containment of them here, it's everything.
He's only within one bullet range. Now it's a 2 versus 4, which the last
गाली दो Molsey भाई, गाली दो.
and clutch up from him. Batu's
गाली
already
दो,
been
गाली दो
revealed
उसको.
instead of over. Now needs to try his best. But his best won't be enough. Opponent's
Nats बोलते हैं.
conversion. Another great Team Liquid start.
Liquid पक्का जीतेगा
Another
भाई.
great, very well worked round.
अच्छा
from
मैं
them
last
as
match
well.
पे
The
जीत
little
जाना
set
था वो
piece
लोग को.
sand to put Nats in a
यार
position
पता
of
नहीं last
power
match
on
क्या हो
site.
गया.
Well, Azera doesn't get the most from his excursion, and then into the later stages of the round.
Heavy lead था भाई
Molsey
last
is-
match.
They're
Heavy.
solo, not knowing which way to look. Apex fighting a war on both fronts, and it just all falls apart. You can only credit Liquid though; they did everything right.
Let's go.
क्या? निकिता?
There.
Beautiful निकिता बोला उसने?
Again by Liquid.
They don't have a chance.
Changing it up,
Check.
where that aggression is with this double duelist.
That's it. Batu though does have that deadlock ult if needed. Still, Liquid can Liquid
अपने
Apex
पास भी
can
एक
provide
coach
a
था
bit of
beautiful
resistance
निकिता वाला.
to Liquid in this round.
I would like to apologize.
They've taken the
एक बात
early
मानना
control.
पड़ेगा, मेरे में
And
इतना
ever
है कि मैं
since
जल्दी
Liquid
sorry बोल
added
देता
the
हूँ.
fades to their composition.
हाँ, humble streamer.
I mean, hell, ever since
Humble
we've
streamer.
seen them start to pick it up in stage 1, Lotus has looked so much better for them.
But से sorry बोल
They've
देता हूँ यार
lost
मैं.
every single one of their Masters games on it so far, though. 3 out of 3. Even despite the almost comeback from 11-1 down against Paper X. So here again, it's the
Must
same
have been off.
conversation, building confidence, heading towards Champs, which looks to be edging ever closer, as are Apex on the unguarded C site.
Yeah, Olizera
बाप
under
एजेंट है.
pressure, trying to make sure to
बाप एजेंट.
watch B main in case anybody was going to go for the door, but instead he will be completely
Must clear
cleared
gap.
out. And that's on an angle, an aggressive one, caught off guard, and Trex at least able to trade that out, and with support to help
Bro.
him. This is looking like Liquid with another round to convert.
भाई इसका सेंसी क्या है बे कमो का?
Whitewashing Apex
इधर
at
मार
the
दे
moment.
उधर मार दिया उसने.
Going through them in these retake situations. And that is frustrating for Apex, especially more so compounded by the fact that Batu was still alive with all of the deadlock utility. And that's the strength of this composition. Making your post plants easier by just adding that extra layer of utility. They've been running the deadlock back with the old lineup sort of since last year. Lotus has always been a really great pasta ko bread mein duba ke. In the grand final against Pacific, of course, and here comes the timeout.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that like how successful Apex historically have been on Lotus. Like
that's what it's all about. When you look at challenges in general in the North and East leagues, even combined, they still hold the records for the biggest win streaks, full stop, the top 3. And then you go from being so dominant to coming into this league with the teams that are here and this quality. It's like a cold ice bucket dropped over your head, really.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, there's always going to be the if, buts and maybes about Apex, about losing that 2023 final. Would it have been better for them to
अरे भाई ब्रेड को पास्ता में डुबा के होता है वाह भाई किसको भी किस में भी डुबा डूबेगा तो वही ना
already made some difficult decisions with the moves made, but here they are now sat on the lineup, which ultimately their hopes live and die by. 4 successful retakes for Liquid. That is the story that we have to tell here. And yeah, how effective Batu's going to be with this
plant करने का
and
सोच रहे हो लोग
Zera as well in this traps in post.
लेकिन प्लांट पे नहीं मिलेगा पता है क्यों भी फर्स्ट करेंगे ना ग्रेस चला जाएगा हेल्प करने सीजनल कॉम्बो भी है स्पाइक भी है
sometimes that's what you need pace changing. It worked for Apex on the last map of Corrode.
The Thorns are going to stall out most of the side, and when Nats is in the corner, get to be cleared.
बंदा अभी सी पे था ये क्या कर रहा है यहाँ पे
Nothing getting
Ask yourself this question. जब ये बंदा सी पे था अभी वो क्या कर रहा है इतना जल्दी इधर
They've decided that they need to
Stream Sniper is the answer, bhai.
An end zone flawless to show the prowess so far.
It's not just Batu though, it needs to be Olazera as well. We saw how good
तेरे को पानी में डुबाओ या पानी को तेरे में डुबाओ दोनों अलग हुआ ना कैसे दोनों में गीला तो मैं ही हुआ पानी थोड़ी गीला हुआ मैं गीला हुआ
Another player to even highlight would also, of course, be Penny. He's had a very slow start to this map where he was tearing Liquid apart on Corrode.
Yeah, I think as well, like Olazera, just as a player and his playstyle, very individualistic. Just the way that he looks through, right? He's always going to be taking those 50-50 gunfights. Maybe gunfights not in his favour.
But we're into the next rifle round though, and Penny investing the nade into the dark cover here. Apex still not fully sure if Liquids have moved a player further up the field, if they've inserted one. They have. It's elsewhere though. It's B main and it's Olazera dead.
Yeah, as the map gets closer and closer. Apex needs to start to move the pace up a little bit.
And they can't go B because main's been taken. So they're forced into making this A play, and another retake for Liquid, which they're happy to do, especially when Nats has his ult.
Ready to go here. Spike should be going down very shortly. And Team Liquid again, I've got plenty of time to come up with a plan and be calm about it.
There is a little bit of setup from Apex, both sensors, and with the null command invested,
slightly hitting.
And a big fight happening towards Upper as well. If Apex can win that with their plan, they might just have a chance.
Yeah, Camo is that player that is going to be taking the fight, but there's also going to be an ultimate invested to steal Garden. It's all up to the classics and the pistols. Essentially becomes a thrifty round, an anti-eco, which Liquid look to bat away once more. The defuse coming through, there's no chance Penny can even get close.
That's just a whirlwind. And Apex are swept away as it's another successful retake. You look at the situation there, they really wanted to entertain that fight with Camo, but he was having none of it. The round started off brilliantly for Liquid with their proactivity.
फर्क देखो भाई दो एजेंट में फर्क देखो हाँ डेडलॉक का अल्टी और इसका अल्टी जमीन आसमान का फर्क है भाई
times now, and it was just not considered by Apex. They've been forced into another reaction, which is unfavourable for them.
From the front, Nats now 12-1, by the way, just to note.
21 भी जाएगा वो.
Feel as if it's not working out whatsoever. Trying from different angles, trying different pace changes.
मेरे को आता है लेकिन मेरे सामने खेलता नहीं हो.
Everything being countered by Team Liquid at the moment.
Where are you?
Already seen them come back from a deficit, but this one
enemy remaining.
shall continue to grow.
क्या?
7 rounds queued up unless Mulsi can
क्यों है वहाँ
curate
से open
something
में जब दरवाजा
divine.
खुला है?
It's just not happening. Kiko putting a stop to things. Another in-zone flawless for Liquid.
गलत कर रहे हैं.
How many has been so far in this map alone, right? And how many more it could possibly be. It just feels as if right now Team Liquid are just full of confidence, and this is this type of end to a series where you maybe struggle a little bit. One, it's the little cherry on the ice cream, perhaps.
Cherry on the ice cream.
I'm a flake man myself, but I get it. I like the rainbow sprinkles.
लेकिन ice cream तो टेस्ट करता था ना यार.
Around right now. It's hard to come by.
Can't buy around.
You can't. You can certainly make investments towards it. They do have Penny's showstopper. But Liquid, some of their own on the other side. And to sort of build up that conversation a bit further, as what I was saying before, we were both there for the game against 13-1, which they found with just, yes, such a strong defensive half being the backbone of it. You can really see the theory has continued to be developed as they've moved forward.
Lotus
They have moved away from playing the deadlock as they had serial, and you kind of expect that change with the roles being
With
a
KO, you
little
can
bit
take
different,
early
him
info and
trying
play
to
very slowly.
flex and play a lot, a thankless task at the
But
end of the day.
main thing is you have to fight on the second suppress.
Nats 12-1 on this fight. The Utils not
And
really
it's very hard to fight against the Liquid comp.
I feel as if like it's
Very
not
hard to
a
fight.
utility that you necessarily need to interact with every single time just because of the stall that it brings through. I just think Team Liquid right now can't be beating a gunfight.
It's also more so that right now, if you have that vice wall in the middle of the map, if Apex
जैसा अभी ये suppress किया,
it's a very quick
वो लोग पता है
rotation
tree
for
खा लिए
Liquid, safe in the
और
knowledge
close कोई नहीं
that
है.
they do have a
वो लोग
shot
एक control मिल गया, सिर्फ suppress
the
है.
site, and this time
अब ये लोग slow करना पड़ेगा और दूसरा suppress में ये लोग को fight करना पड़ेगा.
Playing in sand, affording that rotation to move even further towards the A site where Apex are setting up.
I find it very funny as well that the one map that Apex have moved away from Double Duelist is the map that right now they're not doing too great on. Nice entry from Camel as he finds Ollie Zera that was out on C main. Nats gets another.
And Patty even living through the spam there as well. Apex are heading into a hopeless A execute. Hard work had already been done by Liquid. They have to win some of these fights now. That's the last chance. And the final hope for Apex.
Oh.
वो reveal हुआ था भाई. Hello.
2 versus 1. I mean, Mosey through this series has shown time and time again that he can do it, that he can frag out when needed, but he needs to get that spike back, and both players are ready for this.
30 seconds left.
And Molly's not going to quite cut off the play. Camo's in with the ult. Trex right amongst it, and from his own flash set up, Camo claims number 8.
ए मेरे से blind नहीं होता बे.
We have to just look at the first 30 seconds of that round, Cairo. It's Liquid putting the arrow into the crossbow, drawing it back, and just waiting to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, all throughout this, right? Like, you look at the chances, or just everything that Team Liquid are doing here. They're throwing themselves at Apex.
Planted.
And unconfident, I would say, other players
I was doing everything for you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just got full spammed.
But he lived to tell the tale. And yeah, it is that frustrating if you're Apex, because what did we see? Olizera wandering towards sand, and that's all being diligent and playing both ends of the map. It's just simply not enough. This 4-1 can't keep going on like this.
It can.
It can, unfortunately, and it looks to be as well.
Yeah, and with every round that Liquid are able to grab, with every kill that they find, it's one step closer to playoffs and one step closer to the end goal of champs. Right now, it's just Camel towards the C extremity. There's even going to be an ultimate invested by Avova, and Camel's sticking around.
Oh, stuck the ult, but you can see the timid nature of the Apex players as they're walking. treading on thin ice.
तुम लोगों को भी वही मिल रहा है?
Site control and a very deep deadlock wall which was
13-0.
thrown over the top, but double flank is an issue.
British guys सब बढ़िया Rahul Lemon.
What's the reaction from Apex?
You say it's a double flank, but there's also Nats coming through the door, right? Ollie Zera in the corner, spammed out, but still holding fast. Camo at the other end, though, is managing to chip away Apex numbers. Ollie Zera not clear, finally is. And well, there is one
Trigger control
for the
करना था.
ultimate. Plenty to
Option
be
नहीं था उधर
used
एक
here.
मारने का.
And well, Mosey with just a classic.
उसको पता था एटलीस्ट दो बंदे आ रहे थे.
Looking for
टीम का नहीं पता रहेगा लेकिन दो का तो पता था. एक में दरवाजा खोला था, एक फ्लैंक आ रहा था.
This is looking sensational.
Yeah, and it's also complete mirrors of that foot match that we saw when they were absolutely stomping on their defense because
Magnus one, क्या
protocols
पूरा
are
AWC.
perfect. They're creating pressure in all the right pockets, and Apex look lost in a lot of these rounds in terms of what it is that they've actually got to do to combat that. This C execute not as bad. I mean, Trex, he could have got camo out of that one.
Yeah, but who needs
Nats easy कर देता
when
है.
you've got that much money in the
Final
back
कल है
of your
क्या है?
pocket, right?
Magnus versus?
So, and Trex also hasn't died
Carlson
yet,
मत
by
बोल
the way,
देना.
so just making sure he stays with the best possible KD ratio.
Well, it keeps growing series to series, match to
Ali Zera फिर जा.
match. So does Team
वो भी
Liquid.
बहुत strong है.
It seems like the timing's insane. That's
अगर
kept
Magnus
going
one है
for
तो वो
second.
2 है actual वाला.
So keep things all even.
एक बंदा जो upset
Kiko
कर सकता
wants
है.
to try and push this a little bit further. Cheeky.
Yeah, we've got Penny here with a showstopper. This might finally be the respite. No! It's missed! And Liquid just get absolutely everything going their way. Apex in the red again.
One
जब शराब
enemy
समझा?
Between
कुत्ते
Avova
कुत्ते
and
गाफ किसे मारी?
Olazera, there is nothing to be said of them
Hello?
in this round. Like a deer into headlights.
मेरा गन तो ऐसे नहीं चलता भाई.
I mean, they should, right? There's no way Ollie Zera gets a chance at this.
It shouldn't. The setup is there. Camo's the only one showing face, but when this smoke expires, he should duck behind the box, and there you go.
Yeah, playing off
30
Kiko's
seconds
contact. Trex also hiding as well. But they don't even need it. They don't even
10-0
need it. They don't even
बे
need the
chat.
trade. This Kiko is going to
कौन ये देख के बोलेगा कि 2 मैप इसके पहले OT गया करके? Almost.
Scarily close to a scoreline which Apex themselves
भाई
will be
क्या
familiar with
moment
for
था
different
बे?
reasons. We'll just have to keep tracking it as it goes. That was a full invest to get Guardians. Cairo.
Yeah.
That is the dire state of
enemy
affairs that
remaining.
बेचारा.
Apex have found themselves in. So this is the penultimate round of the half and Sheriffs.
If I had a penny for every time Ascension team was able to give me hope, I would have 4 pennies.
And all of them were from Gentleman. 5
भाई
pennies
10-0 में
if you
इको
count
क्या है
this
भाई?
one.
लोग को दांत तो देना पड़ेगा. Try तो कर रहे हैं.
He has been a shining light in the performances so far. The Wolves bought a lot of time for Batu in terms of getting the plant in. Nats has done a brilliant job through proxy.
Apex are trying to take extra space, but they're going straight into Kiko's ultimate, and yet easily dealt with. The Sheriffs have been a good look, so have the Thrifties in previous maps, but on Lotus, everything has been falling apart, and it looks to fall apart once more, even after
बंदा भी
Apex
तोड़ रहा है,
tries
trap भी
to
तोड़
set
रहा है,
up the
सब तोड़ रहे
perfect post plan. There's nothing perfect about this, unless you're talking about Team Liquid. They have not missed once in this map.
भाई low HP
And
वाला
they
कर रहा है.
continue to look even better.
Oh,
Somehow
what?
Kiko's come off the... Why has he come off the spike? He nearly had it defused.
He's still not gone for it.
Ollie Zera so low, he's playing with the time, playing with Kiko, knowing that this is his chance. Kiko!
भाई उसने क्यों डिफ्यूज नहीं
Somehow
किया? Hello!
That'll be a Red Bull clutch for Apex!
And no 13-0.
Kill का
Apex
भूखा
have
भाई.
opened the door. It was heroics required. Liquid going through the motions, doing the same kind of things we've seen from them up until this point. Containing Apex, making it difficult, and Olazera take a bow. It might just be a highlight for now.
Nice! We won a
Or it
round.
could be the start. Yeah!
Hello?
Of something we have not often seen.
Catch them.
Yeah, I remember there was a time when Apex used to dish out 13-0s, like dishing out hot dinners. Yeah, they did.
सोचो अगर ये एक राउंड की वजह से कमबैक हो गया.
They were adding teams to the club
सिर्फ
like
सोचो
gym
बे,
badges.
सोचो बे
Yeah, I
बस.
remember that, the Pokemon meme.
सिर्फ सोचो अगर एक राउंड की वजह से कमबैक हो गया.
See one here. Liquid know a thing or two about an 11-1 though, as I was saying earlier, and well, I wonder what it'll be like from the start of the game. Batu attack side.
अभी तो मैंने लेकिन नहीं
freedom
कर
to
सकता.
be that second in, but looking
Watchparty
to
इसके
create
बाद
an
खेलेंगे.
opener here. It's Multi with a quick trade, and Batu gets the punish. Has the ult held in his hands, waiting to find camo, but disappears into the night. As Apex are set up, this is their best chance they've had so far this map to get around, really.
Yeah, I mean, as well as that, buying a little bit extra time so that the spike can be planted in the correct spot, but it's been planted safe, so Apex need to play on the site, and they do. They're fighting right through it. Patty Tech, well, he's pushed all the way back into all his era, and Apex will be doubling up the round count.
Yeah,
Epic
Liquid's
अगर
approach
पिस्तौल
there kind
जीता.
of played into Apex hands with the positions that they
अगर
had.
पिस्तौल
Ozera,
जीता,
late
अगर.
lurk, and
और
very
फिर
well
बोनस
dealt
जीता.
with. Great supportive utility
और उसके
from
बाद
Multi.
अगर 3 राउंड गन बाय वो लोग और जीते. अगर.
The miracle is to come off. If Apex is to take
और
their
उसके बाद
first
1-2 राउंड और जीते.
PCT Emea 2025, or if Liquid are on the road to
फिर
Paris
एक राउंड फाइनल राउंड एक और जीते अगर तो कमबैक आ सकता है.
Red Bull gives you wings.
लाला मैं अटैकिंग मैप में 10 राउंड डिफेंस भी जीते लाला वो लोग. अगर बंक सो जाए लव यू यार. हैंडसम बॉय बोलते क्या ही गाना है भाई. क्रेजी गाना है.
So, Liquid in high spirits, but Apex it's food for thought. A cold exterior on the faces of the players on the right side of the
नेम चेंज
stage.
करके बिंक्स रख
Will
देना
they be
चाहिए.
on
ऐसे
the
क्यों
right
इसे
side of
होता है?
history for
एक्सक्यूज मी.
once?
मैं तो बोलता हूँ
Or
अच्छे दिन
is
नहीं है.
it the run which crashes out in the most spectacular fashion?
And it all starts with a pistol round, and Liquid could essentially
मतलब इन
finish the
theory
map
अच्छा है
with
वो.
that. And the problem
इन
with
theory,
Apex,
लेकिन मेन क्या उसका
when
जो
you
सेंसर है
consider
ना.
pistol rounds, is they've not
अगर
won a
नियॉन स्लाइड मारा तो भी
single
सारे
one
सेंसर
this
खत्म.
series.
रेस सैचर मारा तो भी खत्म.
Apex
जेट
tonight
डैश
for
मारा तो भी
13-0.
खत्म.
4 of those collected in
वाइस
their time
और
through
उसके बंदे
challenges,
नहीं
but
कर
this
सकते
is a
तुम लोग.
different
साइबर के
beast.
सामने.
25 minutes in, Liquid looking to speed run their way through. Camo up the guts and Kiko to lead the charge. The first nail in the coffin of Apex.
Bro, बुरा लगा यार.
Finding another as well.
भाई
This
गलत
is
मार खाया रे
looking
वो.
very difficult. Again, Apex have struggled in pistol rounds and continue to do so.
पीछे देख, पीछे
Team
देख,
Liquid,
पीछे देख.
I mean,
नाट्स का भाई.
in this map. And they're
पक्का नाट्स ने इसको कॉल लिया रहेगा. ए सुन यहाँ से जा. फ्री किल मिलेगा. भाई
And now,
101%.
that is going to be every single one.
तो जाएगा भाई जाएगा the one man.
For Team Liquid. We spoke about the prep being a big factor, but here it is as simple as directing their players into Apex heavy traffic. Nothing to stop them. One player at a time, shown the door by Liquid. Late play through grass, very nice.
Impossible, Patrick. Impossible. Impossible, Patrick.
Possible Apex from a scoreline of 11-2.
This is the new
It
Agar
has to be
Jinx.
the 4 spy.
Yeah, defense 4 spies are never in the best
भाई
sort of
सोचो बे
position.
अगर तुम्हारा
That's
कल
gonna
का
have to
दिन
go for it.
अच्छा
Only
जाएगा.
3 stingers.
सोचो बे.
Apex creating some form of retaliation. The mesh goes up, it splits the Liquid players, it makes things a little bit awkward, but the same can be said for Batu. Trying to escape through the Hobbit door, but he hits his head on the way out. Liquid onto the A side, the re-aggression is anticipated.
That's decent, that's a Guardian to be picked up. Spike going down, and Kiko looking for extra space towards heaven.
And this is huge because the plant is open. There is no one to challenge from upper yet. Mulsi just about starting to make his way around the stairwell. It's the knife instead that confirms. Flash on to Trex, blinded up. I'm over with another, trading out on Kiko. And down to the last two. Patty, Phantom in hand. The spray, is this how it ends? Is this how Liquid takes 12? It absolutely is. You can bet your house on it. A full clutch. 10 rounds difference. And Apex feeling 10 tons of force on the backs of their neck.
And they've been 10 times better than their opponents.
अबे मेरे को एक बात बता, अगर APK से नहीं हो रहा है, तो GIF से होएगा क्या?
To playoffs.
Liquid are looking playoffs bound now, and they've managed to do it in style as well. Albeit against an Apex side which carry the weight of the expectations on their shoulders to simply survive this group stage. Avova and Mulsi, the ones who have been there since the beginning of last year.
गाली देने वाले लाइन पे खड़े हो जाओ भाई.
To have kept them in it for a little bit longer. Still,
लाइन पे खड़े हो जाओ.
in the hands of the attack.
Nuts.
Yeah, and there is still a chance to go elsewhere, but when they do, there's some deep traps that all these areas have been able to place.
Make that coverage a little bit more difficult. If Trex were to even send one Prowler, it wouldn't suffice. The knife again, reconfirming.
At least website बोल देते. Sorry.
They're just trying to chuck away as many as those guns.
And that's what you've got to do, because look at Apex's money.
ऐसे बोले APK के साथ नहीं हो रहा, सीधा round जीत के check.
Okay, Olazera and Batu are still on heavy shields. But the money is barely there.
Hey Jerry, तेरे से $2,000 का सुपर सेट नहीं हो रहा क्या?
To make their way through the trips now.
कब काम आएगा ऐसा वाला Jinx?
Apex still haven't moved from that C round spot. They want to try and re-aggress for the guns. Obviously they won't be there, but that's going to create a delay on the A site.
Olazera just needs to hold his nerve, not overstep, and make the most of the camera that he has. A little more time bought by the Vice Wall. Liquid knowing that there is nowhere safe on the map for them right now.
Still dependable, sits next to Hobbit door, and that's the captain. Low on health and yet to be cleared, but it's Mr. Dependable first. Nats not being checked, not being cleared. Nats now finally being caught out. And Apex able to get their first in the second half.
Yeah, still some schoolboy mistakes in there, but Apex have kept it clean enough. In fact, they get the round. The fact that they've even picked up the round is pretty huge, because it's just going to extend play a little bit longer. Gap now of 9 rounds. Not insurmountable, but very unlikely.
9 rounds का lead ज़्यादा नहीं है बोल रहे. Hashtag के साथ शर्म है कास्टर भाई.
The record of shortest map, currently held by GX, I guess, on the receiving end of the only 13-0 we've seen.
Yeah, and as of right now, Team Liquid relegated to a poor bye. Interestingly enough,
12-3 पे कौन इको
a judge
करता
in
है?
hand.
12-3 पे कौन इको करता है? थोड़ा सा शर्म कर लो.
A very explosive one to try and break open the map.
Oh, Mulsi goes for the clone though. Target selection plays against his hand, but Penny is there and Avova as well. Liquid just diving straight in with a lot of pace, but not quite the precision they would have been hoping for. Apex stepping up to a 4th.
Meanwhile,
Hope dies last, and Nats dies last as well. He's always there in those clutch situations, but this one, not possible.
Omen bhai, एक बार कोई इंटरव्यू में Omen bhai को पूछो कैसा फील हुआ करके.
That is very clearly a let's go Apex from the crowd as well. So
Oh, you're not the only one, mate.
Fancy you say that. Started better when the jersey was showing.
Yeah, that's true. Ultimate simply for Team Liquid. That will be the deciding factor in this round.
Yeah, and this is something we were mentioning a lot with the
Why
mates
only women?
conversation as well.
Because
Just
say mara na usme
set
bola,
up your end game.
oh,
What's your win condition?
कैसा है
This
इधर?
is around a
समझा?
true full investment. There's no other
इसलिए
way to
उसने
put
से
it.
women को मारा.
100%, and not only that.
ये सब
Tricks
तुम लोगों को
to
टाइम
away
लगा
from
यार,
the
समझने को तुम लोगों को टाइम
an orb
लगेगा.
and a plant, and you
लेकिन
put
as a
real
Watchparty
display
streamer ना,
Plenty of
मेरे को
football,
clear cut पता रहता.
A-bound as Olizera plays off sight with the setup. Trap's not yet hit. Eco just clearing, but into upper they go. Both of the duelists on the Liquid side.
5 here for Apex as well. And look at Olizera and Nats, they're so close to one another. So that was just a map that's caught me off guard. No, it's not. Now Apex through heaven, through stairs, they try and get out. And it's Olizera just trying to use his shell, trying to use what he's been working from before. Now the Phantom in hand, the primary's online and doing well with it, keeping themselves ahead. Or Apex, as this retake looks good. Tricks trying to deny, trying to push playoffs, but denied.
मत कर diffuse.
One round extended.
Toxic and love यार, अरे कल भी हुआ था अक्षय भाई.
As we will be as long as Apex can keep putting them through the hoop. It was so close and costly for Liquid. And it was just the Steel Garden we saw invested, I suppose. Apex with their own showstopper.
भाई कैसे भाई उसको आने
Well,
दिया?
sorry, I should say a showstopper of
कैसे
Liquid
उसको
as
आने
well.
दिया भाई?
Don't speak when we are clutching. I wanted to pick. You said the few when we were losing. All good, all good. Just let us play, please.
And there's the comms issues that I was talking about. It's all a work in progress. That will be a focal point of this timeout, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course.
लग गया एक किसी के तो लग गया
To get
hashtag के
those
साथ.
out, Liquid
कोई तो double
have
count
two
दे रहा है वहाँ पे.
timeouts in their back pocket to use. Should we get to that position?
Yeah.
But I imagine the response after this timeout from Lohan.
Coming to schedule 1 kilo with squad. आज ये क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं? Schedule करके आयो एक stream
The next
schedule 1.
round will be a force for those looking at the buy coming through. 5 stingers, maybe a pace change that Liquid want to pick up.
Liquid have options right now, and still it's the
आज तो
same
RP होने वाला
range
था.
of emotion that we're seeing from side to side of the server. Apex acutely aware that the hopes and dreams which they pushed so hard to achieve in the previous year, tattered already, could be fully torn from their hands
Zero chance.
at a moment's notice. It is
Zero
so
chance.
fleeting right now, but it's also one step at a time. And from Liquid,
Your
you
ult
want to
is
see a
equal to
more
free side.
professional performance.
Raise ult is equal to free
An
side.
exhibition perhaps in how
Vice
to
ult
close
is equal
out
to free
Lotus.
side.
Could you imagine if a Ascension promoted team were on the other end of a comeback rather than that being what Gentlemates have been receiving? Liquid are getting the direct route to a site. That spike will be going down.
These stingers are incredibly scary in this position, especially with
Bakos
Trex's
is coming.
Nightfall. Gonna see Apex put through the Tenderizer, but the reveal is nice. The ult doesn't land for Batu, but he's done his job.
All of Apex seem to have at this moment in time, and they'll deal with a force buy. Well, I say force buy, a half buy, yeah.
There's still money with Liquids. The next will be a rifle. It's just on and off of the horse.
Unbelievable, bhai.
In and out of the saddle.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't think we saw them choose to use any of those ultimates in post, because they're waiting for the right opportunity to do it and to see this one home. But if they lose the next round with ults, that's the problem.
Well, the other problem is...
The game is not finished, come on.
Game's not done. You've heard it from Batu. But the important
Mentality
part
W है लेकिन.
as well those ultimates got kept.
हाँ?
Apex
Mentality W है
have
बे.
the big equalizer that you were speaking about, and that's the no command.
And we've got to be looking at Mulsi on these rounds as well, and his utility. Bringing the KO to Lotus does feel like an older take on the situation, that's for sure. Using the sensor against his own teammate, but Avova finds Camo.
भाई,
And with
पहले
the
इसमें
tip of
निकल
the
के मार
spear now
देते कमो भाई।
planted, the rest of Liquid look to collapse on the side.
दूसरे इसमें
So
निकल
does
के
the
कुछ
rest of
टर्न हो गया।
Apex. All the bodies are here, ready for it. As the bodies come out, Trex, who looks to send Liquid to playoffs.
2v1.
I mean, can Olizera do it?
He's gone past though. And they just have
Timing
no idea.
crazy, eh?
Trex is open on the angle and Olizera's denied it.
1v1.
Versus one, spike down.
And it's
Come on, come on,
Kiko
come on,
of
come
all
on.
players serving
Come on,
his
P.
time in 2023, unable to ascend himself against Olizera, the newest face into
ए
the
जा रहा है बे,
Apex
बी में जा रहा है
lineup
बे।
to keep them going
क्यों?
for one more round, which could turn into
ए पे तो
so
इनफो प्रो
many more. He
मैक्स है।
has the Cypher set up on A. That's where Kiko plants his feet. Hands are busy. Spike goes in.
30 seconds left.
Most importantly, for Olizera coming back in, there's a cam.
भाई एडवांटेज तो थोड़ा बहुत है।
Much information.
ये उसने
he's
टाइम पे
able
कैम
to
नहीं
pick up
खोला।
from it though. He's now noted it's an open plant. Kiko playing from tree. Time ticks away.
अबे उसको सिर्फ एक ही
Could
चीज
be the
देखने का है,
final
या
grains
फिर
of sand
ड्रॉप
hitting
या
the
फिर
bottom of
ट्री।
the hourglass for Apex's campaign here. If Olizera can't
Drop
make
every
the move, Kiko waits in tree, on the line, diffuse inside the cage. The bullet's
Full
not
defuse
hitting.
होता है।
Olizera gets it half. He has the info. Second tap, no time.
Oh, shit.
Kiko playing it down to the wire. There's not going to be
लिया।
enough. It's Kiko to send them over the ledge. At long last, Liquid are in playoffs.
A new look,
है।
a new addition, but the same
है बे, है,
old result. Liquid make their way
है।
to playoffs and put themselves with a great chance of getting to champs. We already knew that with the.
हो गया ना? I
performances
think
and
this is the first
appearances
team to qualify
they've
for
made
playoff.
this year, but it gets even sweeter,
Huh?
even closer.
में this is the
Being
first
able
team to qualify for
finally
playoff.
enter into the competition everyone wants to be in.
आज लिक्विड का
And
दिन है
on
बे।
the other side, 319 days since the Ascension win on the same hallowed ground. Apex taking a loss, which might just have done it. It's definitely sealed their fate in terms of championship
यार पहला
points.
दो मैप इतना
But
अच्छा खेल के यार
still
थर्ड
left
मैप
to play
लेफ्ट हो गया
amongst
बे।
Koi, another rival of theirs. and
ऐसा जाना
side
डिजर्व नहीं
of
करते
the
रे।
table. It's a frustrating one to see go. Liquid on the other side, plenty of positives to take.
प्लेयर बोलते।
As the road to Paris seems to get shorter and shorter.
Now listen, that's what will happen. And going from
मैंने
strength
बोला
to
था
strength,
लिक्विड
showing
जीतेगा लेकिन फिर भी
different
मैं एपेक्स सपोर्ट कर रही थी ऐसा बोलो।
character, yeah, a different character to it, right? Being able to be put to the under the cosh, having to fight back
liquid
into it
data.
from what was, let's be honest, like their own creation.
AP
They
के
should
बाहर
have
क्या
let
थ्री?
Apex back in.
AP
That
के
series should have been closed out probably on that second map, but listen, that's
APK
you
का,
learn as you
I
start to move
think
towards champs.
थर्ड लॉस है।
Ultimately, though, still delivering on all
हाँ
fronts
एपीके
when it
का ये
came
शायद
to
थर्ड
Lotus.
लॉस है।
We've seen
एपीके
a lot
आउट
of
है,
teams
प्लेऑफ क्वालीफाई
struggle
नहीं कर
to
सकते।
complete
चैंप्स भी नहीं क्वालीफाई कर
that
सकती,
road
प्लेऑफ भी
and really
क्वालीफाई नहीं
seal
कर
it, but
सकती।
they were able to do it without
GG
little
well
trouble
played.
in the end. When you look at the way they cycled the ults, they were ready for it. And we'll get to hear a little bit more from the players themselves. We have a post-match interview on the stage waiting for you with Patasek.
Thank you very much, Hazo and Kara. I'm now joined by Patatek from Team Liquid. That was a little bit stressful.
Nah, not at all.
No, not at all on the stage?
Nah.
You had absolute faith that you were going to close that out?
Yeah, full control.
Okay, we've seen too much shenanigans on this stage, so
Yeah.
you can never believe until the game is done. But with that, you have qualified for playoffs.
क्या ड्रीम को लाइक कर
Ascent
दो।
really even get the chance to make playoffs to
Yeah.
go to champs. So how does this feel?
I mean, it feels amazing, you know, but our goal is to make champions. So, kinda, you know, the job is not done, and making playoffs is nothing really.
You're used to it now. This whole year is just playoffs after playoffs after playoffs, you know?
Just used to winning right now.
किसको ट्रैवल कर रही है?
Okay, I like that. Well, how does that feel, though, being used to winning?
किसको
Because
ट्रैवल
it's
कर
not
रहे
always
हैं?
like this.
I mean, there's not many good teams in VCT right now in EU, so I mean, you can compare from tomorrow to today's gameplay. I mean,
आप
what
क्या
can I
कैसे
say?
versus
It's
Koi?
just, we are on a different level with 2 more teams.
वो match
So
बाप
where
होएगा.
would you say you are? I mean, also,
Martin चार
we
मारेगा.
don't let ourselves dunk on ourselves. You know, Americas and Pacific, they already look down on us. So I feel like
Yeah.
we gotta gas ourselves up a little bit.
Of course.
In which case, where do you think Liquid lie in terms of how
एक वाला हो
good
जाए next के
you
पहले.
really are in
30
EMEA?
मिनट
Do you
का
think
break
you're
नहीं है.
above everyone else by a
Hardly
lot?
5-10
or
मिनट का
where
break
are
होता
you?
है.
I mean, I don't really know where we are right now, because as we can see as by the example of this game, we
Is
can
he
be
also
down
1
here
away
and then we can go
from
up
getting
here.
eliminated? I think
We
they
can
lost
need to
one,
fix
na?
it, but I would
Two
say
ने, they
we're
lost
a
one, na? Ki two.
solid top 1 team.
Oh, I like the
Teen
confidence.
loss is equal
Now,
to
we
cut off,
are very used to
basically.
Nats, his speeches, how animated he gets these days. But I think he was extra animated at times.
भाई
He
पेट
saw
भर
some
गया
hard
भाई.
play, you know, on
दो?
Ascent,
हाँ,
and
एक और आ रहा
of
तो
course
बाहर.
before map 3 as well. What was he saying?
एक और आ रहा
to
तो
you
no
guys
playoff,
That we
no
need to
chance.
basically lock in, because we're full trolling and we kind of underestimated our opponent,
25 मिनट का break है.
which
तेरी
I don't think you
गाफ
can
में
underestimate anyone in the league.
11:45
But
हुआ
yeah,
है.
we locked in after the
12 बजे
second
के पहले
map,
मैच
and
चालू हो जाएगा.
the result
क्या
is
25
others.
मिनट का break
Do
है?
you think that's true? Did
जो
you guys
खाना रखा है,
underestimate Apex today?
हाथ तो
Maybe
क्या
not
है, वो समझो
underestimated,
क्या है,
but
मोबाइल चार्ज क्या है?
we didn't go with the approach like we did versus Navi. That's for sure.
क्या stream को
And when
like
it comes
करते
to
हो?
the newest addition on your team, I think it's a dream, right? You got Flash Initiator, you take care of that, you let Trex do the scan, you guys are just landing every piece of util. How are you able to get that synergy so fast?
I think we got the synergy pretty good right now. As you can see, I think Nikita popped off right now. He was making every call on CT, most of the calls actually. That's why we're owning. I think the adjustment of him is like amazing, and I think we are a contender for winning tournaments.
And how much are you communicating in those moments? Because on Ascent, there were some times where it felt like you and Camo didn't even have to speak. You just flash, he dodges it, gets 2 kills every round. And also with Trex, you know, his darts landing, you all are so responding at the same time. Is that a comms thing?
I think it's just one person says something and everyone follows, and that's it.
And that's usually, like you said, Nats on the attack and Trex on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually either me, Trex, or Nats, like 3 of us. But even Keiko and Camo can do those calls.
Bit of a cheat code. I
Yeah.
think it's a bit of a cheat code. You
Yeah,
guys
everyone
have
can do this.
so much going on for you.
Yeah.
However, your next opponent, I think it's a tiny bit of beef considering how, you know, everything happened. Last stage, the fracture as well, how it ended up. And I know you're not going to underestimate Fnatic, but what do you think about them?
I think they're in top shape. You cannot underestimate making both grand finals back-to-back in international tournaments. So we're gonna go at them with the full force, and I think we just need to prepare for them well, and it's gonna be the best game of the stage too.
All right. Lastly, as you can see behind us, we have KC versus Koi. Big game. What are your predictions? Let me know.
2-1 KC.
2-1 KC. You've heard it here from Paddy. Wait, I can't tell if that was someone agreeing or not disagreeing, but congratulations once again.
Thank
we'll
you.
see you next week. We will be heading to a break right now, but on the other side of this, Nats will be joining us on the desk. Do not go anywhere.
Hey, bye, Batu, I'm calling you. Hello, you sit or what?
मेरे लाइफ में एक लोड ब्लॉक्स पर्सन है जिसको मैंने पूछा मेरे को थम्स अप पीने का मन कर रहा है तो कुछ चाहिए तो उसने बोला थम्स अप मत पी पेप्सी पी मैं आर यू किडिंग मी मैन कोई टेस्ट आता है पेप्सी में इससे अच्छा मैं पानी गरम करके पीऊं बे
कभी भी ज्यादा चॉकलेट नहीं खाना चाहिए पता है शुगर होता है इसमें हेमंत भाई का बर्थडे आज बंदा है विश करो मस्ती कर रहा हूँ मैं विश करूंगा क्या है मेरा फोटो क्यों डाला है श्रीमंत बाबू ने अपने चैट में हाँ मेरा आउटफिट का मेरा आउटफिट का फोटो कहाँ है डाले हो भाई दे सकता हूँ क्या मैं कॉपीराइट क्यों बताओ कैसे यूट्यूब वर्क करता है मेरा आउटफिट का फोटो डाला है उन्होंने अच्छा
mentality right now is quite strong. You know that you're up there with one of the best teams in EMEA, but he did say that there aren't many good teams in EMEA right now. So of course, knowing now you're heading into playoffs, do you agree, or are you kind of quite, I don't know, skeptical and ready to face some good teams?
I mean, I think every team is good. And I think today was the very good example of us not showing the level of valorant that we're supposed to show, and Apex was trying to do everything to catch every moment where we do the mistakes. I think every team is good. There is a lot of changes, and I think it's just not enough time sometimes to have a good judgment about the teams. Because there is, I mean, even us, like we were doing so many changes this year, and at the start of the first official games with the new roster, it's always something you don't know what to expect. I think it's just sometimes you do wrong decisions, sometimes you do right decisions, and it's more about that. I'm not sure it's about just bad or good games.
I said to Paddy, I was like, other people already dunk on us for not being a good region. Like, I don't want him to dunk on us as well. We're the best in the way. We're the second best region. He also touched a little bit on you telling your team, do not underestimate.
सालो मेरे को चुमटा बनाया ना तुम लोग ने 8 मिनट बाद देना बर्थडे 8 मिनट बाद देना बर्थडे Advance में wish करते हैं अपन भाई उनको.
You know, you tell your teammates that you need to do this a little bit better, but with Kiko is a little bit
Pacific
more, you know.
का group alpha का points table explain कर. Simple table है.
Was it, you know, Kiko
जो 3 जीता वो playoff.
In your mind?
जो 2 जीता वो घर पे. Simple.
Last game he did good. I think first 2 maps he was not fully showing up. I think he was there from time to time, but not the way he usually plays the game. I think I'm saying to everyone, it's just more. It depends from individuals. I know what some people needs to hear to wake up, what other people needs to hear to wake up. Because like for you cannot have one rule for everyone. You
constructive. You have to be constructive.
Yeah, and you need to understand what state they are also. You need to understand why someone is frustrated, why someone is like not listening or doing, or maybe he's stuck in his head. You need to understand why, because otherwise, whatever you say, it's just not going to work.
That's why you're the GOAT, Nat. That's why you're the GOAT. Now, congratulations on your ace.
Thank you.
Do you remember the last time you aced?
I don't remember. I
think 1972.
It was great.
1972.
It was against KC on the day that we were here for very, very, very long.
Yeah, but I was thinking that game is not gonna be counted.
No, it counts. Yeah, it counts.
That was
amazing. Yeah.
Maybe the most amazing ace I did.
Okay, better than today's ace?
Today was okay. But definitely,
Okay.
KC is uncomparable. No, KC is uncomparable. I don't know, maybe I did better aces. KC was, I killed 3 people with the judge.
Yeah,
I never killed people with judge.
It was super
The
fun.
fact that that's a mid-ace to Nat.
Hey,
you know what I
handsome
mean? Like,
Londa.
up there, that's a Twitter clip for most people.
12 बजे
For
वापस
you,
wish
you know,
करेंगे
that's
डरते
just
हैं क्या?
mid.
Yeah.
I do want to talk a little bit about your Viper, Nats, because of course it is undoubtedly, I think, you know, your Viper is one of the best in
Bundle
EMEA,
key,
if
yes,
not
sir.
globally. I would love if you could give some tips for maybe the ranked noobs out there who are Viper demons
Dad.
on how to play Viper on Corrode. Do you
तुम
have
लोगों
any
को
sort
call
of
out
quick
किया
tips
ranked
that you could
noobs.
give them?
Watch his stream in the morning, first of all.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. Mera stream.
Yeah, that's gonna help
Please.
definitely.
Please, yaar. 1 million jana hai,
I
yaar.
don't have any tips right now because the map is very new and there is a lot of different comps, and I think you need to specifically play different. And if you watch us, you'll watch different teams, everyone approaching us differently. I think, yeah, just throw the molly and fight.
Yeah.
Will you stream tomorrow?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, when's your next stream?
What is it? Is it Thursday?
Yeah.
Sunday.
Sunday, what time?
Sunday, hopefully 10:30.
Sunday at 10:30 a.m. by the way, so we'll see you there. Thank you very
Which
much.
timing रहता है बे लोग का?
Sunday at 10:30. So now from one IGL, big brain IGL, to two more. Here's Flyer and Sadak.
Mera 9:30.
I'm now joined by two of the greatest minds in BCT. So I wanted to put your knowledge to the test and see how well you know our region. Now, standing in front of us is ranked 1 to 10 of players since partnership era with aces.
By mera fashion sense kahe ढाप
the
रहे हो?
most aces. This is a leaderboard of 1 to 10. First of all, how many aces you guys got? Do you know? Career aces?
I mean, bro, in tier 2 I had a couple, but
yeah,
not now.
I think 1.
I was told that you have 3.
Number 1.
3?
Yeah.
I'm amazing. Holy shit.
So you might be up here. So I'm just gonna let you go. You'll have 3 lives. So if you go wrong, I'll take a life off
Do
of
we
you.
both have the lives?
Together you have.
Okay. Yes.
I mean, the player with the most aces is
Yeah,
actually
it's a game.
since 2023. So.
Okay.
I mean, I know actually.
Durke?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Durke is actually number 2 with 6 aces.
Bapre.
Alpha is number 3. You guys are good at this.
Just Fnatic, guys.
6 aces.
Number 1 पे Boaster.
I mean, Chronicle for sure has to be there.
No, Kron is not in the top 10.
Wait, I was talking with my team. Thank you. Okay.
I mean, I want to say Sugetsu, to be honest.
Sugetsu.
Your teammate?
I feel like he definitely has.
He had a couple of faces. Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if I'm thinking like
Zekken,
maybe.
Zekken NA का है ना?
Alright, Sui. I mean, there's an extra long piece over here. You could have cheated a little bit. But Sui is number 10. But I guess 8, 9, and 10. Actually, one of the players here just aced. So I think he's actually
just aced.
He's moved up a little bit here.
That's not fair. We were not
Nats.
watching the game.
That's a clue. Yeah.
Nats?
Correct.
Oh.
Flyer.
Okay,
You're...
I was not watching the game. He was watching.
Here we go. You're still missing the number 1.
Bro,
14 aces.
Aspas.
No, I mean, I don't. The list is not low enough. I think.
No, I was waiting for a reaction from you.
Yeah, I got there.
लड़क भाई तो hashtag के साथ आरामी निकले बे.
Who were insane back in the day?
Booster भाई बोले बे.
Since 2023. Bro, I feel like
ये recorded होता है?
players around all the time. I can't think of anyone who stays.
I mean, if it helps,
मैच
one
के
of your
बीच में लोग
teammates
बाहर
on this
क्या
list.
करेंगे? घास में.
Cannot be Martin?
Martin, number 7. I can't believe you forgot Martin.
What,
That's crazy.
No.
If Sui's on the list, Martin's gonna be on the list.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bro, I can't think of anybody.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
The number 1 player is the only player on this list that doesn't currently play in BCT Emea.
Bro, I'm not gonna get it.
We can maybe. There's a couple of Turkish players that isn't Alpha on here as well.
Oh God.
Okay.
If you wanna go down that route.
So okay. Turkish players. We have Sinet.
No more life.
Oh God.
वो तो खेल
So
रहा
many
है.
Turkish people. I mean, I want to say Yeta J.
You will be incorrect.
No
I'm so
way.
sorry you didn't complete the challenge, but I will very quickly
Powder.
reveal it.
कौन है बे?
Number 9 was Vut.
Okay.
Number 6
Heretics के होने
was
चाहिए.
Cloud.
एक और है
Number
Heretics का.
5 was Zeus, of
He's already
course.
there?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
already
God,
there.
yeah.
You guys are slacking, you two.
Yeah.
Number 4 is Camo. And number
भाई
1
मिनी पुनी है?
14
Is it artist?
aces
कौन है?
is safe.
Oh.
Has that many?
Yeah,
Oh
they
my
do.
Bro,
God.
what
It's a
the
beast.
I
fuck?
hope your brains will be put to the test a little bit more on the server. You got this today.
Yes,
right?
thank you.
They
भाई
got this. So let's send it down.
बंदे ने मेरे साथ फोटो खिंचाया 14 aces है.
Tried their best. And I think they did pretty well. You know, working together, they got to work against each other now.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, there's so many players you could name, and they definitely named a few.
Practice
that
काहे
won
नहीं हो रही
there,
भैया
so
जी?
it was a toughie to figure it out.
I just love them working together. Like, when do you ever get to see the two IGLs come together and play in a game like that? So, yeah, good job, Sue. I loved it.
Yeah, we'll bring it back for next week. You guys let me know who else you want me to test.
Okay.
Well, I would love to put Pips into the test, actually. But never mind. Let's talk about this match. We're going to see Casey versus Mkoi. This is a doozy. This is a EMEA Classic. Not always for the right
थोड़ा ज़्यादा time
reasons.
लग रहा है,
But
tech
looking
pause.
at KC, however, Billy, they have to win today.
They do. I mean, with the win against Apex last week, these next couple of games, they're looking a little bit
practice
scary.
iron?
Probably when we would expect them to come up and put up their best performance most.
बंस
because
भाई
for me,
इंटर्न
these
आ
next
गया
couple of
खास
games,
दोस्त लोडिंग आज ही अपडेट कर रहा है लव यू यार
from this group when we look at it in the grand scheme of things. Movistar
Hashtag
Koi
OP,
already
hashtag
having
OP.
2 losses so far, so it's just as equally as important for them.
Yeah, I think obviously the Na'Vi game as well, having Sugetsu come
उनको
in
बोलो ना
and
advance में देने
understanding the way
थोड़ा
that Na'Vi works is definitely going to be a plus. I do think as well now Team Liquid know they can play outside. It's almost more scary going up against them
More
because
sensitive,
you've kind
मेरी
of got
जान
nothing to
करोड़े।
lose at this point, right?
Yeah, and you know they're
अब
going to
किसका
want
मैच
to
है
be
कोई तो
C1,
मैच
they're
है
going to want to have it. You heard it
कोई
from
कैसी
Paddy,
टीम
they're
है
so confident. But KC, they're
पूछ नहीं रहा
also in
हूँ
the
किसका
past
मैच है वो बता रहा
been
हूँ
known for their
कोई
confidence,
कैसी टीम
and
का
you
मैच
see
है
Sadak out there being silly with his boys, and I think he belongs in that category of like the Sufa BB, you know, the silly IGL that's not afraid to be a bit of a zoomer, even though he's. Oh, I mean, he's not a boomer. He's not quite FNS, you know. He's not going to retire anytime soon. But he's not afraid to get silly.
I'm such a Sadak enjoyer. I think he is so fun and he brings so much spirit to the stage. And of course, on top of that, he's coming into this with so much knowledge and experience. You know, I'm thinking back to Loud and his amazing achievements, of course, on Loud,
especially a lock-in, you know.
Yeah, you know.
Love that one.
Love that one. But I just think he's such a wonderful guy, and I'm really glad we've got him in Emea.
He's such a gem. Like, he's just naturally someone that you want to root for. Like, maybe his stats aren't always the best, but he's always leading by example, by always putting up a good mood and hyping up his boys, and like you say, being a silly guy.
Do you know what? His stats are not always the best, but they're also never the
Chana bhi kar le,
worst. I think that's
language.
what I love about Sadak. You know, he knows how to pull his weight. We've been talking about Phoenix, I think, all day, every day this week.
Karo ne bhai hara diya Magnus
the
को
nice place for us to
बोलो, आपस में
revisit the
बहुत खेल
Phoenix
चुके हैं।
despite the stat we're seeing on our screen?
It makes so much sense with Arvis about to grace the stage, I guess. And I do really hope that going off these stats, not yet seeing a successful Phoenix win, that today could be the day that Arvis pulls it back out and actually comes away with a Phoenix win.
I think as well, it makes sense for him to lean into this Phoenix and this
Emea
kind of double duels that they've been playing. I really enjoy watching it. You know, I kind of said it earlier that Martin and Aves are a double duelist combo that I kind of enjoy.
कल का मैं शेड्यूल बोलता हूँ सांस से रोक के रखना अपने अंदर ही ठीक है जब मैं बोलूँ तभी छोड़ना सांस रेडी हो सांस से ले ली पहला है जेंजी वर्सेस सीक्रेट दूसरा है टैलेंट वर्सेस T1 उसके बाद है नावी और फेनेटिक्स उसके बाद है वाइटलिटी वर्सेस हेरिटिक्स उसके बाद है क्यूट सा मैच 2G वर्सेस फ्यूरिया और बाद में सुबह के 6-7 बजे बेंगर लेव वर्सेस एनर्जी ना खत्म नहीं हुआ है जैसे ये खत्म हो जाएगा अगले दिन वापस दोपहर को बूम वर्सेस डीएफएम फिर आरआरक्यू वर्सेस डीआरएक्स मेरा हो गया रे सांस से छोड़ दो हेलो ज्यादा डीप ब्रेथ्स हो गया लग रहा है
Free your room outside. I just can't play today. Too much Euro.
कल रेडी रहना चाहिए
I mean, you heard it there from them. They saw the veto. They were happy. Alpha even said, you know, we've already won. We saw the veto. We've already won. So this is where I question why they decided to approach it against Fnatic. You heard from Nats. Don't underestimate your opponent. They don't ban the Ascent first of all, you know, when they faced Fnatic, and they don't pick Icebox. And Icebox is the map that they've won this stage. So surely they play Icebox today.
Even with Icebox, you know, there's a lot of questions I think that come up for Movistar Koi and the way that they're playing and picking into things, not just with their map vetoes, even their comps feel a little bit strange. So I don't know. I guess in their minds or what's going on behind the scenes, there is some sort of game plan. I'm definitely not doubting that. But whether we're seeing that game plan come to fruition and be successful, who knows?
Okay. EMEA
Production बोलते
EMEA production. Just bear with us for a second. Wait, hold on. Are they doing the vetoes? Are they doing the vetoes without me, guys? Okay, I cannot have what happened last week happen again. If Koi control their vetoes for one more week against KC. I don't think I can do this. So I need to go stop this. I need to make sure that they pick Icebox because otherwise, if they lose to KC,
she's gone.
Yinsu!
I'm not going to be able to.
Wait, she's actually.
We can't do this without you. Hello.
I mean, she's gone.
भाई बकचोदी on top रहता है बे लेकिन कुछ भी बोलो भाई.
So Flyer.
Huh?
Yeah, another IGL, huh?
He's been performing great, you know. I think that he's had a great development from stage 1 to stage 2.
भेज दे सना कभी जरूरत नहीं ऑप्शन कर दे.
Fragging IGL on your team.
Oh, we love a fragging IGL here in VCT Emea, and I think he seems a lot more relaxed. So hopefully we see that sort of Flyu come out on the stage today, especially off the back of the end of stage 1 and their win. Although it's not gone great.
ऐसे blush कर रहे देख शर्म कर भाभी जी हो.
So hopefully we get that Flyu on stage today.
Yeah, I have to agree. Well, have Flyer and friends listen to Yinsu's map veto. Wisdom, only one way to find out. Let's send it down to the stage for Mkoi versus Carmine Core.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, अगर तुम्हारे पास गाड़ी नहीं है तो कार माइन होएगा ना, क्योंकि तुम्हारे पास गाड़ी नहीं है. W analysis. श्रीमान दादा बर्थडे है, तेरे भाई ने एडवांस विश किया. डायनासोर एक्सटेंड हो जा. चल भाई श्रीमान दादा चेंज हो गए बे. भाई ये होती है भाई बड़े यूट्यूबर्स, 2 मिलियन के बाद चेंज हो जाते. हाँ ये होते हैं भाई. प्रॉमिस करता हूँ चैट तुम लोग को, मेरी लुल्ली की कसम, मैं कभी चेंज नहीं हूँ. श्रीमान दादा चेंज हो गया, अलग दिख रहे.
Done. I think we have to trust Movistar.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, चाय पी लो प्लीज. लैंग्वेज पीपल बाय.
Roster they won one.
एक ही कप बचा है तो इसलिए एक मैप के बाद के लिए रखो.
No. Wanna know? Icebox. Just guess. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
To be fair, both teams do like Icebox, so maybe Mkoi were like, you know, a little bit.
Yeah, because KC really doesn't like Lotus. KC hates Lotus.
500k में चेंज होएगा. लव यू यार, एटलीस्ट पता है तुम लोगों को मैं आराम हूँ.
Okay.
Koi, come on the voice.
Do you know what? That's actually soothed me.
Well,
yeah, that's actually worked.
I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic here.
बस मैं एक चैलेंज दूँ भयंकर वाला. वॉच पार्टी में चैलेंज.
So much about Mkoi, one of the
Let me
boys.
बस सो जाओ.
However, does this
मैंने
make
भी
you
इतना
guys
खा
a
लिया है
little
ना,
bit
मैं
nervous
कैसे जगह मेरे को ही
about
पता है.
maps is
बहुत
Lotus
खाना खा लिया
Sunset
यार.
into KC?
For me, the map veto is more a little bit weird. Why are Mkoi picking into Lotus? Like that for me is strange. Even with the roster change, KC beat them 13-2 on this map back in stage 1. So that's like a kind of salty memory for them. And it's a map that they've won in the past 2 weeks as well for KC. So I don't know if that's like a power move from Mkoi to go, do you know what, we don't really care, we're going to pick it into you anyway.
So do you think that it was a power move last week when they didn't ban Ascent and pick Haven?
That's what I mean, like I'm not really understanding what the thought process is behind the map vetoes. What do you
Well, I have to say, I think they're getting lucky here with Carmine Corp picking into Sunset because they've not played this map the whole year. So going into this, I guess they have somewhat of the shock factor, maybe KC not knowing exactly what they're going to pull out of the bag. But of course, we have seen sort of KC on that map be quite successful. So with the Arvez on the Phoenix, finally, could we see a win?
Yeah, I think so. Now I see what's been going on. It's okay. Do you know what? The way that I could soothe myself with the Mkoi jingle is these are incredibly capable, talented players. You know, they brought in Baddie G Monster in the tank for a reason. And I think so far, at least, Baddie has been very consistent. Monster at his moments. I think the tank has been a little bit misused in terms of his role and agent. Except for Icebox, even though he was misused, they still won. Sorry, I'm just harping on them now. But I do think if there was a time for them to warm back into the stage and to bring out a more cohesive showing, it probably is today.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the tank because that is someone that we've kind of had question marks around from from joining this team, you know, having a first-time ISO last week ever in his career. Yeah, he's been playing a bunch of different agents so far since joining Koi, but
okay,
to the agent select, I don't know, what do you think about this, Meg?
I'm just trying to figure it out. From what I can see at a quick glance, this is pretty much, I guess, what I was expecting. I do look to the Filu Neon here to kind of come through and be a very pivotal part of Movistar.
Oh, bye!
Starting picks as well, getting those first bloods, with of course the breach to sort of assist with the utility.
I wonder what compelled them to have a bit of a flip like this, right? They had a very
50
different
gifted
way of playing this
infusely,
last
10 hours tomorrow.
Yeah, when we look at Koi, you know, they were not running this comp. It's totally different, right? We saw the Vise come through from them. They've decided to just drop the Sentinel and go back to a kind of double controller idea, similar to how they were playing on the Icebox, of course. And it's Flyer that's going to be jumping onto the breach. I'm intrigued to see how that looks, because of course, it's not an agent that we really get to see Flyer play very
now
often.
We are good.
So how is he going to be helping support Philo with those flashes, being able to help him get those entries? I think we've mentioned this before time and time again. We see the Neon being
Lotus
a little disjointed from the breach.
I think Koi is going to win this.
They can just run in and take space, so I'm intrigued to see how they can build up that synergy, given that they were the two players that were of course kept on at Movistar Koi going into
these
stage.
Stats are incredibly interesting.
Seeing them
yeah, also the tank's sober on Lotus, but that is all from us over here. It's time to toss this over to Mitchell, Thomas, and then Al from BBL Gregory.
Thank you very much, Sue. Gregory's Angel standing by, and of course we've got our leader with us. Thanks for joining us, Coach. Great to have you back.
Is it?
It is indeed.
Thank you very
love
much.
having you here.
Someone was mad enough to invite me back a second time. But no, thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Seems you brought a bit of a fan club with you.
And the boys, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like the executive lounge this week is very excited to see you.
Yeah, that's a rare thing to be saying, that's for sure.
Well, either way, we're going into Lotus, our first map up, and of course, context-wise for KC, they will have beaten Apex already. If they win this one, they're in a very good position for playoffs. And for Koi, it's a very different side of the story. If they lose here, they're in trouble. But what I will say going into this, so far, they have played the two best teams in the group. So they're not done yet.
We saw a little toasty to start off this game. KC and Koi, they've played a lot throughout many iterations of franchise in other leagues, in other tournaments, and never have Koi managed to beat them, and never has it mattered more at 0-2. Pistol round already underway, and it will be KC on the attack side here on their opponent's choice. They chose to start on the aggression, and it looks like Koi are going to match them. An early fight that goes their way and keeps on going. A 4v2 with Sugetsu low.
Early brawl off the bat. Kind of the expectation with the comp change, having that double initiator, enabling them to take space that little bit more. And a bit of an awkward spot for the spike to be dropped. Not the most helpful for the attack. Sugetsu low.
ये मैच कैजुअल है क्या नहीं?
Have to be the focal point.
कैजुअल कल एनए का पहला मैच है.
That's exactly what we can expect to see out of Koi here.
All famous people and all aimers.
How much can they fight KC now?
Well, not very well.
Dead
on the floor, 9 HP on Sugetsu. We'll look to the future rounds for a real battle. And although Sugetsu, he was on the list, he's got a couple aces under his belt. He'll need a 4K here to pass the mark, and he will not come close. Filu with a triple to open it up. A man who has had his struggles here in the league, but his best foot forward starting on this map.
So I kind of want to ask you, obviously we've seen the compositional change coming in from Movistar Koi. Obviously, as said, it looks like a more proactive approach, but I kind of want to look at KC. If you were trying to beat out this double duelist comp, is this the sort of idea that you'd be going for?
Potentially. I think it is one of the
that
things.
Feels like a no.
That is definitely one of the things, because I think Karma and Core, especially with this type of comp, you can see how they've been running it on a lot of their other maps as well. They have the ability to fight. That's their strength. They make the most of Martina Naves, and this seems to be the way that Movistar Koi want to approach it. Let's get the util in there, let's send Philo in, and get up in their faces. Definitely can work if they make the most of it.
Best gaming headphones चाहिए under 5 के बता जल्दी.
Around on the board with the early fight to Rumble. Now what should be an easy task. You're up against classics. They've bought a lot of weapons too. Sometimes you'll see the two pistols brought into a round, giving you a margin for error. But every pick here for KC will be costly on the other side. For now, though, it is only the one to be found.
Already looking good.
Bhai,
Fatty G will be able to clean things up. 3 players still left standing, but as you said, a little bit more costly than a normal round. Maybe he had a couple of pistols in play, but I think from Mkoi's perspective, maybe just wanting to play that little bit safer, especially when you see some of the talent that's on the other side.
What is up, सब बढ़िया मेरी जान के टोट.
Who's your highlight then for Movistar Koi? I'm intrigued because I feel like
I think it's going to be Monster. If I'm honest, if that's the player that I'm looking at on that roster, it's
okay. Request कर रहा हूँ बता रहे नहीं बता
सकता brand का नाम नहीं. Not really seen him have that opportunity to really go and show himself at the top level. That's really what I'm looking forward to seeing now.
He's done his time in the tier 2. Now he's on that main stage, a chance to shine for Koi. This is a round that has a few weaknesses with those lost weapons. They'll patch the gaps with a couple of pistols. Obviously, KC bringing in their first full buy round. A lot of light shields, but that outlaw has been left on the ground in the previous round. So coming into the late stages, you see KC grouping up for a seed. And it looks like Koi have a read. Aves is left behind to cut the rotate, and he does well finding Flya.
That was still one of the pistol players, though, so a decent amount of damage done. Of course, the variation for Koi is now not having that Sentinel. A lot of the time, you're going to see that C site become that little bit weaker. Have to put that extra pressure there. You can already look in the tank, just trying to find additional information. That's what's going to play into their hands in this round. They can find the stack in the right place.
You got to look at the fact that Flya, he didn't die in that first round. He gave his weapon over. It is only a pistol removed, but there was a reason for that. He didn't want to be in those early fights. He wants that breach util to try to pad the gap, but now when it comes to trading blows, it's the weaker weapons that come out on top. Monster, the man you highlighted, Valwa, he has certainly done his fair share. Sadic's left alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, Filu's already here as well. He was waiting for that rotation to come back in. Sadak has been spotted, and I like this from Movistar Koi, not looking to overextend. He may even try and
basically जिनको नहीं मालूम कोई अगर ये मैच हारा तो they are out of the playoffs.
I think the reason the round has gone the way that it has done, it's just been Movistar Koi's read. We see that even though Aves gets a lot of space, manages to find a pick and slow down that rotation. They've got that tower set up on C sites and a tank rotating through waterfall really, really quickly after they see the fake.
Sadak blinded up. He wanted to get ahead of this play, maybe pick them off, but instead it's to float back in, and it's even just in a tank leading with the Sheriff, the human recon, but he ends up being deadly as well.
Stuff like that on you, like a French guy with a Sheriff causing you problems?
No, it was
Abhi 6 by thanks for the 2 and the 2. Almost $5 मेरी जान की रोटी.
It looked like a fight that they were favored in, but those Bulldogs did so much work.
I think the really key thing is that info that Filu is giving to them. After they hear the Sadak util towards A on fade, they call that it's just one player alone.
2-0 match down hai.
That's the sort of reaction you want to see. Good stuff, Bambino.
Wow.
Filu's info allows them to over-rotate towards C, and they win the round off of the bat.
आपको पता है कोई किसी के सामने
क्यों नहीं चल सकती
क्योंकि सड़क में
I think when this team has been truly on fire, look like they can beat anybody. He has been the catalyst. He's been that superstar. And they're going to give him Guardian in an attempt to try and do some damage. He's also not massively far away from his ult, so if he can find some damage in this round, there is still some potential.
You can definitely see the case. All 5 players at the barrier, trap left behind them. This is going to be direct. It's going to be punchy. Filu's already got the read, dodging that first little bit of utility. Has support on the backside as well. 3 players here. Flya standing by. Stun already burned up. And KC, they're not going to go towards this A side. Even moving back to B, though, they haven't dragged full rotates, and they're being spotted. That gives Filu a pick. No. Nice shot from Sadak, but it's the 145.
Brutal. Even still, though, Elite has got better, and Flyer on the back of the site has to be incredibly careful. Has some support, though. The bodyguard of the tank managed to hold the line. It's looking a little bit dangerous there, pal.
I think that we're starting to see actually the value out of going quite hard, but instantly they get stopped by some really good counter from the double initiators. That's what we want to see out of Movistar Koi today. If they're going to stop that over-aggression that you spoke about, Tom, where you can get the Martin, Aves onto the front lines, taking those advantageous fights, and getting them into a really good spot in the rounds. But so far, Movistar Koi seem to have the numbers
full vibe kar rahe.
And they are absolutely loving the momentum they've got so far.
Well, it's been great reads, and I think one of the key things... You love to see Batty getting hyped down on that stage. For Koi, it's all about the changes from what we've seen in previous games. In so many of these previous engagements, they would have been on their own, they would have been isolated in those battles, and it would have fallen on the shoulders of individuals. Here, yes, Natank has a great individual round, but at no point is he on his own. He always is a teammate. In fact, he dives in to help out his buddy Flya, who was getting swarmed. And this is what we wanted to see from Koi, because sometimes it's felt like they're a little bit disconnected in their previous matches. Now they're all singing from the same hymn sheet.
And I think that's the most important thing now, is the Combat coaching staff have to get their guys onto that same...
Bhai, घर में हो रहा है यार, chat like करो यार, शिव को क्या
we're
करो?
now seeing in front of us. We've played the first 4 rounds. Let's make some adaptations, and we can start to see perhaps some of those adaptations in these coming buy rounds.
Yeah, I think also whenever I see that dimensional drift online for Martin, I want to almost just take a pause and go like, right, we have 1,500 ideas of what this guy's going to do. I think a lot of the time you'll see him take space towards the B side and just basically cause havoc. And it does seem like Koi have got the right read here. They are set up to try and pressure him.
Oh shit, Timeout के बाद हारने वाले हैं लोग chat.
Good stun here. Ult's going to be used. Martin keeping himself alive, but it leaves Tagetsu isolated. Sadik at least managing the trade. Can Martin get anything from this? Or will he be bailing right back out of here? No, he's playing deep. He's looking for the control, at least faking it out. Decoy sent through. They've heard him come out of ult, but they haven't heard him TP away. Now there's going to be an eye watching the back. Monster split from the fight. And it looks like they, I thought concede the space, but he's going to go back and re-clear it. This is valuable map control to have when push comes to shove.
I like Natank actually taking the time just to make sure that, okay, he didn't stick around. And then they've got aggressive control as well, deep over on that A side of the map. So actually a decent amount of information here for Movistar Koi. And they're already wrapping back into that B side.
It's a great read. Aves is ready for that re-push though, and he'll catch Natank, putting the numbers back in their favor. Showstopper dodged. Fielu fell right back into stun, even managed to slow Aves down. Still though, Koi have got the numbers, and now they've got the plank coming through.
अगर एक भी मैच नहीं जीते तो फ्रेंचाइज से बाहर होगी क्या? नहीं
With Aves already down, they're going to struggle to keep these players at bay. The flood is already underway, and it's Fielu doubling up. His third of the round as the plank finally comes through. But it could be too little too late. He knows with the smoke down, that's going to be stuck. Has to pick up the pace through, and they triple swing. Another moment where you see Koi make perfect reads, great adaptations, and they'll get a 5th round as a result.
It's a good
cameraman naam Andra.
Nice and simple. 1-3-1. We're going to go for some aggression in B lane. Use our util off of our drone. Okay, sure. Filu's hitting a lot of these shots. They're able to close out the rounds quite comfortably. When they've got this number advantage, they're looking for them in the circle. Showing up. But now, let's see what they've got. Things around this
congratulations.
might be coming up in their strap book as well.
Yeah, the worry for me, though, is like this is, at least in terms of starts, maybe the best start we've seen out of Filu. He's been like a bit of a non-starter in a lot of them maps for Movistar Koi, but if he's on feeling it like he is on the stage, that retake mostly came down to him individually. This is looking like a very different team. And wow, he's just sending it. He has a lot of supportive utility, and the darts helped him out. But he still, elite, I was going to say, has managed to stabilize, but then the shot dart finds one as well.
It was the damage done by Fielu. A well-played shot dart in return to get Hunter's Fury online, sent through. They almost managed to catch Flya through it. They will catch Natank. The deep push forces Flya's hand, and he falls. That's an advantage. Slipped away, and ult committed for it as well. And now Movistar Koi are on the back foot. They continue to snowball into this play. KC, they were on the back foot, especially with the shock dart trade, but now it's Batty G in a 1v3.
Cover going out.
There's always hope.
Belief is everything, I heard.
Yeah, that's what they say. Don't know who they are, but maybe it works sometimes. Elite's already been found, but the other two are looking to group. Although they're a little bit disjointed. G has kept it going. That was looking like a done deal, sealed and delivered, but somehow, well, belief is everything.
What?
Oh, what a rebel clutch coming out of Batty.
That's unbelievable. He's looking the wrong way, coming through the smoke. Isolating the 1v2 backside. Emma's a little ahead, but that should have been Sadik's kill. And Batty's on his feet. You know, we mentioned that Filu, this could be his best start that he's had, but it's not just about the individual showing up. It's about the fact that Batty team matching up pound for pound, and now this is not just Filu's, it's not just Batty's best start. This is Koi's best start. A 6-0 commanding lead.
I think coming into this match as well, you'd have talked about the idea that if KC are going to make a run to champs, want this one to be clean. And not in the other direction.
Technically, अगर देखा जाए तो 13-0 हो सकता है.
On rough one Lotus, a couple of people dominated.
गोल कर दे, ये राउंड निकाल लेगा ना. Viper के पास ult है, Breach का भी ult आ जाएगा.
So far, it looks like Mkoi are giving an absolute masterclass on this defense side.
Yeah, this has been hard to break through. Where's the kill? It's Martin.
He was aiming at Batty G, yeah.
Monster able to walk through for a triple. That looked too easy from his perspective, and for Koi, they've got to be laughing. That's the economy in the bin for KC.
You know what's crazy? Like I think almost every week that I've ever seen Uri, who's one of the Spanish casters, he goes, "I've predicted Koi to win this week," and I've gone, "Good one, Uri. That's nice. Thanks for sharing." It's looking all right now.
It's not looking too bad. No. But I think this is. We've seen it time and time again this year. This is where things start to get worrying, okay? We've got this anti-eco round.
13-0 हो सकता है.
They should be winning it, albeit KC seems to be looking to make the most of B-Main.
You know what's nice to know? Pao only starts getting worried when he's 7-0 down. That's a confident coach.
Yeah, but it's the thing that you start to get worried about is when you see little rounds like that, where individually the players are not competing at the same level as you would expect them to. Where you start to realize it's a little bit more psychological. And not so much about the quality of what they can deliver in the server.
And what do you do in that moment?
Get Nats to give you a speech, apparently. Get Yampi to start barking. He's good at that as well.
I heard he learnt it all from you.
Did you?
Yeah.
I need to find who's telling you these sort of things, Tom.
if 13-0, give us one.
Reposition करते रहेगा.
Come on.
Backside hat trick.
They win the series, their first win.
Back-to-back 13-0.
Doesn't make me feel any better.
We'll find a way. We'll find a way.
KC,
it's an awful start here. It's good to know, though, that we won't see a pause out of Pal before the 7-0 mark.
Discipline देखो बे. Chicha chat miss.
You never know. I am expecting possibly a second one out of Carmine Core coming pretty soon. Left. See how they get on in this eco. See how they get on perhaps in the next buy.
क्या हो गया? 1,70,000 का वॉचिंग आया ना चीचा को, तो थोड़ा सा चीचा का सर थोड़ा सा घूम गया रे. चीचा आप बता रहे हो चैट को, मैं बताओ आपने मेरे को क्या पूछा? हाँ, गेम साउंड गांड मराने का गेम साउंड. चीचा ने मेरे को क्या पूछा, ये चीचा खुद बताएंगे या मैं बताऊं? 10 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स वाले क्वेश्चन पूछे चीचा ने.
Sadek's always one of them.
Which one is it? That backfired, didn't it?
आप बताओ, नहीं बता सकता भाई.
They didn't play early.
On early Viper's pit as well. Being thrown in. That's the thing. The ult economy and, well, the credit economy is still firmly in the favor of Movistar Koi. This is a chance for KC to build back into the match, but it kind of needs to be now.
Yeah, nice simple round out of Movistar Koi. Lock down that C side.
जल्दी बता suspense क्यों?
Over aggression and just fight for the A space.
पूछो ना चीचा से, यहाँ पे सुमड़ी में देख रहे रहेंगे.
Now you've got somewhere to use it.
There was a stat earlier about Koi's retakes. They haven't been great. We saw in the previous up against the Pistols even they managed to falter.
Blind में dance करके आया बे.
Confident that they can get it done. Rolling Thunder through. It's a deep play from Sugetsu. A lot of space taken, and they're going to use this to link up to win this
sandwich massage attack?
space with the defenders, and Sugetsu holds that space,
Ye
taking
kya
down
ye?
Monster. Movistar
Spike's
Koi
isolated though.
on the back foot, but yeah, they're still maintaining
Bro, this is IGL Pro Max.
That's the problem. They don't
Lekin
actually have
Spike
a way
nahi
to
hai.
cross. They're going to need to fight back into these players, and it seems like the pause from Movistar Koi could actually work out for them. Just patient play, 20 seconds now, and they are losing every single fight. It was looking so good for them, but now the remaining two. 15 seconds to try and run in, and Bilu is just an unstoppable force. Elite, last man standing, and well, at this stage, there is no hope. It was looking like they had, well, the building blocks to a good round, but it was just that spike being on the wrong player.
That's so tough. We saw Movistar Koi really utilizing both of their key big power ults in that round. They've got the round that matters. However, now it does leave a little bit of room open for Carmine Core.
Chicha bolo, Chicha, bata do yaar.
Raise ult, Yoru ult, Fade ult coming out to potentially get themselves at least 1 or 2 more out of these last 3 rounds.
The worry though is that I feel like the ults played very little part in that round. Like you had the B side taken, Rolling Thunder was huge. They managed to reposition to get out of there. And then even when those ults were off the board, they just lost the fight.
Yeah, I think that's a good reaction out of KC, if anything. It's quite a set, simple plan from Movistar Koi that they executed quite well, and it should have played a big role in that round. But actually, KC managed to escape
browser hang ho gaya question ke wajah se.
From the shadows from Sugetsu in towards spawn was really, really nice. It opened up that space. It gave that info for the rest of the push to come through the site. That is a very emotional timeout for someone that's going to be this far in the lead.
This is their timeout as well. Movistar Koi are the ones calling it in such a stark lead. As well, you look at how that previous round played out with the fact that Casey had the right idea when they got to A. At least in my opinion, they go towards the door with the 2 players. They decide, okay, we're probably going to have to fight for the space to get that spike across. Maybe not aware that there's going to be 2 instead of just the 1 there. But losing all of those fights, I expected that to be a KC timeout.
Of course, it's a very, very rare thing to see, pulling a timeout when you're this far ahead. But I think it's something that some people like to do, just to make sure they've got a plan for the last 3 rounds to keep themselves this far ahead.
Early stuns again. Aves has managed to get past it, and the reveal was solid. But even still, the trades are good up until the reswing from Flyer. Hasn't worked out in their favor. Now you kind of expect KC to slow down a little. You've already got the advantage. You still have a couple of prowlers to play with. There's plenty to be able to clear.
I know exactly.
Wow. His spot's no longer that valuable.
No element of surprise. Spams in the cage, not working out either, and they're going to push into that space. I think they've sensed the weakness, and the jump peek across opens the door for Sadik. Now the retake from Movistar Koi, something that, as the stat just said, they wouldn't have done up against Team Liquid last week, and this time it's an AWP that they'll be throwing into it. They've got the credits to throw away.
इसके बाद solo rank push.
2v4, Nightfall online for KC, no space on this side. Monster's already called for that rotate, for that save towards the C site. But as we said, they've got credits. Batty can try to make this costly.
The thing that I'm looking at now is, can Martin get 1 more pick and get himself and his team 3 key ults going into this penultimate round? If they can be given the chance to cook something up, possibly in that time, it could be a very nice little finish for the round and a little bit of momentum back in KC's favor.
Last player standing.
Strategy, of course, has the credits, so just trying to make things as costly as possible. I think the same can happen. I imagine you see that C control challenge for, but with an operator in hand, that could actually make things interesting. I wonder if that was actually the read in the previous round, was just like, okay, let's have the operator to try and counter them going for that initial orb control.
And this is where the mind game starts to come in. Post timeout, we've seen KC go very straight, very hard. Now they're 1 off of Martin's ult. Are they going to do the same again? Looks like they are. But we still have to be worried about that chance that they do it towards C instead.
They put some early pings down towards B, so that seems to be the point of contention for not so much of a challenge on this A side of the map, so it does mean that Koi are going to have to try and retake some of that control. That's where Filu comes in once again.
Viper wall goes down just as Filu fills the space. No smoke for him just yet. He's not going to be breaking that Prowler. It's left to a teammate. He doesn't want to give away that the AWP is sat here staring, but Casey won't walk into it. Playing this one safe and the rotate
Pro Max उसके एक ऑफ की वजह से ब्रीच ऑलरेडी रोटेट कर लिया बे अभी सी पे भी हेल्प कर सकता है वो
maybe even a play towards the door. The plan here is to take that C space where Monster before had an off this time. Just
I
with
think
the
Spike
rifle
लेके
in
वापस
hand.
ले जाएंगे
Still has that
ए
snake
फिर
bite,
बीट होएगा
good
सी नहीं
ability
होएगा
to delay, and that might be needed considering how far away everyone else is.
नहीं बोसा है
At least initially was on the other side of the map, but Flyer is going to rotate in for support. Have that little bit of extra delay.
B split through waterfall with the Oro ult. Yeah, nice.
This is what Martin loves to do.
He's
Get in behind, have that extra little bit of information. Ults being expended immediately, and well, to be fair, all three have gone, and what they've gained is forcing players back into Sugetsu.
भाई कमबैक है
This is now becoming difficult. The tank going alone, it doesn't make things any
ये
easier
क्या
for the
स्मोक है
remaining
बे
players.
तुम
They
लोग
still
देखा
have
क्या
a
उसका
lot
हाथ
of
तक
ground
पहले
to
दिखा
try and pick back up.
उसका सर पहले दिखा
Monster would have to win this fight and clean it. You know what he does? I think it was Elite swapping between weapons. It didn't look like he was ready for it. It won't matter in the end though. It's all left on to Monster alone. And it seems like he's maybe going to try and bait the save of the gun. He still has credits to spare, but ultimately it is going to be that third round for Case.
बताओ टीचा ने लिखा है रॉकेट वाला बड़ी जो है वो अपना ही है क्या सही में या ऐसे ही आया है humble man
Side and still have that late lurk towards A to cut the retakes off. It's fantastic. At that point, as we saw, Movistar Koi can't do much. They haven't got enough space to work with on that retake.
Can you do that again without 3 ults?
No.
humble man
It's a good one, but they only need one more round out of it to get the last little bit of momentum they need going into that second half.
Yeah, an 8-4 half still possible. That operator recovered from the
इतना
corpse of
सक्सेस
field
के बाद
by
इतना
Sugetsu.
क्यूटनेस
He's given it over to
चाहिए
Havez, and it's going to be used for this early fight, the C space that haven't really looked for in a lot of the early rounds. Spikes alone, taking a bit of a fight, but Sana gets out of there. All is well. It's the fight towards the C side that really matters. For Batty G, he wants to commit. Going out a little wide on the angle. Oh, goodness. The smoke down is delaying them, and they're using that delay to push up on a wonderful bit of aggression from Movistar Koi. And as you said, they've spotted the spike. More importantly, they know that at least the initial plan was to go towards the other side of the map.
भाई मेरे को नर्क में भी जगह नहीं मिलेगा लग रहा है मेरे को
Drone spot. He knows they're in the spot.
वहाँ पे भी कोई एक VIP zone है
Reaggress. I love this. Movistar Koi have been continuously reaggressing around the map, taking space away from their opponents and having the drop on them the majority of the time. There is nothing to really spot them on that flank. Unless Sugetsu decides to wrap back around, they could be in some real trouble here.
They'll be kicking themselves. Elite has a trip, but he didn't put it down. That's cost Avez's life. One player, and that's enough for Koi. They're happy with what they've gotten out of this situation. The late play, look where Sugetsu is, other side of the map. They're split up. Field on low HP, the fight on C. Oh, Field
अब ये फ्री में मार सकता है
was enough with his
इसके बारे में नहीं मालूम ना
They should know Monster was around here. And they're certainly conscious that they don't have main control, but Sugetsu wasn't. He goes walking in.
मैं बोला ना इसके बारे में नहीं मालूम
3v2, the retakes from Koi, we saw it. They haven't been great.
ओमन को मत देखो
Nothing to really help them out on this one. And Batty G, when he steps back in here, he doesn't know his paranoia hasn't hit. Martin punishes. They're fading away. The time ticking. They've at least got boots on the ground.
Easy retake क्या करेगा कैसे स्पैम मारेगा
KC have had an attack. He's just sticking it. He's just trying to stick it all the way. His teammate defending, and they'll do it again. All these rounds that seem to be opportunities for KC, Movistar Koi will steal them away, and they're going to come out with a 9-3 half.
Wonderful display from Movistar Koi, a 9-round half to kick off.
भाई heavy कलेश्वर है रुको एंटरटेनमेंट फैक्ट्री ओके भाई पर आंसर करो आप प्लीज वो बोल रहा है मैं फंसा रहा हूं मैं झांसे से रहा ये सब अच्छे शब्द है क्या आपको कोई बोले कि आप झांसा दे रहे हैं फंसा रहे हो आपको कैसा लगेगा बात तो फुल सपोर्ट ऐसी बातें नहीं होनी चाहिए कौन है ये भड़वा एंटरटेनमेंट व्हाट्स
इधर है। और बात भी देखो किसका हो रहा है, माल का हो रहा है यार। क्या भाई मेरा आज का बस ऐसा बातें नहीं करना चाहिए। कैसा बोला ये फंसा रहा है करके इसकी तो हाँ आपके जगह पे मैं गाली दूं? मैं कब से पढ़कर एंजॉय कर रहा था हरामी मॉड्स। बस I love you यार, love you too। क्या बात कर दी बंक्स भाई, जितना एंटरटेनमेंट और स्पाइल्स आपने दी है ना, मैं खुशी अपने स्वर्ग की जगह दे दूंगा। अरे नहीं
You're here with us. It's been a pleasure running through this with you. We wanted to introduce the fans at home to you. So we got a couple of fun facts about our co-caster pal, or as we call him, Wee Greg.
Wee Greg. I've heard that you spent a lot of time in a
बंक्स
bar.
भाई लड़के को गाली दोगे? मैं लड़के को गाली नहीं देता कभी, जिंदगी में नहीं दिया मैंने।
You might not know
Will
that.
surprise a lot of people.
Never have I
someone
ever.
told me you once participated in a Twitch dating show. I don't know where that came from. He commissions fan edits of himself. That's an interesting one.
Prophet told
and
me that.
I don't know who put that one in. That definitely wasn't me.
भाई BBL का कोच है।
Well, I don't think any of those would have been on people's bingo cards, and definitely wasn't on mine for how today was going to go. I think actually the production need to fact check a lot of those. Not the actually Scottish one, despite how many people will call me a fraud. The rest perhaps need to be questioned.
Have you spent a lot of time in a bar?
A place, yeah, a place called a bath. Normally prefer a
अब
shower
पता लगा
myself,
तुझे?
but
क्या मैं कंफर्म कर रहा था?
You're welcome.
that's all right, not a problem.
Well, that's our co-caster, Wee Greg, on socials. It's great having you here with us. It's been a fun first half, but plenty more Valorant about to get underway. 9 rounds when we left you, and it's Movistar Koi who have had command of that first half, but we had a wee resurgence towards the end of that half. Okay,
Humble chat.
Let's see if they can turn it into something else.
पिस्तौल आ रहा तो GG well played go next एक साथ हो जाएगा।
Oh, okay.
That's not it.
यही तो देखने का था KC।
It's not quite the fastest pistol of all time.
By any team, genuinely मैं 17 साल का हूँ और मैं डेली कॉफी इंटेक 10-12 कप्स है।
Last time this
Any
map
tips
was
to reduce
played,
it?
It was an 8-4 defensive half versus Apex.
10-12 कप ऐसा पीते हो ना?
So they've already proven that the
अगर
defense
reduce
can
करने
be
गए
their
तो
strongest
6
side.
ऐसा करो और
This
6
is very
ऐसा करो।
impressive from Martin.
समझ
This
रहे
is exactly what you want to see. Coming straight out of the blocks into the second half.
तो बाजू में जो भी रहेगा ना आपके,
But you've got that bravery to still
उसके
go out
मुंह पे
there,
जाना
stick
चाहिए
together,
कॉफी।
and just hit those shots when it comes.
कॉफी भी कम होएगा। मार खाने के बाद अक्ल भी आ जाएगी। हैशटैग ओपी मतलब एक तीर से 2 निशाने एक साथ।
And
Try
how
करके
important
देखो।
is it really when you're at this kind of a
Try
deficit
करके।
to have that pistol round under your belt, to have those quick fights? You think that's going to boost the morale for the boys?
Yeah, absolutely. The more that you can
इसे
speed
कहते हैं 2-in-1
yourself up into that regaining of
meta।
momentum, the better it's going to be. The longer time the rounds go on for, the more it's drawn out, the more you leave time to question yourself. Is it possible? Are we doing the right thing? Are we just going to win a couple of rounds and then we're going to let it slip and go away at the end? But the pistol's a massive one. It gets the economy going, gets the ults
भाई ये लोग
going.
उल्टा नहीं खेल रहे लेकिन
That's what
C
you
heavy
start with if
retake।
you want some sort of comeback.
Something I want to ask. So you're looking at, obviously we spoke about Movistar Koi's comp for the defense, being more aggressive, having that potential to challenge. What do you think of it for the attack?
I think it should be stronger, theoretically, on the attack side. Purely from the fact that, okay, looking at how much utility they have to be able to just dump on the side, it's not made much of a difference this round as KC just clean everybody but Monster up. But when they're going against a comp where you've got Abez and Martin running that double duelist, should have a lot more utility to win those fights, to push these key players out of the positions that they can play comfortably from, and then allow you to scale in behind. And at that point, you've got much better positions than they do.
I see now they are playing Sova. You can play Fade or Sova. Anything is fine. Fade is much better to do combos.
With those in the past, he's had some really impressive weeks. Looking at the start of stage 2 here, you think back to the Sunset, where he was really making a name for himself.
Last week he was insane. Yeah, it's all you need. Just look at the stats. I don't think I need to tell you too much more. He's getting more than a kill per round. He's getting 260 plus ACS. The guy had an incredible week.
यार चीचा को मैंने बोला अपना ही, उसने पूछा सही में मोस्ट हम्बल स्ट्रीमर है ये गांडू, मोस्ट हम्बल स्ट्रीमर। लव यू यार, मस्ती कर रहा था। न्यू अपडेट का बड़ी है। पाप लगेगा मेरे को।
It did look more awkward. Then the util wore off, and they just all swung at once.
And that's the thing, if you're not making the most of this Breach and Sova Omen util, and actually getting your duelist in behind it, then you
language
see all of the space
down to earth
to get Sadak, to get Aves in behind that util. He is so up for it. That's exactly what you want to see from your teammates as soon as you get into
बर्थडे
a
क्या
second
बात
half
कर
like
रहे हैं
this.
आर्यन भाई। वो
Aves on his feet.
मोबाइल से आप
KC
यू
definitely
करके
feeling
ऐसा
that momentum
सेल्फी खींच रहे हो ना,
back
उसमें
in
जरा
their
चैट
favor.
खोल के देखो, ऑलरेडी विश कर दिया है मैंने।
Facing an eco here as well. The Outlaw as dangerous as ever. Great nade too from Aves. That's doing a lot of damage, as is the spam afterwards. And they're ready for that deeper control.
Here we go.
It is a textbook round from KC. And in
Comeback हो गया बे ये तो।
and now the gap is down to just 2.
Credits through the roof as well. Like as dream starts go, this is about as good as it gets. 4-0 up. You're coming in with an ultimate ready for Martin as well with the dimension drift. One away from a showstopper. Your double duelist both popping off the second this second half begins. And on the other side, okay, Natan's almost got the Hunter's Fury, but it's very situational, and you have to get that extra orb.
We're into round 17. Double digits still evading Movistar Koi, but now they've got a full by Batty G. Good for 2. That aggression. It looked like they put the pieces together, but they didn't clear the close corner. Martin, he's made it up, but Sadek's not quite able to follow him. The gate crash.
Sacrifice was made.
भाई ये तो मैं और चीचा है बे, मैं टीपी मार के निकल गया। सेम बे।
Outside B. Outside that broken door, he's leaving his teammates. But can he recover the round in the end? That AWP can still be a thorn in their side. If Elite gets this control, then it becomes very difficult for the players on site. But Monster stops him in his tracks, and the conversation may switch now to a save for Martin. It's a big gun. He legged possession.
उसका कुछ चक्कर नहीं है, बिना मतलब का किसी को वो कुछ भी बोलना लगा तो मेरी वजह से इसलिए स्टैंड लाना पड़ा था।
Just a bit of an overextension. The angle close, not cleared. I think giving that initial double over to Batty G, and well, in the end, Monster's even there to clean up the remaining pieces. It's not going to do too much damage. KC is still very comfortably able to buy into this next round, and the ults weren't used, so I don't think it's too much of a problem, but I don't think that this is going to happen again.
Sometimes you just got to make your play, right? And Batty G certainly did. Hit by the paranoia, goes deep, and it caught them off guard. They didn't expect such a risky maneuver. Monsters very well to clean up, even finding that last kill that removes the AWP, and it means a big reinvestment if KC wanted in this round, which clearly they do.
Again, in terms of Sugetsu's aggression, a lot less support to what we saw in some of the early rounds. He's just sent it again. They are just trying to fight them tooth and nail.
KC बोला comeback के 2 round back to back हार गए। Stand लेना चाहिए, लेकिन मजाक से हटकर stand लेना चाहिए।
It is this Monster that's stepping up and really making his impact count.
Metal वाला लेकिन सबसे best है।
Highlighted him earlier on.
Someone doesn't know what they're talking about.
Oh, okay, good. So it wasn't me.
It was a lucky guess. I'll chalk it down to that. Now he is very much
पूरा combo
committed
dodge
to his
किया।
own. These last 2
Save
rounds,
ना, कुछ नहीं कर
especially
सकते।
Movistar Koi, who were struggling to put double digits on the board, they now take one
हाँ
step
बहुत
closer
सरदक भाई
to
tried
ultimate
to
victory
Drop weapon and fight. Because if you kill one and you die, you get ulti.
They can't risk losing that off.
And 11-7 के बाद next round buy है वैसे भी you can go 11-8 then go 11-9 then go 11-10 11-11.
Round might not be the way to go. I like the call for the reset. But Movistar Koi now just 2 away from closing out the map.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with how committed Sugetsu was to that initial fight. Like that was him sending it. I think it was through the Neon utility, and the man that was there to meet on the other side was Monster. Who has been having a pretty impressive game.
Aluminium का stand सही रहेगा.
Coming up from the tier 2. He's done his time. This is his moment in the spotlight. And on another Spanish team as well. He's been around Giants, Heretics, Viva España. And of course, winning East twice, he certainly had his accolades before, but now rising from that academy team onto the main roster. And looking to find this map win and maybe their first series win of stage 2.
I wonder if we told him that he was on camera that whole time, if he kept doing what he did. No, he's someone I think that many who have seen him within the tier 2, especially when he was on the likes of Ascend, were sort of expecting him to be in tier 1 for a while. Like it wasn't someone, especially when I think it was when they finished like 3rd at Ascension. Yep. The fact that he did
वहाँ पे देख रहे हो क्या हो रहा है?
Arra Nakamura. Perhaps other more important things in life than being part of competitive esports teams. But
अभी भी comeback हो सकता है?
Out of the way.
Chatcos.
And now, still trusting himself that when he does get
that
final,
feel कर रहा है भाई.
He can actually deliver when it counts.
And he likes to sing.
Feel कर रहा है.
Karaoke.
I've heard you like to sing as well.
Give us one, pal. Bring us into the round. In a sonnet.
Let's not break.
The lowest average was life for win rate in Emea so far, and appalling 39%.
And how much did you enjoy that story?
Lowest, sorry. Lowest 39%. Lowest, eh?
Yeah, still good for the night. Well, nonetheless, saved by the game. It's already going to be some early utility in the Viper screen.
Draw नहीं होता है, Armageddon जाएगा, Armageddon.
Thrown in on that A side that's held 4 players from KC on that side of the map, and now they look to pressure into elite setup. The problem though is the quick rotation of Martin, and the rest of the team now flooding back through the B site. It's not going to be as empty as maybe they'd hoped if they're to hit this site.
Hunter's Fury put through, clearing those corners.
He's going
to be caught up, and the tank manages to trade it out. Monster taking advantage
fast
of the space.
Side पे है भाई वो लोग.
There's so many bodies on this
वाले
side.
fast है भाई.
Still managing to keep it even, Steven, for now, but they're pushed out. The name stops re-aggression, and the kill from Aves goes untraded. KC 3 versus 2. Martin with the dimensional drift if they need that info later, and they may well do, as I doubt Movistar Koi are going to go pushing through that smoke at this stage. A freeze for now, but only 40 seconds on the clock.
कैसे मारेंगे? Up down better.
Martin just ults just to check.
Uh-oh.
It's a crunch round for them. Never mind. The swing into the double setup. We've seen that one before. And leaving the tank on such low HP. It would be one for the ages, but I think at this stage,
आपने chess में कब सीखा था? I think 3rd standard में था मैं.
Yeah, that's not a setup you should be beating anytime soon. A pretty useful setup for anyone who wants a little bit of just coordination. Get someone hand standing, some sort of box, get someone crouching below. Should be job done. One person swinging off with their contact as well.
Breach and free
Simple
side.
stuff. Being delivered in moments of pressure where they're still behind.
That's a lineup.
That's a lineup of all
Note that one down, pal.
Yep, I will.
See that on your next Lotus.
Yampi,
भाई केसी को क्या करते चाहिए पता है? केसी को क्या करते चाहिए पता है? ओडिन लेंगे, वो लोग सी पे नहीं जाएंगे, मोस्टली सी आवाज करके ए जाएंगे. जैसे ए जाके वाइपर अल्ट मारेगा, सीधा ओडिन स्पैम योर अल्ट के साथ.
You could see that there were opportunities there for
वो लोग बी सी प्रेशर करके ए जाएंगे.
I think that was
और ये
it.
ट्री से अल्ट
The
करेगा.
initial fake that they threw in on the A site was
सीधा ए जा.
held 4 players there, but then they were just a little bit slow to get into the C site. And by that point, especially.
Huh. Well, he's got the info.
That was a very bold call.
Info acquired.
कास्टर क्या हरामी है बे?
Is acquired by their opponents. Movistar Koi. Well, they have to feel like they were
भाई
gifted that.
कास्टर कितना हरामी है
I like
बे?
this clear from them though. Instantly, so get
He still got the info
bola. They put a smoke in and they just start walking themselves forward. They're ready to fight as 3. And if they hear nothing like this, right, they contact straight through, they can make the read, and now we start to see those rotations coming in.
I think maybe Sadak has picked up one of Scream's old notepads. And that's where that lineup came from.
Lineups?
Even still. Hey, there was that one that distracted Red Gun. Never
forget.
C-site completely open. They've gambled on B. It will give them a quick enough rotation, and especially with Martin's ult, it allows for a retake. Look at the post-plant utility, also the ultimate. You can already throw in a Viper's Pit if you desire. Rolling Thunder to slow them down, and I don't think they're going to need it at this stage. Already another and another falling. Vilu is having a field day, and the 12th round is all but guaranteed.
Martin has no chance.
The
credits show some players low. He's got 4K in the back pocket. Saving this guarantees an easy drop onto Sadak, opens up an option for them to take an off into the next.
टिप टू अफ्रीका आफ्टरशॉक से चुक जाता है उनके पास तो आफ्टरशॉक और वो दोनों है सोवा दोनों है इसलिए अगर ये मैप में वाइस होता just saying wall opening the chat हो जाती
doing like they do on their attack side, getting the Yoru, getting the Raze in there, actually using that gate crash from Martin, placing him quite deep on the other side of the Viper util, so you don't have to do this, Sadak, would actually...
कैसे आ रहा तो केटी लगेगा या ये ड्रॉप
Set up your dual list on your side of the Viper wall if you can. Keep that information. It's going to make him read in the mid-rounds.
We can have momentum, guys, okay?
Yeah, okay.
That is true. If you win rounds, you can have momentum. If you lose rounds, the other team has momentum.
And if you're peeking off with a haunt in your hand,
you're probably going to die. Let's see if they change it up and start to get a bit more space towards C instead now.
Immediately, we're going to see that C-site push up. Tongue. We're going to get a little bit of information, but the door spinning might just give the game away. Operator waiting on the other side, but the flash is sublime, and the follow-up utility makes it incredibly awkward for those Mkoi players to fight. And I like the immediate fallback from KC.
Flash and a Prowler. He had no chance. Now the options for Mkoi, and it looks like a split into B is where they're going to take this. Space taken by Monster. He's moved towards the door already, and Casey conceding the space entirely. And it's no surprise. Take a look at the old sim play. They lose the B site. As long as they don't lose a player with it, they'll be in a 5v2, as I was going to say. Retake, and of course they have the Nightfall if needed. So even with that pick, I mean, the advantages have just compounded for this defensive side.
Technically देखा जाए तो ये लोग ने अभी भी दोनों
अल्ट यूज नहीं किए.
So it's still now come back.
They're expecting to push through, and even with the stun, it couldn't quite catch everybody. Flyer.
30 seconds left.
Well, it'd be one of the greatest clutches we've ever seen. Gonna hazard a guess that it won't be, and especially with 12 rounds on the board, the opposing side being incredibly careful. It's gonna be a very clean.
Possible है क्या? एक round जीतेगा.
KC defense. We've seen this as far back
as
them playing split last year in kickoff with a double duelist. They will take the fights all together and here, Prowler and Flash on the back of it. They've got players in to be able to hit their shots when it counts, and then they group once they have that advantage. It gives a space away so that they can maintain that player advantage, because they value that way more than just simply holding onto the space and putting individual players at more risk. So now, what we need to see out of Movistar is, okay, how do we potentially bait those punches? How do we bait those overcommits from KC on their defense, and then be able to reactively play away from that into the space that they're then going to give us? Yeah.
Good evening, bye. आपके hard work के लिए hearts. Love you मेरी जान today.
Okay. Alarm bells from Movistar Koi. Like, we've lost let's slow it down, because you have to bear in mind they were in an incredibly good position early on, and it has been a slow fight back in the second half from KC.
Yeah, I think it's always that question in the back of your head, but now what Movistar and Koi need to do is just keep it nice and simple. Don't overcomplicate stuff. Don't try and find the genius solution. You've got a rolling thunder. You can combine them plus maybe a third ult in one of your rounds, and that will get you across the line.
So I have a question. So take yesterday.
Yes,
when your opponent called a pause, is that in your head? Are you going, we got it? Like, is there a part of you that goes like, now they're worried?
It's yes and no. It depends on the
No.
staff on the other side and how much you
So who
know
are you
about
not worried
them.
about?
No, not worried.
But I'm always grateful to be given a pause, put it that way.
Well, Movistar Koi started out this map setting the tempo, but it's KC finding their own rhythm. 3 rounds in a row needed. An early rolling thunder put through by Flya, this pressure towards the B site, but no players behind it. You know what that means? Fake pressure. And KC are just about to find that out. As they see no one come through the gates, no further utility, and the door open on the A site. A retake maybe needed at this point. They've got Martin to be the human recon drone, and he'll be popping that dimensional drift for that exact purpose.
Also, it makes things more awkward in terms of that Viper's Pit. They want to try and get into the post plant over on the attack side. The jump down though from Sanak's court, but Elite is there. The trade's looking incredibly good for Movistar Koi with Sugetsu still deep within enemy lines. Martin realizing he needs to try and move on this, but instead will look for a gap elsewhere. Wrapping around the edge. Isn't going to be revealed by the dart. There's not too many places. CKB wins that first, and now left down to just one. Monster has to try and
कैसे मारेगा उसके एंगल में जाके?
Is now defended, but he'll do it anyway. Swinging in, Movistar Koi. We looked at this map with risk, but that risk has paid off.
A phenomenal performance.
नहीं फेड को अदर अल्ट मारना था ना कि उसके मुंह पे कुछ आ रहा था.
At one point, and they
सीधा
close
रीटेक नहीं
it
कर
out
सकता
in
था
the
वो
end.
क्योंकि वो क्लोज खेल रहा था.
Everybody having their fair share.
Activate second
Monster.
भाई
Monster
कैसे
with a
बे?
phenomenal performance. Let's see if
किसी
Movistar
टीम
Koi can
2-0
keep it
था ना ये?
up. We'll be back after the break.
भाई 2-0 था ना ये? भाई कोई अच्छा खेला लेकिन केसी थोड़ा सा वो लगा रहे मेरे को. लॉस्ट टाइम. कुछ तो कॉम्स का कुछ तो सीन हो रहा था. और लाइक टू थैंक यू पंच बाय. आपके साथ वॉच पार्टी देखने में मजा आता है और सीखने मिलता है. लव फ्रॉम मुंबई. लव यू नॉट दिस बाय. पैम 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 पैम. भाई तुम लोगों को पता है और क्या चीज में तुमको मजा आएगा? अगर आप ये स्कैन करोगे फ्री में और आप प्रेडिक्ट करोगे फ्री में, तो यू आर एलिजिबल टू विन $200,000 तक का प्राइस पुल इन गिवअवेज है वहां पे. समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? So all you have to do is, yeah, scan and register, baby. Scan and register. Just possible है? कैसे possible है? क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं इधर? क्या हो रहा है? देखो ना कैसे possible है? Love from Odisha, Bye. Love you to me, Jan Corrode. ए कौन सा बॉस है? कोई लिख के बोलो ना. तब तो मैं चाय लेके आया. मोबाइल लेके आया, मैं चाय लेके आया.
I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat.
Nice! I told you guys, hello! 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 Guys, join the server! Hello! Sit down! Sit down! Why so easy? Guys, one by one, keep going! They cannot, bro, they cannot!
What are they doing?
Hello, Aves!
Who let the dogs out down?
I would like to offer a formal apology to Mkoi. I was not familiar with your game. I did not believe in the process. I can recognize my mistakes. I am wrong. I'm extremely sorry. Did you guys believe, though? I know I was sort of yapping away about the map vetoes, but did you think that Lotus is going to turn out like that?
I did believe. I think it's hard after the past 2 weeks to kind of get ahead of yourself, and even on a 12-5 scoreline, it's difficult to believe, but I just know Uli is somewhere right now
crying
happy
with
as
tears,
Larry.
yeah.
He's definitely going to be buzzing after this win.
I believe in this new Mkoi, you know. Like, I'm really, really happy for them. I'm really excited. I think the energy amongst this team, the dynamic so far, looks so good. I think a big part of that energy has been BaddyG as well.
Yeah.
You see him in that reaction there, the screaming, the yelling. I feel like he's an enabler for Filu now, in a way.
He wasn't like this before, was he?
That's what I mean. I feel like BaddyG is the one that's kind of enabling Filu to get up on his feet and start shouting, and it's just so nice to see them with this kind of energy.
He is a ray of sunshine, because even when he's trash talking, he's doing it with a smile. You know, the energy is always there, and on the server too, because BaddyG Billy has just been from the get-go fantastic on Lotus.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's the energy he brings to the team. I mean, this man is literally aura. Like, he's my spirit animal, genuinely. I love watching BaddyG play. As someone that plays Omen themselves, it's such a joy to watch, and he had so many highlight moments throughout. Oh my god, that's incredible.
Please.
Oh my god. He had so many highlight moments throughout, and it was the clutches as well, like you say, where he was really popping off and looked absolutely incredible. So yeah, I think Mkoi having fun is a big part of BaddyG being on this team.
We've seen so many aggressive Omens sort of come online in the past couple of weeks. BaddyG, I think we were waiting for this, right? We were waiting to see these clutches. We were waiting to see these kind of plays coming out from him. And like you said, I do think he is really motivating the team in these early rounds and these early clutches. And he's definitely a big reason why they could gather that momentum and get so many rounds on the board. And I do think that was pivotal to then it not going away and coming in Carmen Cook's favor.
Oh my goodness.
Poor headset.
Well, it's for so long, I think the reign of the stream decibel levels has belonged to Yetuje, but I think maybe Baddy is here to compete for that throne. And also, you have to just feel happy for them, because you root for this roster, you know, you want them to win. I was a little bit worried, though, when I saw the Agent Select, the comms, of course. We've seen Gentlemates run this comp before, which is funny, because you would think maybe this isn't the tank when he was on Gentlemates. No, this is not the past Gentlemates. But this is interesting, because it is a Sova on Lotus. It's just not something you see all that often, outside of Gentlemates and Emea, really. But they made it work. Did you like what they brought?
I did. I preferred this above and beyond Carmine Corp's comp. I think in Lotus, for me personally, a breach is essential. We saw it with sort of shutting down that early A-Rebel aggression, the Viper as well coming through on the attacks and having the lurk. And this is two things that I feel like Carmine Corp were really missing. I think it was that 10th round that we finally saw Carmine Corp figure out how to get ahead of that breach utility and the Neon coming down and taking that space A-Rebel. So I do think Carmine Corp were missing out on that extra utility to help assist them be aggressive.
Yeah, I think for me, that was a big question going into this, was how are Filu and Flyer going to be able to help each other out? You know, we see that disconnect between the Neon and the Breach, but we absolutely did not see that between these two on this map. I think especially on the defense, like you say, that A-Rebel control they were able to get, they just had so much information all the time because of the space and the map control they were able to get. They just looked so good. So I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, and in week one, when we spoke to Nathan when he came back from Americas, we mentioned Kayak, you know, on the wall, and I said, no, Tonk, on the wall, are we going to get that? And he kind of teased a little bit, we could potentially see it. So surely, as we move on to Sunset, Billy,
Surely.
Maybe he was talking about the Vise wall. I don't know, but maybe we'll see a Sage. Yeah, I think for me, Natank, I wasn't sure like what role he was going to fulfill when he kind of came into this team, but the fact that he's played 5 different
-1
agents
तक
across
हाँ
5
पता
different
news मिला वही बात कर
maps
रहा
is
हूँ ग्रुप में
crazy considering
क्या
he's just
बंदा है
come back to
करके
VCT EMEA. So yeah, for me, I think the switch to the Sova was nice because I think the Vise in the last time that they played Lotus was a little
मतलब
bit
पूरा
uncomfortable
event ही
for
जीत गया
him,
क्या?
but I think we all
finals
would
कल है?
love to see him jump back onto that stage.
Finals
All right,
कल है ना?
and then the tank is, I can't quite
Not on the wall.
see
He's on the
because I'm
server again.
blind. Not on the wall. That's sad.
Hikaru bhai, just say, अगर आपका मैच पहले होता ना मैग्नुस के साथ, आप भी #8 आते. I'd like to apologize.
I'm not shocked that he didn't hear, but again, this double initiated comp on the attack I quite like. What do you?
This makes sense for me because they have a new coach. You know, back then when Desire were doing
क्या
really
लगता है
well
बंदा
on
कौन
Sunset, they ran this comp just Cypher
Boy mode
into
में
the Vice.
किसी
So
थोड़ा
I think
सा
this is
मेरे को-
giving, you know, coach input.
Yeah, I
coach
think so.
comfortability.
I think so.
वैसा
And I
दिखाई
think
दिया.
as well, like when we look at how Movistar Koi
But
have been
Koi
playing,
का
Philo was
पहला
looking
map का भी
incredible on
comp
that Neon
बात
on
था, ये
Lotus,
map
so
का भी
I'm
comp
really
बात
liking
है.
this new energy that
So
we're
I
getting
think
from him.
comp-wise-
J as well on the Omen, no surprises there. I
Koi
think
has
Fire
a
on the
good-
KO as well. He's proven
Oh.
time and time again that he
To
can
win.
jump onto these initiators. Again, I think it is the question of the tank. How much value are we actually going to see come out from this Sova? It did look okay on that last map, but we need to see more utility usage.
Well, you guys have been doing very well in the caster booth there, but although I do think it's very
Prices
rich,
कितना
the
मिलेगा
Mitch man
price?
of all,
वो price का
of
क्या
all
काम है
people would
भाई?
make fun of someone else being
Number
called
1
being great.
world में क्या काम है उसको price का?
That was completely uncalled for, Yinsu. We were not making fun of my friend Wee Greg here. We're happy to have him up on the desk with us. And of course, Pal will be joining us for this next map. Potentially a third, depends how he feels after all of this. It's time to get into Sunset. KC, a map behind as Koi managed to take their pick, but now it's on to KC's home turf, where they look to set the record straight and bring us all the way to a third.
Phoenix, what do you think? Phoenix on Sunset?
Love a good Phoenix.
Big fan? I know you like it on Corrode. Or did.
Corrode में Phoenix? Yeah?
Just not so much on the attack side. Didn't go as well.
That didn't quite go to plan, no. But at least now we see Carmichael.
एक map में Phoenix बाप है.
Early, getting
एक map
Apes out there.
Ascent.
Okay.
And Martin's out there as well.
Yeah, a battle won with the classic of Natank, and he's going to go further in. Now, it doesn't have the
Supporting Binks is good, but doing the same thing is not good.
But there's
If
nobody
you do
there.
that again
The
and
rest
again,
of the team
so
of KC
he
are
can't
actually
read
pushing in
other
on the flank.
chats.
Depending on which way they go,
बराबर
they
है यार
could
रोनित भाई,
have
बराबर.
the full squad
बराबर.
surrounded, other than the tank, of course.
फेल दो उसको इसकी तो.
This is going to be a battle. It's brewing as KC walk up. It's being watched, and now the whole squad turns. Movistar Koi with an instant reaction. Shock dart for Static, good. And damage done with the second. Monster and Filu very low.
Crazy shock darts दिया है.
It is just one man on this A side who will soon be pushed down, suppressed already.
निकाल सकते हैं वो लोग.
Bloom, nothing to help him out. A paranoia in his back pocket.
Cypher का round है.
Time to use it now.
Oh, निकाल लिया भाई, निकाल लिया.
A smoke to block them out. That could let Elite join in for this battle as they look to blitz out. Movistar Koi have 2 players to deal with, and they're isolated in the fights. KC will take the pistol round.
भाई निकाल लिया
Decent response, and more
भाई.
importantly, like, I think a decent end to the round for Sugetsu. He was someone that was a little bit quieter, at least for the standards we saw from last week. I think he's someone that if he gets going in the server, it's looking like a very different game.
Yeah, especially when you've seen from KC, the 2 biggest players trying to lead that revival in the second half, Martin and Aves. 2 that you would expect. But if you now get some of the
क्या blind मारा भाई, क्या blind
firing back
मारा.
again with that sort of passion back in them as well, that's what you want to have going into the beginning of this half.
Not what you want to see, an appalling 39% win rate. When it comes to rifle battles, that was that for KC actually?
Yeah.
I would have thought it was more for Koi, but yeah, okay, a challenge for them, but not in this one. Here they're just up against the classics. And again, it will be orb farming in some of the early rounds for this defensive side. Space taken by Martin with the outlaw in hand. For Movistar Koi, they come as a bundle, come as a pack, and look to push him down. 2 shots in that weapon.
Closed.
One of the body will take them down, but it's another solid start we saw in the pistol from Filu. Even with the round not going their way,
निकल गए बे और
will
लेके
certainly be something to keep an eye on, as he had a lights out start to the previous map.
Very slow round. Of course, the main person they don't want to run into is Aves. His ult charge time is so ridiculously low that giving this man an extra life, even if they have some weaknesses. Mitch is a hater of the Spectre. I'm curious, what's your opinion on it, pal? Big fan?
Well, if he hates it, then I'm a big fan.
Wow.
And there you go. That's exactly why. If you've got a neon running in your face,
against the classic with no
spray them down.
Listen, no one's debating
simple, easy to manage against the
He leaves fire and warning shots so the Martin can get the kills.
What about when you're up against rifles, pal? How do you think the Spectre fares there compared
but
to
that was an inside flawless 2-0.
Hello, Binks. Bye. Hello.
Time for another one if Sadak's got this Spectre.
Come on now.
Jokes aside, it's actually a very nice gun to have when you're dealing with aggressive comps and aggressive players like this on that set. You don't want to give yourself any room for error, any room for them to run you. It's nice just to be able to have that quite loose spray to be able to manage any situations that you might find yourself in.
Yeah, there's no cheaper SMG that maybe fares better statistically
that has a faster fire rate, therefore runs out of the magazine much faster. Yeah.
Very true. So if you don't hit your shots, it's a great weapon. Understood. Understood.
Oh, he's hitting his shots.
Well, Aves does not have the opportunity to get online because he is already dead within the first few seconds of the round. He's definitely looking like a different beast in this series so far, but Sugetsu, more of the same. You have to bear in mind that this bonus round definitely has some legs to it. Sadak is now unfortunately downgraded from the Spectre to the Bulldog.
All right, relax, man.
कितने 15 है ना?
Get on my nerves now.
Smoke का.
What's the plan? Wow, the round slowing down once again.
Where it belongs.
निकाल लेगा गैस? सदक एक और बार.
If Sadak gets ran down, I know you're going to say, well, you would have won that with a Spectre. I know it's coming. So too, KC know that Movistar Koi are coming straight into that site. Martin, not with the best weapon to go walking through that smoke. He's waiting for someone to invade, and only one shot left after taking down the drone. Batty G left on 10 HP, but they can't capitalize just yet. Sugetsu though, still firing back with Batty low. That outlaw might have given them a chance, but a few shots need to be landed first. The retake, as they push back through this cage, they've got the space, they've cleared that back site. There's snakes in the grass. Batty looking to use his low HP on that side angle. Waiting for the initial contact on site. There'll be a big swing coming in with a player embedded in main in the form of Monster. Sugetsu adjusts, but the flash is good! Not good enough! 10 health on Batty. He's the last man standing, and he has to push out into Elite. It's KC with round number 3.
It's something about Sugetsu on this B side of Sunset. He just hits those shots when it counts every single time. I was prepping to say, great bonus by KC. They've got 2 kills. They've forced an armor rebuy out of Batty G as well. And then Sugetsu just turns up and does what he does best.
This is the thing.
When
he's in form, it genuinely feels like he's one of the best players in the league. Like, it's just so difficult to play against. First bullet accuracy, it's been like this for a long, long time. He's in that top 1% without a doubt. And that's a round that's got to be painful for Movistar Koi because the setup wasn't bad. Like having that flash popped ready for Monster to swing. It's just Sugetsu was quicker.
An immediate push to come through. It's been spotted for sure, but no one to follow up on that trap, and free space taken by Filu, but he needs to make it work quick. Those finger guns going to run out as the players on the other side have got not much to work with. Just the pistols. He's isolated now. Deep in the spawn with just a classic.
अरे यार भाई गन रहता तो 2 किल थे भी उसके.
And a little bit of housekeeping, even getting out alive as Martin. Still relatively healthy, although that shock dart takes him quite low.
There we go.
The second will eliminate him. Damage done, but much more to be done for Movistar Koi to make this round worthwhile.
Stage order has been upgraded anyway. Ultimates building up as well. And there's not going to be anything more. A few extra credits garnered by the plant, but I don't think KC are going to mind that too much. 4-0 and their credits building.
Okay, he's just going to take that right in front of him.
Take the kill, take the defuse as well. Give him a bit of confidence.
Number 1 को कभी फर्क पड़ता है मैंने नहीं देखा.
This Cypher setup in particular that Elite has run that has allowed the pack to play towards B is any form of sort of anti-strat. because we've seen a perfectly placed trip towards top mid to counter exactly where Filu went with his overdrive. If we start to see more of that, it could be suggesting that actually KC feel very, very well prepared for what Koi might be able to bring with their comp. Obviously, we've not seen them
jet ulti
before,
मारता है, jet ulti
so
मारता है
they
ना
can't
एक round
have
में.
that concrete knowledge.
Chamber ulti मारता है, same.
But a lot of that comp check time, that's
Well,
what
they haven't played the map, so if they're countering stuff they've not played, that's very impressive.
From just being able to look at it in that loading screen, right, here's what their comp can do, here's what their comp can do. They can use that explosive start towards top mid. Okay, let's just leave a cycle trip in there.
Before you even join the server.
Might be the most thing to do in the
just
world. Yeah.
Oh, the shot hit, but immediately punished. Many a team would just send the one player to peek as they did on top mid, but 3 players swinging in from market.
ये किसी का मैप है चैट, ये किसी का स्ट्रेट अप किसी का मैप है भाई, एक दूसरे के साथ क्या खेल रहे बे ये लोग.
Mid control, but not much else. At least the Vice wall still sitting deep towards B main, so they know one side of their back is contained. They need to make a move and find some space of their own, and that is being punished not every step of the way, because Monster has opened up the market straight through to the B side. A plant can be acquired now, and Monster wants a little bit more. In fact, they both do. They're going to push towards the spawn here, tapping the spike for a second. Elite doesn't know what's coming. Monster, he has taken control of this round. With the ult going through, Sadik might just have to wait this out. He's going in with the classic. All right, he's made the right call.
Doesn't want to allow them into their post. That was at least a hope that maybe he could catch somebody by surprise. They still haven't actually planted. Wary that maybe he's gone all the way back around. The drone going to be used to try and clear it back, but they are running low on the time. 10 seconds left. Sadak is now going to make his move. He was waiting for there to be someone unable to fight him. He's got the right idea on where Monster is, but Monster has now got the information that his teammate needed. They can fall back into this deadly crossfire. Timing going to be everything, but Monster has made the cross. He's so wary of main, but doesn't realize that there's a man on the corner. And Mike, you mentioned that Sugetsu might just be the king of the B site. Monster's got a challenge.
Absolutely. And Monster's been looking fantastic again. We said it in the first half, but just being able to have these moments of impact where you're in a 2v4, big disadvantage, that's the sort of control mix that you spoke about, but you want some of these players to be able to take when it counts.
We had 0 kills up until this round.
He just
he's done everything for them. Yeah, exactly. He was warming up his hands.
Fly doing the same as well?
कर दे जिंक्स को जिंक्स ने क्या बेचार अल्टी है अभी. ये राउंड जीतेगा वो लोग का पैसे का वैसे वांदे हो जाएंगे. 6-1 हो जाएगा. फिर भी उनके पास अल्ट बचेगा. 7-1 8-1 तक एकदम रास्ता है लोग का एकदम क्लियर है 8-1 तक.
But yeah, this might be a bridge too far. I'm not
certain. भी बोला jinx.
Still have the money to buy right back up, fight into this, and of course, when you look at that ult economy, they're 1 orb away from having all 5. The one they're missing is probably the one you choose to leave on the back burner. So in terms of reactions and safety nets here, they've got quite a bit to work with.
Now look at this aggression out of KC in B main. They clear it all, they take all the space, but they've just done it before that TP runs out.
Hey, guy.
Oh, Hunter's Fury has already done a decent amount of damage, a chance to catch 3 instead. Doesn't find much. Filu looking trying to get ahead of things. Put himself in harm's way as he's already tagged up, and Batty G is going to use the paranoia to try and re-aggress, but already run it back down, utilised by Aves.
Yellow
Try and get them some space for free, and while they've actually shot the clone, that gives a freebie over. The problem is, he's going to have to fall back, and the rest of the team need to take over. The low HP Natunk tries to make a hero play, and it is all beginning to fall apart. Only Flyer standing. Well, he now needs an ace if he's going to take home this round, and well, it's only the 2 in the 1v5. He was set up for it.
He was almost there, Tom. KC, they stuck their double duelists together with Sadak, re-clearing that B main space, getting themselves the read, and then it just allows them to snowball into this really
many happy returns of the day.
And a situation that they can then be in.
बेचारा यार 3 बंदे देख रहे थे यार.
Opponent's still able to take the space, get the spike down, but it is that run it back from Aves, the clone being shot, him taking the space. He couldn't quite get his wall to blaze up on time, but before the ult ran out, but that didn't seem to matter. Movistar Koi not able to take advantage of those angles and convert any of the picks. 5-1 now. An immediate response from the round win in the previous, and that gets a timeout from Movistar Koi.
Different
pause to their first pause in the last map where they were 8-1 up.
6-1.
Now 5-1 down, and it is
लग
looking
रहा है
like a very different
KC.
game. I feel like a lot of it is
अभी लग रहा है.
Sugetsu just seems like he's frying. Like guy is currently 8-1 in the server. But also some of those pieces.
Meanwhile,
I think he actually started the last map exactly the same. I think he was 8-1. I think he had a flyer of a start, and now just doesn't seem to be on the board.
Good morning.
Unintended.
Somewhat.
Now let's see if Movistar Koi bring out the same sort of adaptation they went for on their attack side, where they start to fake their early round pressure, so it baits KC into that early team fight that they try and get Aves and Martin into, and then they can react towards the space that they think is open. Probably not going to do it on an eco round. Probably going to keep things nice, straight, coordinated. And then when we go on to get onto the buy round, that's when we might start to see those adaptations happening.
Still something from Movistar Koi in this round, a few teeth being born.
Vinamre Agarwal, thank you for the 109 minute jump today.
Inside the hot hands. 77 HP already. An easier target to take down even as he slides his way through, and he won't get a chance. Ahead of the play. Blaze wall goes up, cancels out any further aggression, but they're not looking on the other side. Luckily, the shots aren't landing, and we're still on for an in-zone flawless with just flying up, but he grabs himself one.
Avis just full-blinded immediately went around the corner.
I was about to say, Phoenix was looking pretty good as a sentinel until he blinded his teammate.
Hey, listen, it's all about the orbs, and Aves needed them more.
Exactly. He sacrificed a leap so that he could get an extra orb.
The hot hands actually gets low.
There we go.
ये दिखाने का जरूरी था.
That wasn't needed.
No, yeah, well, I suppose it was, though. It shows that they thought they're running into a much easier fight than what they ultimately got. He doesn't even throw it left either. Oh, beautiful.
6-1 up.
Kill.
Couple of bolts on either side.
ये वाला कॉल है.
That null command is actually being watched for. Look at the position at the top of the map.
Spam हो रहा है round के बाद round.
He has put his setup over on B, so that if they use the null command, it's all still going to be online for his teammates. And there are 4 players waiting around that side of the map. The read from KC right now is bang on.
Hard fight one side, heavy retake the other with the ult and the utility you have. Thankfully, we're going to get the hard fight.
Oh! A hard fight for Sugetsu as he's just been spammed straight through the smoke. But a trip gives Sadik the answer back. As he falls, they need a fight towards the backside to go their way. KC losing players by the second. Damage done to Movistar Koi. Flya on the floor, but they could get him back up as they stabilize this control and bring Flya back into the round. It's Elite with a big task on his hands. They know where he is now as he breaks those razor lines in a 1 versus 3. We saw Sugetsu managing this. He had a teammate to back him up and to close out the round as he went for the defuse. Elite a much more difficult task at hand.
But गलत घुसे पे attack में लो.
Got the credits to go for this. But it does feel like it's more going to rely on mistakes from Koi to give them a way back into this round. Especially with the time now ticking. And nobody giving anything away. Even though economically it's not going to do anything for him going down. Well, he will anyway. The monster still on form, and honestly a fantastic round from Movistar Koi. They walk into a stack that was made for what they are currently setting up. And
I think those first 2 fights there, or the 2 deaths in particular, one in market, one just outside of the market smoke, is just what completely breaks that.
Full hype कर रहे हैं वो. Full hype कर रहे हैं वो
मतलब. Going out through the smoke, yeah, it very much just snowballs into that late fight. Gave Movistar Koi all the space. Fly is on the floor, but they can pick him back up after the backside fight.
तो हो ही सकता है.
Batty G committed to picking his buddy up. This push, if it does go through, it's not going to be a surprise. You already have 1 player watching, but you also have that vice wall and an immediate shutdown of the run it back. So nothing really gained by KC to start this round, bar a little bit of information.
W smoke.
Belu's all over this at the moment, just completely cancelling out any of the win conditions that KC are setting themselves up for in the round. Either these heavy stacks on the site, or these early alt round aggro plays.
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अभी देखो तीन बंदे मिड पे ना, अगर बी पे अभी ये लोग गए ना, वो लोग तीनों का रोटेशन ऑन टॉप आएगा.
In place directly in front of him. Although they're putting a lot of utility into that corner. He's still going to stick around.
How's he
surviving on the edge of it? And immediately, it's just going to take over!
Bro, esta. Bro, esta, bro.
An in-zone for
Bro, 100% esta ye.
I'd be raging if I was Martin. Comfortably, even though Koi looked like
भाई clean ये देखो 1 2
on exactly
यहाँ से गोली पड़ी 3 ये लोग 4
and he's
bro
executed off the back of it. Yeah, that's a clip.
Bro, montage था बे, ये montage था, ये montage था बे.
You could dismiss that as like, okay, they're breaking the trip.
Boyfriends B.
They're waiting for the trip to break, they're freeing the space, but the nade as well. They thought there might be someone there.
Yeah.
And they thought, hey, if it's Martin, he's going to TP out. I thought he was going to TP out, but he found that gap. That gap gives another round to KC, a lead guaranteed at the halftime. And Movistar Koi, they're running into a stacked up A site. Cypher utility. A
Oh, उसने dodge किया.
Plenty of guns trained in
अभी
on
कोई
that
और
slide
trip पे
from
मरेगा.
Elites doubled up. The rest locked out by the Blaze. The flash good. KC won't overextend. They don't need to. Right now, a great second flash. A good adjustment as Martin's there to back up the initial fight. The damage done was enough to leave him to just one of the outlaw, but the man who has been deep on the side of Movistar Monster still drawing breath. Not sure Flyer will be for much longer as Martin picks up another.
In these scenarios, it is Monster. Operator available. Has the chance to rotate to the other side of the map. The main problem I have is not even so much that it's the 1v3, but it's that dimensional movement. It means that any sort of sneaky play, anything he can hope to achieve, if it ends up in a retake scenario, he'll be able to reveal where he is. And that's why he's not really playing for any sort of retake. He is looking to find the fight here and now.
Heard the cam. He knows they'll have info and he makes a misread. Looked like he was going to catch that rotation around, but with a knife out, he didn't stand a chance. 8 on the board now for KC. Stabilizing after each one round from Movistar Koi. That attack side struggling to put the rounds on the board, and I think more so struggling is that they've constantly run into these trap plays. Sure, they made it work towards the A side and or the B side rather, when they ran into that stack. Perhaps some mistakes from KC, some overheating, some over-peaking.
अलग-अलग टाइप का ट्रिप्स देखो बे.
Biggest difference has been those little micro decisions.
अगर ट्रिप्स ने थोड़ा वो लोग को मिड लर्क और मार्केट लर्क का वो लोग कुछ टेंशन नहीं लेते.
Now we've seen both Martin and Elite repositioning themselves so brilliantly just within the space of a couple of meters to get out of the range or the spread of a Movistar Koi's util and be able to put themselves in fantastic little spots to just win those initial gunfights on the site heads.
Dangerous thing about the last round as well, it might not have been a full buy in terms of purchase, but they threw a lot in terms of the ultimates. Using that Hunter's Fury in combination with Overdrive to really try and do damage, and it achieved nothing. And now you come in with another low buy, but they do have a spec.
Please bol mat Vice Hero ult marega.
Listen, mate. A Phantom and a Stinger as well. That's really where my eyes are drawn.
Not Monster Sheriff? Wow. I would have gone straight to Monster Sheriff.
Yeah, but the thing is, you didn't, did you? You went straight to the Spectre, Tom. So don't try to pull that.
2 against 1.
करेंगे क्या ult नहीं ना?
Spectre lovers.
अगर clean plant मिला तो maybe it's worth post plant ult मारना जब वो लोग side के अंदर घुस गए.
They're actually not playing too far into the site. So they could just opt for the retake if those guns are stolen, but it doesn't seem like it's being opted on at all.
Well, here we go. That's going to catch a few, but there's not many players left to capitalize. The flash just to delay them. In goes one of the remaining weapons. Hasn't been hit by that steel garden. And Martin, oh, he makes it work. Even with the shorty. 9-2 now. KC with an answer to every question thrown up by Movistar Koi. In stark contrast to that first map, this is a strong opening from the French side.
We see that death from the tank there. And it kind of looks a little bit out of position. Like he's
Baito,
hanging around the mid for quite a long time during that round. He doesn't really seem to get any value of it. That is because KC actually managed to shut that market door just in time before he activates. It's quite a nice idea. It's not something that KC should be expecting. They should expect him to be in the pack.
A pace change.
Bro, tell me how to play AWC Fantasy. All you have to do is register.
Back to the A site push. Martin actually very isolated. But he's looking for one and then an escape. And the fact that his teammate's already got a kill, he might just look to escape.
And just
he's had that gate crash online for quite a while. It will be fading soon as he's sticking around. Eventually, he'll call for the bail. A 4v4 with the trade back by Flya. The trap's down. The cam no longer in play.
Good night रे बहुत बीट हुआ है आज
but मजा आया
but
the reward is plentiful. Aves managing to pull back though.
क्या हो गया क्या बीटी हो गया यार
A wall up for the
मैं भी ready हूँ stand लेने के लिए क्या हो गया बताओ
for a moment at least. Player towards the elbow now smoked off. Flash is great. Filu can't see a thing. The smoke blocks out. Natanku comes running, but it's Sadek and Sigetsu gunning them down. 9 rounds turns to 10, and Movistar Koi left at the starting block.
No, Agarwal bhai, thank you for the 449 minute jam today.
Phoenix Molly to stop the last player coming in from elbow. Sounds like a good agent to me, Mitch.
It absolutely does. Let's see if they can make it work on the attack side, though. I mean, that's where some of the greats and some of the not so greats have had their struggles.
An incredible comeback to be able to turn this one around, and it does look like a map number 3 is almost set to be on the cards. But honestly,
bro, there are 2 ways to play.
I think we need to hear a little bit more. I know you were nervous about the last one. I think we have a few of your friends standing by.
Prediction, head-to-head is head-to-head.
We do have some VIPs in the house. Is Yumpy and Magnum from BBR. Welcome to the arena. It feels like you've come and watched your former teams compete. So Yumpy, what do you think about the Liquid game?
Yeah, we both came to hate watch our previous teams, of course, here. But yeah, it feels nice, you know.
Yeah, Accent,
they made the correct decisions. Let's see if KC will did the same. So.
Okay, and Magnum, of course, when you were on KC, I think it's just Martin left now from your roster. What do you made of his performance so far?
I think he's playing okay. Still being gatekept at Hero, so hopefully we'll see Jet in the close future. But I think he's doing okay. Hopefully they come back and win.
Are you hate watching like Yumpy?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You're not? Okay, well this is probably a bad question to ask you, but how does Koi come back in the second half?
They don't. They need to swap the comp. Vice is very bad on this map, but they won't.
All right, Yumpy, do you think Koi makes a comeback second half?
Yeah, for sure. I think Koi has an
Vice
incredible chance with this Vice comp because I think Vice is very good in this map. So I think they will do a comeback.
Okay, I love the synergy between you guys. And lastly, as always, as you know, your coach, Pao, is casting right now. So would you like to do the honors for me, Yumpy, and toss it over?
Okay, so my 3 favorite English casters. Keep going.
Three favorite
English speaking is what he meant. English speaking, and I appreciate what he meant. No, it is. I liked Yumpy.
An Englishman walk into a bar.
Well, we can make this a duo cast if you like. I mean, really no problem.
It's a solo cast I'm not taking it either. We've had it pointed out to the public apparently that I'm not actually a fraud. Or at least not personally, professionally.
No, you are Scottish, I agree. The fraud bit we'll have to see. Nonetheless, we are going to be getting back into pistol.
Jealous of Boaster Bhai.
That's not that far.
पहले 150 का membership लो. Jealous of Boaster Bhai.
I didn't say this balcony.
हाँ, सबसे बड़े-बड़े हैं तुम्हारे.
Here we go. Look, Filu has got his own ideas. We've seen this corner before. Martin was in fact within it, and it's the exact same crossfire with a wonderful Vice wall on the other side, but Monster's got walkabouts, and they've both fallen to Martin. Maybe that's his part of the map.
Yeah.
I think it's a GG.
At least managing to recover some of those picks. Standing his ground on B. It's not over just yet. They're still in with a chance to convert this. That shock dart nearly robbed them of it. Natank's making the wise move of backing off. He'll wait for backup. Himself and Flya tagged very low, and that Sheriff Now much more dangerous as a result. Great flash from Flyer though.
Bro, W flash.
Timing had to be perfect. More Stanak's
This is
managing.
shotgun
No,
se
it doesn't seem to matter. It's almost identical to
फिर
the
से shotgun se mara
first pistol
उसने.
round where Sugetsu, low HP, is there to save the day. And while
बहुत सीन है एडब्ल्यूसी का बोल के तो सब कुछ करो. एक में नसीब चमकेगा तो बल्ली बल्ली हो जाएगी.
Both of these teams play it. Unfortunately for Movistar Koi, their version of the boyfriend's B setup doesn't seem to quite go the same way as it did for Martin.
Is that the what everybody calls it? Or?
Oh, that was what Martin was calling it earlier on.
I didn't know if that was Language call out or just KC.
Hello, my friend.
We'll see.
Who would on your team?
See if we
who
put
would be
Profek
the
and Magnum
boyfriend?
in the corners together.
Okay, Profek and Magnum are the boyfriends on B.
I think the main problem was the boyfriends split up in that fight. A lot of stingers, you know, crazy they didn't go for the Spectres here. Obviously economic limitations.
That's why they're not going to win.
Flyer might have a real chance though. He's managed to go around that smoke, dodge the sight lines, and Batty G trading. This is now given the advantage over to Movistar Koi and maybe a little more, but doesn't work out. Monster leaving Sadik all alone.
The 1v2 with the Spectre. Come on. This is exactly what I want to see. Oh, this is a horrible... Come on, guys. Get a little bit closer. Get a little bit closer.
Yes!
He's done it!
Yes!
The Red Bull
Yes! Stinger जिसे चलाया उसने.
There's a man with egg on his face. Mitch, man, how you feeling?
I mean, as Lothar would say, they needed the right-click bind there. I mean, if it was still in the game, that would have been a completely different fight, but what can you do? I'll give it to you that the advantage of the Spectre over the Stinger, as evidenced by that duel, is range. A little questionable to still go for it from Monster. He was feeling it, but...
Stinger, bro.
See, Pavez is even telling it.
Because he's on range! That's the problem! The weapon is better. I'll hear no further arguments. 12-2. Round 15. The attack side looking for one
Look,
more
Monster's
round out
bought
of
a
10.
Spectre. He's been decimated by a Spectre and then he buys one. He's been converted. Slowly but surely.
माल इधर
Let's see if
cryptocurrency
KC can
dark
find a round
matter
that
by.
they should be getting themselves
ऐसा
across
रहता
that
तो मैं
final
रेंट के
line.
घर में रहता मैं.
Done it now.
हाँ?
You know what happens when you say that up here?
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Even still, the buy definitely favoring the attack. The judge for Batty G. Unlikely to be contested. And while Martin just going into bait.
बाकी कुछ util bait नहीं हुआ लेकिन.
Are still sticking on that B
अभी हो
side
गया.
of the map though.
Fuck.
Steps hard on the rotate.
GG.
They know this player's
नहीं रोक
leading A.
सकते
They
ना
don't know
अभी.
about that aggressive position though.
Recon है
Come
लेकिन.
through from Batty G. It's going to allow a big stack up with a safety net if they wrap back to A. But look at the space
Recon है
exploited
लेकिन
by
recon
Abbas.
नहीं है.
He's going up through mid. He'll be here late. He may even have heard those steps as the rotates come through.
Open से
Battle on
कूद
the
रहा
side,
है
not
वो.
timing. And in fact, Abbas has been spotted, but the player saw him with a judge. He couldn't take the fight. Filu goes back to deal with him, loses his life, and now KC accelerate into this late game.
भाई
All these
13-2
angles cleared
इतना
means you
अच्छा
know that
कॉम
last
था
guy wasn't
भाई
on the
कोई
rotate.
का.
He must be back towards the A site. Pieces put together, and Batty G with
रजिस्टर
an
प्रेडिक्शन का
impossible
ट्यूटोरियल
clutch.
दे दो.
He
सिर्फ
steps
बटन पे
into
क्लिक
this
करके
duel,
प्रेडिक्ट
hasn't
करने
even
का
got his
इंसान
weapon
भाई.
out. A 3K from Aves puts
सिर्फ बटन पे
13
क्लिक
on
करो
the
वहाँ पे
board, and
और
KC
प्रेडिक्ट करो.
with a dominant
कौन
map
जीतेगा
number
बस.
2.
That was the last
Very
match
simple it
picked
is.
by Koi, where they were able to make adaptations to beat their opponents. Then they
तुम्हारा
walked
भाई.
into the choice of KC, and it was a very different story.
आज रात को
Now
3
we
बजेगा
look for
मेंबर
a
का
middle
3.
ground. We'll be back after the break for map number 3.
अचानक सोना नहीं है तूने प्रॉमिस किया तू खेलेगा.
Boyfriends together, we winning. Boyfriends together, we winning.
Boyfriends B, boyfriends B, boyfriends B, bro, boyfriends B.
Bobby. Holy shit, Bobo.
Bobby? फिनिक्स में अच्छा निकाला वो. चलो गुड नाइट इज अरे क्या गुड नाइट 5 के लाइक्स नहीं हुआ है. रुक जाओ. Bam 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 bam. Like करो, like करो.
क्या हो गया गानों को यार? मैं कल रे मैं थोड़ा इरिलेवेंट था. आपने एक्सप्लेनेशन 33 खेला क्या? ऑब्वियसली खेल के खत्म कर दिया बे. कल ऐसे करोगे ना? हाँ करेंगे करेंगे करेंगे. सेकंड गेम बहुत बात है, पता है पता है. नॉन मेंबर्स के लिए थोड़ा गेम प्ले 230 को गेम प्ले दिखाओ मैं तेरे को. हाँ वॉच पार्टी खत्म होने दो. गेम प्ले तुम लोग के लिए. अभी क्या थोड़ा ही बचा है यार, थोड़ा ही बचा है. एवरीडे अपने आप को पुश करते रहेंगे. एंड वी आर क्लोज टू द एंड ऑफ द वॉच पार्टी सीजन बेबी. लेट्स गो.
You can't ask for a more dominant response than that from KC. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here, joined by Meg and Billy. Now, we heard a little bit from Yumpy, from Magnum. I know they were kind of hee-hee-ha-haing through there, but Magnum was sure there was no coming back in that second half. And Billy, after some of the games that we witnessed on that stage, you have to give it to KC to be able to close that out the way that they did.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe it's for good reason that we haven't seen Sunset from Mkoi just yet. I think I would have liked to have seen that composition a bit more on the defense. It's unfortunate that they let Mkoi get such a strong lead at that half, so we didn't really get to see the value of the composition that they were running, because I do feel as though it would probably work better on the defense. But nonetheless, great for KC to bring one over the line.
I still do agree with Magnum about the Vice, though. I don't think it's the strongest pick for me personally, and I guess neither for Movistar Koi. I just think with the Yoru and the TPing kind of past the wall and back out to safety, I just don't think they could find any sort of valuable plays off it, you know? And I just, yeah. Again, it could be that they didn't get enough of a chance to give it a go, but I don't know. I wasn't a big fan.
It's Casey's map pick for a reason, right? And maybe, I love the trash talk back and forth, but I think we got to remember, if you're trash talking Sui, you know, he's probably the king of being able to handle that and dish it back as well. It definitely got him fired up.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of Sugetsu since his Na'Vi days, and in the words of Missy Elliott, he flipped it and reversed it, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw the baddie G on the Omen popping off in the first map. This time it was Sugetsu, you know, he's got the reps, he's got the experience on that Omen, and today he also had the aim.
Yeah, and in the words of Missy Elliott, the princess is here. Yeah. How's your Missy Elliott discography
I'm
knowledge.
sorry, not as good as you guys. Not
I fear we stole the good one.
Yeah,
so.
you kind of slayed.
Yeah,
I
we
can't
did,
lie.
we did. But do you know who else slayed? Aves.
Aves did. He did really well, and I feel like we've all kind of been like waiting for that moment for Aves. We loved watching him on the Phoenix. We gassed him up for good reason. He went 4 first kills, 1 first death. You know, really doing his job, being able to help Martina out a lot. And I think for me, he started off today with Phoenix having a 0-2 win rate. Aves could potentially bump it up to 2-4 because when we look ahead at Haven as well, the last time that we saw Carbine Core play this map, Aves was on that Phoenix and we were so excited about it. So now at this point, I'm looking at Pal. I need him to be able to redeem his Phoenix statistic because of course they contributed to Phoenix having 0-2.
Well, I can help out BBL Pal here because I think I know why Alvez's Phoenix was significantly better this time. I think he's been watching Andrew Wu's streams.
Oh, one of 2 people that do.
Yeah,
fair play.
I do. I think he's been bumping up his viewership and getting some tips and tricks from him. But I am so glad to finally see that Phoenix come through. And
क्या लोग वैलोरेंट का पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं? तनक बेटा तू है इधर? जूम करो. हाँ ना, अपन भी पढ़ाई कर सकते बे. जूम कौन से किसे होता है? नहीं हो रहा. Fuck. मेरे पापा को दिखाओ तो अभी इनको सुना दे. एक्सक्यूज मी. दैट नेक्स्ट टाइम अगर फैमिली में तुम लोग ने किसने बोला ना, मम्मी डैडी ने पढ़ाई करने का है, ये फ्रेम.
Yeah. What do you think about this new look?
आया बे.
To say is there's no other
Abhijit bhai, thank you for the 10 gifted members. मेरी जान के टोटे.
This MF invented this. This is Sadak's thing, you know. So I rate the riskiness.
I like that then. I guess it's making a statement. But I do think they've sacked in that Natankaiso way too soon. I know they didn't get the win, but I do think that they had all of the sauce cooking for it. It was just that Fnatic had a little bit more experience on that Haven to bring it over the line.
Yeah, they had the knowledge of how to play that comp. But like also, I think as well, when we look at attack, he didn't play bad on the ISO. So I'm kind of
surprised that जिसको भी मिला क्या करने है, टैग करके अभिजीत भाई का चुप लेने का 10 gifted members के लिए love you बोलने का है.
I'm gonna be nice here. Don't worry, Mitch.
Thank you,
you're
Abhijit
my
bhai.
least favorite 3 English casters.
Thanks a lot, Yinsu. Always great to have you on the team. Now, Pal, we're going into map number 3. I know in stage 2, you might not have been a big fan of third maps with how everything's panned out for you, but
yes. A lot. I'm excited to see what Movistar Koi bring with this new look comp. It's not something that people have really been trying to test, it seems, at least in the Emea, because we've had so much success within the region playing that Yoru ISO. I'm interested to see
Haven,
this first
heavy
iteration of it
attacking map.
like.
At
I
least
kind of do look at this as
minimum
almost like let's try and beat
चाहिए.
their comp rather than let's try and beat them with a double duelist, because I don't think they win that fight.
Yeah,
right? I think you
agreed.
go direct fire versus fire in this case and you lose, and well, I'm definitely more interested in what their comp will show in the second half. I think defensively it looks good. On the attack, I'm intrigued.
Well, starting things out.
गया
A lot
फेड
of
मरा.
damage has been done. Fly is low, Filu's even lower. Down on 0 after Sagetsu's at his way. He's inside his smoke waiting for an invasion, and he finds one, but Natank, he lives to tell the tale. Blows taken on that attacking side, and with Fly falling, now the advantage for the retake sits with KC. Koi are trying to get ahead of this though. They fight in towards the garage, but there's players all around, and Batty G suddenly finds himself alone against KC. 3 players left to take. Desperately low. This is still very winnable, but they're gonna group up. No individual fights being offered. A shock dart in KC's close. They break out of the smoke and they find him with ease. KC with another pistol.
W.
Now, Tom, you said this.
Binks भाई अभिजीत भाई से 10 गिफ्टेड जितना प्यार करते हैं क्या?
better on defense.
मैं तो आपसे 50 का करता हूँ. Love you यार.
About a
Love you.
team running
कौन
over
का ये?
Viper, or at least a main smokes Viper on Haven. They actually struggled massively on the
Most
defense and had
shameless
a
streamer का
very
pace
large
देखा
comeback
तुम लोग ने?
against Esports of all teams. Do you remember who that was and when?
No.
No. Some irrelevant team in Istanbul in 2023. So that's actually something I'm quite interested in looking at. How can Movistar Koi use these double smokes on their attack side to bait out a lot of this KC early round fighting with their double duelists and then disguise where they're ending in the later rounds?
I was gonna pay. I was gonna pay your team a compliment, but yeah, basically on this map, if you're looking at the stats, it's a very good map for KC. They're 6-1, and the 1 is against a team that nobody likes.
बार heavy mid कर रहे हैं ना pressure.
Moving swiftly on.
I feel like I have to be the adult here. You guys, that's a very bad sign.
We're in danger with that.
You guys need to play nice now. I'll tell you what, KC are not playing nice. They've already taken a triple to kick this off. Aves making his triple, and making it later for the late fight. He will fall in the end, and there's plenty of pistol players to recover on that big gun. KC 2-0. They'll hold on to that lead, extend it. Let's see if they can hold on to it for as long as Powell.
क्या तुम मुझे 1000 VP पॉइंट दे सकते हो? नहीं. मैं अपनी फर्स्ट स्किन नाइट मार्केट में एक रैंडम स्किन ले सकता हूँ. अगर तुम दे सकते हो तो बहुत बड़ी मदद होगी.
42% of the time.
मैं कुछ और एक बढ़िया करने वाला
The
हूँ.
average round 3 bonus win rate is 45. We left that out. So
yeah, but those
it's lower.
हो सकता है, मैं कंफर्म नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन हो सकता है कि तुम्हारा प्यार देख के हो सकता है कि मैं थोड़ा पिघल जाता हूँ, और हो सकता है कि काफी टाइम बाद मैं एक 50,000 VP का गिव अवे करूँ. Just saying. नए इसके नाने पे.
Spectres at range, second of all.
There's a full buy.
You might be better in that fight with a classic, if I'm being honest. You know what? If you lose it, you've got more credits for the next one.
Anyway, I'm going to be the adult here. We'll move on. We've got ourselves a good opportunity for KC. Having that run it back online, along with
time to jump.
The sniper being available, any chip damage will help out that outlaw. KC are very good at picking up that early momentum with this composition, but they are not in the right place at the right time. Salek's going to hope for a miracle shot, and well,
August
no
Fool's
miracles to be
Day.
had. It's going to have to be a full retake, but with
मैं
running
सोचा
back,
अप्रैल 1 को एक आएगा, अगस्त 1 को भी ट्राई करें ना एक.
That's the thing about this ult happening online so early. The triple kill from Aves certainly helped out.
They used the paranoia.
Hello Bugs भाई कैसे हो सब? बड़ा महंग भाई, how's the
Here he goes,
user?
dropping out of heaven. It's an easy fight. He even wins it before falling, opening up an avenue of approach to Tonto with a double fly, following through! And it's a wonderful round from Movistar Koi with only Aves left, trapped in the heavens, and sent there in the end. 2-1.
भाई Phoenix
Movistar
ulti के
Koi win the
साथ भी
round,
लोग
but it is
retake हारे.
costly.
Yeah, dropping out of heaven on an A retake is never that great of an idea, apparently. But what is good is actually Elite in that round, and as you can see here, starting to split his Sentinel util across the map.
I'm also good is the मैंने देखा कि live हो आपने
maintain
WhatsApp पे text
information
किया
on
है.
areas of the map
Good
where
news share
Movistar
करने
Koi
के
are going
लिए.
to use their Viper Walk to try and
हाँ,
create
good
question marks
news.
to deny you lines of sight, deny you the information. If you leave that tripwire there, it makes it a heck of a lot easier to keep yourself balanced in the mid-rounds.
Line now coming back in for KC.
Guess करूँ मैं guess करूँ.
In fact, it's the From the Shadows is the only ult, and
मैं guess कर सकता हूँ.
not too much information.
New business.
Off of that Prowler, Martin just holding the close angle ready.
Membership अभी ले रहा हूँ 5 मिनट के अंदर.
Of course, the context of this series,
New
for
business.
KC will have mean they've beaten the two teams at the bottom of the board and put them in a very good spot in terms of head-to-head.
कैसे business? कैसे guess किया
Mkoi going
BC?
0-3 might just be a death sentence. Martin, whoa, gets a little bit cheeky
is
with
what
the jump
it
back
is,
and gets
baby.
caught Filu in a deeper angle than expected.
ऐसे आइजन ने बोलते मेरे को.
Prowler's got caught on short. That means it doesn't make it full distance. It doesn't get up to the trip. They could be in risk if there were players left to fight off of it. 4 falling in the hands of
ने तो मुझे
Filu.
गीलू कर दिया बे.
In that late fight. And Aves.
क्या चीज का है? क्या चीज का business?
Up in heaven, but with 5 players to fight off against and credits in the bin, getting out of here might be his best option, but it's not an option without a big fight going his way. Filu's the first, but there's plenty more around that corner. The flash broken. They still think it's possible for him to win this. If they throw 2 at his team, takes those fights, he's going to go right back in for the goal, right back in for the round win. Don't let him save this weapon. The cost of the round.
They only pushed to get Filu the ace. Like, I don't think they had any care about clearing this guy out. I think
the other two looked like they
let's try
wanted
and get him the ace, and then the rest of them just ran away, and they were like, all right, yeah, you can hold on to your gun now.
It's genuinely a somewhat valid tactic this early into a half. In the final map of a series, get someone firing up, especially your duelist player, build that momentum early. Tom, you mentioned that record that KC has on this 6-1 record so far. One of the things that's been crucial to their defense and the success they've had of it are these really set A retakes. Their ability to refight into this site when it counts.
Yes! They don't have the counter! They don't have the counter!
Let's see now whether or not Karma and Core, using this timeout, do have that counter or not. I'd hedge my bets and say that's a fairly brave comment to make this early in the half. And I think KC probably are experienced enough on this map to know what they're doing.
So from my understanding of the KC coaching staff is there's normally someone managing the attack and someone managing the defense. That's normally how they split their roles. Now the guy on the defense who doesn't have the counter supposedly is Eng. So that's going to be an interesting one. We'll see if
Tesla business.
That execution was wonderful. The fact they had the poison orb cutting off, anybody running in was going to be low.
Congratulations on the new
venture. For anybody in the site who's trying to run away, there was a snake bite as well to make the funnel.
It looks like Mkoi have got that as the main part of their game plan. They want to try and abuse this A space quite early. And then you saw them just simply, rather than going back and re-clearing and playing for the rest of the map control on the map, just dodging the drone, dodging the re-clear, and then going and hitting that A site and having this super strong post plan with all of that util that you mentioned. It's nice KC, those A retakes they've been playing into when they've played this map previously. So far the plan is working. Let's see if KC do have that counter.
Well, Eng, normally a man who doesn't have the answers, you know, that's what they say about him. At least the coach is on the other side, perhaps. Mkoi. An adjustment of a slow defense.
थोड़ा code मिल जाता Binks 69
allowing aggression to come through from KC and looking to punish it. The one rifle play is the first to take a fight, loses it, but it's recovered by Martin. 5 HP. I think that rifle is going to go to a teammate.
Bro, don't tell me Koi जीतेगा. वैसे तो Koi तो जीतेगा.
Bets on a site.
क्योंकि रात के 2 बजे तो Koi तो जीतना चाहिए.
We can see Mobistar Koi going the other direction, and it's only Sadik with a.
Next round important है. Next round अगर किसी जीत गया ना,
be very happy thus far.
बाद में वापस snowball कर सकते हैं किसी.
I think he has more kills than the rest of the team.
Martin का अल्टा जाएगा, Aves का अल्टा जाएगा, दोनों का अल्ट खत्म होते सादा का अल्टा जाएगा. अच्छा defense कर सकते हो लोग.
Gonna come down to somebody else to be a hero, and I'll be honest, I don't think it's gonna happen in this one.
Again, we see Mustar Koi abusing this A space. This might just be a case of this is working.
Except for the fact that thorns are on the ceiling, but other than that, it worked when it needed to work. That's the important thing.
Yeah, there might be some.
They don't have a counter to that, I'm telling you.
I would be surprised, yes.
Team के नीचे 1-1 क्या
There
है?
goes the rifle. Sugetsu was the man marching forward, but he is no longer in the play. Sheriff's sitting up in heaven. Not a lot to really report back on in terms of hopes and challenges.
My ult's ready.
For now, at least, they find one. It's a pick.
Maps ने कितना matches जीते वो लोग.
They're just be going down to that spike.
वो लोग अभी तक एक मैच जीते और एक हारे.
Close to theirs.
और कोई अभी तक एक भी नहीं जीता. तो कोई अगर हार गई अभी तो बाहर.
Finding anything else. It's another solid round, and yeah, you can just see how awkward it is to make their way back through into the site. I do feel like KC are going to have to start fighting a little bit more for that A control, which on this map in general is very common, but when you think about where they like to fight, especially with the double duelists, you're thinking around garage, you're thinking a lot of these close, tight angles.
आवाज आ रहा है bro. भाई मेरे को खेलने का यार आवेश भाई के सामने.
Movistar Koi.
भाई same चीज मैं करूँगा.
Getting pumped.
Please.
Up on the other side. But this is the adaptation. You can see in the early stages
यार
of the
मेरे को खेलने का है.
set up around that A side of the map.
Same
they do
चीज
not
करेंगे
want to allow them
chat.
to get into that same post plan once again.
They just can't make it too obvious now. KC can't show
आवाज आ रहा है bro.
themselves too early. They've done exactly that. And now Movistar Koi have all of the ability in the world to just react away from them and start to go straight into Wood C, where they'll have just as strong of a post plan with another Poison Cloud lineup.
Yep. I mean, they saw reveal, they heard the flash of Phoenix, they saw the paranoia go through. You know that that's the heavier side of the map, but they're a little slow.
Slow.
In taking the space. Luckily, it hasn't been filled back in just yet.
Full retake की कोई smoke में ना आके बैठ जाए वाला.
Because they have utility on the other side to sort of sell the idea that push up, but it doesn't allow them to get this aggressive swing back in to deny the plant, but it does seem like KC have resorted into that retake setup. Shock dart to start, camera already getting them a little bit of information, and more importantly, Sugetsu has found that man advantage.
And Monster has to back off there. Rejoining the troops, TP towards the back, but there's no chance he's getting away with that. Addy G gonna stay. Tucked in this corner.
Crucial kill mara. Crucial kill mara.
But they can't get out of the choke point. It's still being held now. They've got Koi surrounded. They can push from every angle, and it's working at least to start. Smokes up to divvy up the battleground, but it's still in favor of KC.
Crucial kill mara be Martin ne.
A third round will be found.
Take a love, you keep smiling. You too. More success to
That's all they need. That ability to consistently retake against that heavy post-plan setup that Movistar Koi are bringing. It helps when you get fed kills like that, though.
Yeah, I feel like it also helps when you have a dimensional drift. Clearing out that backline made it so much easier to sort of isolate the fights, because there's nowhere to go. You can't go run up long and play that post plan. You can't really aggress at this stage because you've already lost all of that control. So it's an ultimate that had very high value. I suppose, similarly, having the run it back, those ults are going to be cycled in between each other, so that's at least a chance. But I want to see if they can consistently do that, and especially, we've already seen that on the A side, they haven't been able to do that. So they're going to continue to fight it once again. KC are almost pigeonholed into a, we can't let them have this control.
Yeah. Means it should be nice and simple for Movistar Koi. They can take things relatively slowly. Wait for KC to show that early aggression now they know they're grouping as 4, and make decisions from there.
So they've left one solo player. Martin is going to hold on to all of that control. It does, however, look like after selling some ideas on the other side of the map, they're going to go back to the tried and true, the bread and butter, and they're going to try and challenge Martin.
Gate crash went down just in time. So he can be a little bit more greedy with the space. Looking to control that, looking to deny it from the hands of Koi, and they've seen one man and they're backing off. Starting the rotation towards that C side. Cypher Util still waiting. KC still waiting for a play coming in on B. They've got a trap to grab a kill on the walk through, but those players all stacked towards the opposite side of the map. I wonder then, when this push comes to shove, I was going to say if Elite will just get out of here, he might be forced to by the ult, but now the Thorns have kept him trapped in. The Decay would eliminate him if he tried to run through. TP from Sugetsu punished. Elite dropped as he's trapped in the site, and Sadik taken down elsewhere. This is a wonderful push for Movistar Koi and a 5v2. Honestly, there's no chance for KC. It's a shame that Aves had just invested the ult, because a few seconds later, and I don't think they make that decision.
He actually had to run back on himself because he realized that his flank was gone. So he couldn't just run in, because the second he goes back, he would have been dead. So it just made that ult completely null and void. And I do feel like not playing the retake, when you know what sort of execution, it feels like a card on Sin. Obviously the Nightfall helped out massively, and maybe there was a part of the mind of Elite was going, okay, they won't use that because we just gave it up for free last time, so they won't put that in, but it forced him backwards. It was the exact same on the A site with the Thorns combined with the Orb. If he runs through that, he is dead.
Absolutely, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. Is we're seeing this poison cloud used towards these key exit choke points, and then they're just hard
rotation नहीं आ सकते वो लोग
the garage or heaven choke.
A पे भी city से rotation नहीं आ सकता. Smoke और spike है.
They're running into CHUMMI Shuto. Not even their flashes, their Phoenix Shuto can get them back through enough. They need to start flanking. They need to start pushing for mid control in the mid round and sending at least one, if not two of their players back around C long, back around A long, and trying to get in behind these heavy post plant setups.
So far.
Natank's lineups here.
Get it back on the they either win the round or they're just like full troll. Like that seems to be the mix. Nice aggression though. Monster has been the bane of their life. So the fact that that's the first pick.
समझ सकते भाई रात के 2 बजे भाई समझ सकते
every time they try and make their way back into a site.
समझ सकते यार.
One of those thorns is already gone.
Oh, what was it used for? Oh, they've put it down. So this PAL, I think you'll agree, is to... Because
actually, PAL's going to tell us what this is for.
Sorry, yes. A-Space has been taken. What do you think this is for?
Defaulting, Mitch.
Yes.
Yes.
Deny that late control if you think they push.
That vague and ambiguous term.
I can't wait to see BBL copy that one. It'll be Magnum. He loves the Vice.
उनके लिए भी रात के 2 बजे अर्पित भाई लव यू यार क्या बात कही है आपने लव यू यार लव यू कहीं आपके हिसाब से भी दुनिया फ्लैट तो नहीं है
This time there's not a trip in play anymore. And so the run through the smoke, it's ambitious, and it only finds one elite on the other side, though. I think that was a spam that drops Batty G. And with that, they don't control. The spike backs off. 24 seconds left on the clock. And this aggression now to come through towards the A site, but it's going to be heard. They have to stop. They have to run. The player on short's giving it away. Now the rotation comes in. Elite's already going to be here. He's got his trip. He's got his cam. Thorns go in, but it's too late. 2 players are already out and waiting. Movistar Koi, they've stumbled. They've fumbled. And a 4th round to KC as a result.
I killed it. I've liked the like it. Really? Come on, man. We didn't need this one. But yeah, I like the early read.
अभी देख अभी तक सीन ऐसे है ना सीन ऐसे है जो नाम है तेरा और जो तुम बोलते हो और जो डीपी भी लगा के आए हो मतलब 100% मेरे को पता है कि तुम यहाँ से गाली खा के ही जाओगे 101%. मतलब तुम इधर आए हो गाली खाने ही मतलब तुम पैदा हुए हो एक तो घर वालों से गाली खाने और दूसरा यूट्यूबर से गाली खाने. तुमको एक जगह से गाली पसंद है तुमको 2 जगह से गाली खाना पसंद है. ये मुझे पता है समझ रहे हो. तो डियर रिगार्ड्स के साथ आपके गांड में हाथी का लड ये रखो 150.
For them in the late round already. TP denied on site. Elite is going to try to stand his ground. In they go. Cage up, paranoia to delay. They're kept back, kept at bay.
30 साल का बंदा आपको गाली दे रहा है. शर्म है.
Movistar Koi, they've been halted.
Used almost everything. They have a singular flash remaining.
इतना respect के साथ गाली पड़ रही है.
This has been the first time that they've been stopped in their tracks, and all the players, bar one, have managed to get in front of any of that utility. This is a first blockade that they faced, and they're going to get slaughtered on the entry in. Natank had an opportunity flyer. Well, he's doing his best, Sadak. But even still, Natank is making this interesting. Has the spike on his back, so could look to retreat, look to go back, but they don't know how much control has been lost. The wall would have given the game away if anybody was right in on that flank, but there could be somebody stood on the edge of it.
20 seconds, no choice now, but Natank wins the fight. Aves is down. 15 seconds they need to go. If they're going to go for it or save, the decision has to be made now. It's back in the corner, the last man standing. He brings the round into KC's pocket. The lead is now theirs.
That's tighter than it should be.
You look at the fanatic हो रहा है यार.
It's just insane. It ends up this close, considering this initial position that they found themselves in. But the fact is, just they have 2 options.
बाद में उन्होंने trades अच्छा लिया था, लेकिन बाद में time
नहीं था. I think the early TP from Martin allowed for, and then the quick rotation of everybody else.
जैसे बोला counter नहीं है.
Now expected. It does seem like KC are building their way back into it. 3 of the last 4 rounds.
And now we have a timeout for Movistar Koi. Seems like KC did have a counter of something. Now,
I was not going to say that.
we get the mind games. What do they go for? Do Movistar Koi have that depth in the way they want to game plan around this comp? Are they just playing hard for simple macro? Okay, we're going to try and just default, create a bit of pressure, then we're going to group up towards the site that we think is weakest, and then end there and have a really strong post plant. Take whatever fights we can get on the site, regardless of however strong that might be. Or now do we see them to start to slow the pace down a little bit more? Use the fact that they can win a lot of control quite comfortably with the Vise bites, with the Omen smokes and the Viper util as well. That's ideal.
No, it should be considerably higher than that.
It's a 50-50 at the start of the round, you would think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, either you win or you don't.
That's true. I never thought about it that way.
Oh, chat, like करो 5K होना चाहिए जल्दी. Like करो chat. Members only होगा आज रात को.
Right next to buy the Spectre.
अंडी मंडी अगर कोई बोला रात को मतलब क्या?
Martin aggressively placed. Force back. You mentioned it. Are they going to stick to that same A-site execution? For now, it is a default. We've seen that throughout. With a little bit of further aggression from Filu. It does seem like he's trying to sell a ruse, but it could also be just trying to potentially get rid of, or at least figure out some of that utility. As they now head towards B.
उसको हिंदी में वो बोलते हैं क्या?
Info from Sugetsu. He sees one, but he doesn't think they'll slip through that quickly. That's a blunder. An opening pick from Movistar Koi. Space on the B side is the Frido from Aves. He's been working on this, the slow push through Garage, but Movistar Koi are not done yet. This isn't a B play. This is all the way to A, but through Elite they'll have to go. He's already grabbed two, but now he's slow. Now he's blinded. The desperate spray, but he still gets more. How did Elite get away with that? He's the first line of defense and he's standing at the end of the round. I thought Koi had made the perfect read. Pushed forward, punched through, but they split up. They gave him a chance, and man, he seized it with both hands.
A really nice little post timeout round. Keep it simple, okay? We do our default. We give a lot of space. We're going to do fake pressure with the two leaders of our pack.
अगर ये kill मार दे तो
regen shields as well. He would have been dead, but he came up just in time to keep him on 6 HP. That's unreal.
Janil bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के total.
Are we going to see more of that out of Aves, or are we going to see them try and combine their two big power ultimates this round in a big set retake? It's not worked for them so far.
The other thing as well is whether they'd want to use it here just based on the ultimates. Potential with a Viper's Pit. But a Viper's Pit versus a Hunter's Fury seems like a gamble. And Martin, he's already spotted the gate crash, and I think they've realized this needs to be more of a retake. But he's still just sticking around. In fact, he's got a little bit of help from a friend called Aves. Not the prettiest of shots, and this is still competitive. But they have not managed to clear this man from the back of the site. Monster and Fly Out, well, they have those ults, but I don't know if they'll want to use them. They need to find something beforehand.
W round.
It's the teamwork of KC that ends up working out.
Right. 8 ults.
Round before the switch.
It's going to be a chaotic round.
What was the score when it was 2-2, right? And he said they don't have the counter. I hope no one's clipped that.
Yeah, it would be really unfortunate, especially if it was put in like the end of game replay.
बेकी लोरी सुना दे, excuse me. आज भाई सेल्समैन किधर गया? आज भी तो बेचा 38 new members है आज.
Considering from 2023, I said that and was wrong.
I think it's got a very good ability to be good at. Okay.
Really?
You have the ability to fake pressure, sell a lot of information on the attack side.
Interesting.
And then have some very hard anchor on defense. You're given that space as well. You've got the ability to capitalize on it. Nice little set Yoru ult round here as well.
They've already got the advantage, but it is slipping away. Fly's gone down. Filu now making it decide he's there, but the rest of his team are not. And Martin's trained in on the angle. Hunter's Fury thrown through as well. This is the round to use your ults, the final one of the half. It's causing problems for Movistar Koi. They're boxed in terms of the space they can take, but when it fades, they go deep. Martin, though, still standing, and he drops that spike on the floor, waiting until the ult pops and the tank knows there's no big weapon, but the small one's just as deadly. Martin again with the shorty. Every time a voice opens up against him, each barrel is deadly as the next. An 8 on the board for KC. It seems like they may have had the counter.
Easy.
It is definitely looking like a
भाई
rough
जैसे
position
कोच
now
ने बोला
for
बे
Mobby
काउंटर नहीं
Starcoy
भाई
to
बुरा
try
लग रहा
and
है
come back from.
बुरा लग रहा है बेचारा कितना
if they
खुश
got
था
what
बे
it
वो
takes after the break.
कोच कितना खुश था यार
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. चलो गुड नाइट मैं चटकता गुड नाइट जी और PRX का मैच कब है? एक शायद 3 तारीख को है और एक 9 तारीख को.
4 now. They've got the lead and then some, doubling up on their opponent's performance and now moving to their attack side. Pal, we touched on the comps a little bit, but for those that may just be joining us, when we go onto this attack side,
इदरीस भाई आज एक गिफ्ट आके रिटर्न चला गया.
slow down with the comp that they've
बोल कि अपन नहीं है घर पे, लेकिन मैं घर पे नहीं हूँ.
I think they need to make the most of the fact that they actually have a lot of flashes to be able to fight deep for space on the map. They need to be trying to get around the hard hold setups that we can expect when we start Koi to bring. Okay, fighting very heavily for A sites. And start to use a lot of that space around B that they shouldn't be given, and the links that are coming off of it as well.
अभी तो 2 ढूंढना पड़ेगा मेरे को.
Fairly important pistol round. Mobby Starcoy, well, Batty G, he's barely seen an enemy. He's almost lost his life for it. A lot of potential delay, but in these rounds, normally you'd say that less investment into the utility, but still got the snake bite, still got a paranoia, still got a seize. There's lots available.
Hello, Bunks, hello.
As you mentioned, at least in terms of the smokes, those flashes are almost
damage तो दे रहे हैं, थोड़ा chip damage तो पड़ रही है.
Nice opening. Asabes down on the ground. I hear them getting loud on the stage, happy with the opening pick in their pocket.
He's playing.
Tia ने बोल दिया, बोला कि यहाँ पे दोनों बंदे.
Anyways, see what I have to deal with every day. KC, a 4 versus 5 and an adjustment to move to the C site, but there's still plenty waiting for them there. You might not have those Cypher trips, but the Thorns will do just as well to keep players out. Flash sat inside of Garage to be popped late for information. It's online and available whenever Natank feels like he needs that intel. Seeing one, it will be popped. There's the info. He knows what's happening, tries to get ahead of it. It's a risky game to stick around. Snakebite will keep them back. 18 seconds left. It's time to move, and move they shall, but not into the C side. They're looking for B. It's actually wide open. Casey are gambling. Look how low the time is. This is a huge gamble, but they've made it in. The plant should be acquired. In fact, I don't think there's anything that can be done to deny it. Okay, they've beaten the clock, but there's still plenty of players to take down. Mobby Starcoy will be looking for the retake together.
ऐसे टाइम पे वो लोग ने वो
disadvantage, but the HP not that far behind. Even still, the trades looking decent up until that point. Back to a 2v2, and the remaining players are a little bit further behind. Utility. Available for either side. That was the last piece thrown out to get to. Just playing close in the corner might be a nasty surprise, but he's already been tagged up. But they find both kills. Putsugetsu at an end of a pistol round. You're got a safe pair of hands.
Absolutely. We see there from KC that mid-round reaction. Sure, they were low on time. They had to go for something, but they have this big gap towards B. And they just need to make them sure that they stick together, they find that gap around the middle of the map, and make the most
I love you. Nice scores, bro.
क्या language है ये?
All right, Yinsu said she wanted to see him a little bit more animated, not looking as sad. Well,
not a smile yet.
It's not a smile, but it's an improvement.
Oh, now they come in with the better of the buys. A chance to really increase this league of Martin.
Gun seems
just
alright.
farming. Yeah, only versus Classics though. Versus other, if it was versus Spectre, he'd have lost.
I know, but he might have ran out of ammo. It shoots so quickly. It's wow, he managed to get 2 with the same clip. Incredible.
You should take notes.
The more interesting thing about that round was actually how KC played around the timing of Monster's Viper Fuel. They waited to get their garage pressure until that wall came down, then used that as their trigger to explode through. And that's what I'm expecting to see them try and do with this comp. Make the most of the fact that if they time that until right, they can group up and take a lot of fights like this on their own terms.
अब जा रहा है bro, आ गया इसका
भाई हर बार दूसरे राउंड में अल्ट पैदा कर रहा है, पता नहीं कैसे. One away.
ये क्वेश्चन ये है ओमिन भाई साहब है, उनका नाम बैडी जी है, जनता wants to know उनकी बैडी.
Well, Philo is doing his best to just make sure he dies to the spike. Doesn't want to give anything extra. It's still going to be a troublesome position for them. And you can imagine
friendly है क्या? Elephant friendly.
The idea to try and fight for those orders.
प्यार मिलता है वो ग्रुप में सिर्फ प्यार.
Shame they've lost the stinger. Maybe they'll buy a Spectre
सिर्फ
in
एक
its place.
वहाँ पे भोसड़ी वाला है.
According to some people. But more likely, play the pistol. Maybe even purchase up.
Oh,
another stinger.
You're not going to let that go.
No. No, not for a long time. I remember your 3 Spectre buy.
Something about flogging a dead horse.
Don't hold back.
All day long. I got all day. Nothing better to do. 10 to 4, 6-round gap. KC come in here with a very solid fight. Not just the stinger we all know can be so good as well, but also the rifles. 4 of them. As you've highlighted, pal. Running back will give them a second lease of life with this rifle, and it's going to be running straight through.
गेम डांड मारा ना गया, मैं किसके लिए देख रहा हूँ ये? कैसा ये लोग एंट्री ले रहे हैं, कैसा स्ट्रिप सी कर रहे हैं, कैसा हर जगह वो लोग फाइट ले रहे हैं.
It's tied up in a neat bow. Oh. Well, not quite.
By failed.
Oh, that was just a little jump scare. Oh, there's a chance.
अभी next round की force करना पड़ेगा. ओए 2-2 हो गया.
Another one. This is starting to fall apart. They're so focused in on one that they haven't quite found the other. A chance for a lineup, but Aviz is just on fire. Somewhat literally. A 3rd kill for him already. And while all that's left is Philo and Martin's there alongside him. The 1-2 punch of KC. 11-4. Let's just say they took Lotus personally.
As Billy said, the Phoenix really can look good here on the attack, and I hope some other teams in the league can take notes, because this is how it should be used. Just phenomenal play.
I already like him. He's an honest guy.
He's making it look good. He's making it look good.
I already like him. कोई माल दो यार ये बंदे को यार.
Positionally with that price.
Mods members को दे दो यार बेचारे को.
If that's what he does to make the Phoenix look this good,
मेन वाला पर्सन था आज उसका नंबर रहेगा यहाँ से कॉल करना है बोलना आना है उसको मेन वाला नंबर डाल देना.
I'm just thinking Movistar Koi, they don't look like they have the counter.
They do have this hard hold set up on C.
Honest guy.
Okay, they've got the Viper, they've got the Fires, they've got the Omen. It didn't work for them last round, simply because Aviz actually just hit some very
ran through it.
Yeah.
Honest guy यार बेचारा.
It works in theory.
Best of luck पढ़ाई में.
But sometimes you do just have to hit your shots.
Now,
what does KC bring? If they know that Movistar Koi have that hard setup, the one that they should be easily be able to fight with, are they going to try and do this fake pressure towards A, draw some rotations over, and then try and end back towards C instead?
Now at least it's patient. The purchase from the defensive side, not great. And that Outlaw is like an operator. Here goes Martin. All of that utility that we spoke about. He can just run through it. And he's going to just execute the tank. Eventually, Monster is there for the trade, though. They're keeping things even, but he is under some serious pressure. Being wrapped on from the side. He's going to go through his own snake bite, and it's not gone well. And well, Flyer running through the smoke hasn't gone well.
भाई बहुत जल्दी आया. Only बहुत जल्दी flank आया था यार.
In the last few seconds has gone wrong.
Short possible है.
Just maybe there's a chance. Never mind. Aviz on the case. 12
Aviz
and 4.
crispy be.
Lotus is feeling like a long way away.
It's not rounds that should necessarily work, but when you're finding opening kills like that, and like this, then suddenly all of that util means little to nothing.
Aviz का short
yeah, I had a feeling there was a bit of a win.
I am Papa, sit down!
You think back to the start of this map, Filu standing up, shouting across the stage. Well, he is getting his fair share back in return from the side of KC. Now 8 chances to close this down. I asked you, Pal, coming in to this half, did you expect KC to slow down? With this comp have its limitations, and evidently you were correct. They didn't slow down. They sped up. Their foot is on the gas.
18 and 9 for Aves and Martin.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, like, that's the thing. When these two are both on, you call a timeout.
There's a reason that KC have moved towards these double duelist comps over the last month and a half or so. They have been fantastic at making the most out of Aves. We know how good Martin is this but seeing Aves really grow into this sort of Phoenix Rays second entry role that allows Martin to play a slightly more independent playstyle sometimes actually plays into both of their individual strengths, both as people, okay, Aves giving it in and outside the server as well, okay, and also the way that they're able to call with Sadak and a lot of their heavy set execs that have been the KC strength for so long over the last 2 years.
It's a good time to touch on stakes for Movistar Koi. 0-3, the chances of making it to playoffs looking desperately low. It is Apex and Na'Vi, probably their easiest games towards the end of the season. Looking at map 1, there's definitely promise here for this team, and they've looked a lot better here today when it comes down to the fundamentals that I think were missing in those first 2 weeks of stage 2. But ultimately, it could be too little too late if they do show up towards the end. Their chances will be relying on other teams, other matchups, and other fixtures going just the right way to give them a chance. Whereas for KC, dreams of making it to Paris looking very much alive. They took a blow to start this on Lotus, but they've lost 6 rounds since then, and they may win it with that same streak intact.
9 rounds in a row is what was had for KC.
Scanning ahead.
They definitely found themselves a counter, and are now running in towards this C site. Daddy G already tagged. Filu already tagged.
Blind recon सब है backside.
Seems like this might just be the last hurrah trying to fight back versus Aves. It's been an impossible task, and while he continues his run of form, monster down to just 21 HP, make that 0. And the only man standing in KC's way of getting their second win is going to be Natank. Last time out playing this map, he was on the ISO, he was the fragger. The only thing that really could work out for him is the time. That's all.
भाई Aves ने क्या मारा ये map?
For KC, a dominant last 2 maps.
भाई क्या मारा Aves ने भाई? एक किलो में 2 बंडल मार तो सब भाई love you मेरे जान बेटे.
Was extinguished as a 13-9 for Movistar Koi leaves them with then 6 rounds across the last 2 maps. KC came here to win, and they have done so 2-1.
भाई गलत मारा है भाई उसने.
Is how this series will be remembered.
It's a brave choice from Movistar Koi, coming in, picking Lotus, a map that we've seen KC strong on, that we know they're so comfortable with, that they run their double duelist on.
ये लोग अभी एक और जीतने गए ना qualify होने के लिए.
They delivered when it counted. They came out hitting really hard. It got a little bit shaky in that second half. But as you said earlier, Tom, KC took that personally and absolutely ended them on the other 2 maps, making the most of this style that we've seen them grow into since stage 1.
Language in mind.
To Paris is starting to look a little bit smoother for them now.
Even if you talk about the road to playoffs, like you've beaten the 2 teams that are 0-3, you've got the head-to-heads versus both, so realistically, an unlikely scenario struggles to at least make it that far, but also just the form. Like, okay, I think they're caught off by some couple of counter hits, but in the next 2 maps, they were
20-8 तक है वो.
I think that combination, especially with Aves seeming like he's in incredible form, I think they are going to be a tough team to beat for anyone. Like they always seem, especially on their own choices, to look deadly.
And KC now facing off against Na'Vi next week to look to lock in that 3rd win. It is definitely looking good for at least that playoff spot.
I think that would lock, that has to lock
it would lock them in, and then Team Liquid will be their final team if they do falter to Na'Vi or indeed to play for seeding to close it out. That will be a tougher matchup from what we've seen this season. But if they can bring that same fire that they did to those last 2 maps, I think everyone is going to struggle to stand up against them. That was an impressive display from the side of KC. And one man from KC is standing by down on that stage with Yinsu. We've got Aves for the post-match interview.
I can now objectively say I'm joined by the best Phoenix player in EMEA. First of all, congratulations, Alves.
Thank you.
Before today, the Phoenix win rate at this stage was actually 0-2. We haven't seen a win yet. And now it's 2-2, thanks for you. So how happy are you that you're able to, really show off this agent?
I'm very happy because it's one of my favorite agents, to be honest. I would say last time we lost, I would take my loss on me because I was trolling so much. I was flashing myself so much. But I worked on that and it became much better.
That's the way of Phoenix, right? Sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
You have to just laugh about it. And speaking of the vibes, I really enjoy the trash talks, on stage. What were you saying at the end when you won?
When they're winning, they're standing up and they're talking. But when they're losing, they're just standing and not doing anything. So
you wanted to give it back a little bit, right? How do you handle that on stage? Because obviously this is still relatively new for you, in your career. Are you enjoying the trash talk, the banter, everything that's going on?
I mean, I played so much LANs before coming into Tier 1 in my league, and I think I'm pretty used to it, so it's not a big problem for me. And yeah, I do enjoy it a lot. I feel like sometimes at some point people are kind of getting tilted because of it. That's why I abuse it.
Oh, so it's like a mental thing. You want to get in their heads.
Yeah.
Did they ever get in your heads? Because there was one.
Chat heavy news आने वाली है. Chat heavy news आने वाली है. हक ब्रॉडकास्ट को क्या लग रहा है रे तुमको क्या लग रहा है हाँ भाई या फिर मैं नींद में हूँ या फिर तक भाई नींद में है या दोनों नींद में है मैं कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूँ जी पे नंबर दे दे अरे तुम स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो उतना प्यार काफी है रे पढ़ाई कर लो पहले हर बार बोल के सस्पेंस पे छोड़ देते हो यार कुछ बात हो रही है लेकिन मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है बराबर बात हो रही है या नहीं क्योंकि कोई तो नींद में है हाँ? ए अंकी कैन यू कंफर्म मैं नींद में हूँ या थक भाई नींद में मेरे को कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है प्लीज जल्दी चैट मिस कौन से चैट मिस बस मैं न्यू वैलो स्किन स्ट्रीम पर देख के जाओ स्ट्रीम पर देखो क्या न्यू वैलो स्किन्स आ जाओ स्ट्रीम पर देखते 5 मिनट में आ रहा मेंबर जल्दी